sCOPe. sCOPe is a consumer live stream event that was developed to inform, educate, and support the public, the media, and all the consumers of safer nicotine products in Asia Pacific and beyond. This is to show who we are, why we advocate for safer options for adults, and to show that we will not be silenced. This is our response to being excluded from the table as the main stakeholders of discussion and decision-making processes that directly impact our health and our right to make informed decisions. We have some scheduling changes for today. The person who's going to do our one-to-one, Sarah, is likely will be here for us for the one-to-one discussion. We're going to start off with a pre-record from Lindsay and Skip about women in THR. And just remember, it is a pre-record, so you can't ask questions, but you can talk about it in the chat. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Let's see if I can do this set up.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, viewers, to another episode of sCOPe. Even though COP isn't happening, and the people are still dying from smoking, so we're still going on. Today's a really fun edition. It's me and my awesome coworker, an international fellow, research fellow at TPA, Kim Skip Murray, is what she's better known as, and we're just gonna go into it, just to keep everybody's time, valuable and everything, because we're gonna get to talk about the women in THR, which I don't think we celebrate them enough, and there's a lot of them. I mean, it's not big tobacco, it's not the big old the old boys club of big tobacco anymore. When you start seeing some of these amazing powerhouses. And I think one of the better ones, and I get to work with her, is Skip, actually, is an awesome person vaping. She's the one who kind of got me really involved with it back in 2016. We've been doing this so long. So Skip, why don't you introduce yourself and tell people how you kind of got involved with this?
Hi, I'm Skip. I live in Minnesota in the United States. In 2014, my 29-year-old son had a heart attack from smoking, and he used vapor products to quit smoking, and he opened a vape shop, and the rest is history. I've been involved in advocacy since then.
Yes. Yeah, so everybody doesn't know, from me and Skip going back, we kind of got involved with a little group called THR for Life, actually, with another, go into it, Jenny Hoban, who she was actually involved with, if everyone remembers, the lawsuit against the FDA back in 2016, suing them over the deeming regulations. For international people, you've probably heard about the PMTA and the tobacco process. The FDA got authority to regulate tobacco products in 2009. At that point, they did not have regulatory authority over e-cigarettes until a court case came in and allowed them to regulate it as a tobacco product. And in 2016, they deemed e-cigarettes a tobacco product. So with that, if you were going to introduce a product to market an e-cigarette product, you have to get the FDA to authorize it. And so that's where the pre-market tobacco application comes in. And so they sued it, and there was actually the deeming regulations. There were other things that they looked at too. If I remember that lawsuit, it wasn't just vaping related. It was looking at like regulatory agency actions, right, Skip?
Yes, and it included other alternative nicotine products also. The pouches, the toothpicks were a big thing back then, and those all come under that authority now.
Yep. And bringing it back to, the women and vaping and stuff, Jenny Hoban worked with Pacific Legal Foundation to sue the FDA. Jenny was a vape shop owner herself, and Skip was too at the time and everything. I kind of felt like a fraud hanging out with all these people because I was just working at a think tank and stuff, and didn't know really anything about vaping. Skip, you name out a woman right now. So since we're going to talk about women and vaping and stuff that has been a powerhouse for you, because we're just going to roll through a bunch of these women today.
Well, I think we should start with Nancy, being as she's the one that organized all these wonderful sCOPe live streams for us.
Yeah.
She's in New Zealand. She works a lot with the countries in the Asia Pacific region. She's very knowledgeable, very passionate. She's just a powerhouse. She's a great place to start.
She's amazing, yes, and she's been doing so much, and she's such a coalition builder is what I really love about Nancy, that she's willing to work across all sides of the aisle, at the end of the day, because it is about harm reduction. It's about ensuring adult access, and I love how she's like, especially everything she's done for the Asia Pacific region. It's just amazing. I think a lot of those countries could have gone a way different way, if it hadn't been for her leadership with CAPRA, a coalition of Asia Pacific Harm Reduction Associations. I think there's too many acronyms and this stuff. Okay, as I always apologize to CASA. Oh well, speaking of CASA, there we go. Another badass woman. Julie Wasner. Actually, Julie and Nancy really they remind me so much of each other, actually. And Julie Wasner was one of the people who helped start in the organization Consumer Advocates for Smoke-Free Alternatives Association. I think that's it. I think I finally got it right on my first time. And she was just like, Julie was personally like a hero of mine. I followed a lot of her guidance. I remember back in like 2018 or something, I was writing papers for the Heartland Institute at the time. So that I was going through what I was doing is I was going through like research papers, reading them, summarizing them for lawmakers and stuff. And I was using whatever terminology that they were using. And at that point, we had ENDS, electronic nicotine delivery systems, VNPs for vaporized nicotine or something, and then stuff. And Julie pulls me aside. She's like, no, quit using that. Do not use medical language at all on this. So when Evali came out in 2019, I refused. And even to this day, I still call it vaping lung injuries and stuff because I'm not going to medicalize it. But Julie, it was sad to see her kind of, take a step back from advocacy with CASA and everything. But she's been doing so much. I mean, she's a lawyer and everything. You got to give people, people do have their lives, guys. I know me and Skip don't, okay? But, we understand other people aren't crazy like we are.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to talk about CASA, we should go back to the beginning days. Elaine Keller was one of the founding directors. She's a cancer survivor. And I have a favorite quote of her. She said, "Why is your concern about my addiction to nicotine more important than my concern about getting lung cancer?" Yes. I just thought that was powerful.
Yes, that is very powerful.
And who else do we have at CASA while we're on them?
Kristen. I just did
Danielle.
Kristen. She's been, I think Kristen is the only, like, the sole founding member that's still there. And yep, Danielle's done. Oh, that website looks amazing, and her graphs are just like all on point and stuff. Like, and I love it. I love working with CASA because, like, at the Consumer Center at TPA, and I'm always gonna give a shameless shout out to my people because they are just awesome people to work with. We've got Skip, as you guys know, and then we also have Martin Culliff as our international fellow. Skip is our research fellow. But I think that we all have we're such a great team when it comes to vaping and stuff, because like I come in with the numbers, Martin comes in with the snark, and then here's Skip reminding us to be kind to everybody and show compassion to all these humans. And Skip, to give a shout out to her, she's done a lot of work with using people first language and getting that. Good job on that. It's so fun to actually see that in all these academic journals. And that was Skip pretty much for the past 2 years, harping on everybody, harping on me too, about people who smoke. I'm like, it's too many words for my op-ed. No, you could do it.
You can do it. It feels klutzy to word things in a different way. But I really feel strongly that we have lost our focus and we have forgotten about the people who are still dying from smoking. And I mean society in general, not our fellow advocates. So that's my whole mission, is to put the focus back where it belongs. And that's on the moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas and aunts and uncles that are all dying from smoking. I just lost a cousin a couple weeks ago to lung cancer. It just has to stop. And in order to do that, we need to see more than numbers. We need to see more than children doing adult things. We need to see the adults that need our help and our support. So I'm the anti-stigma girl.
Anti-stigma girl, yes. And the adults who helping the adults who smoke. Skip also helped out with a big thing, the PMTA sharing group, actually. And that's Shar Owen, another crazy lady who spends a lot of her free time doing stuff for vaping. Shar had it where she made a program for people who were manufacturing e-liquids so that they could easily do their pre-market tobacco application, the PMTA. And what she did, I mean, was do it through Facebook group and stuff. And so Skip actually was really, helpful for us behind the scenes on that, because me and Shar were like doing people's PMTAs, and Skip was being like secretary to everybody. What is the in file? I still get flashbacks to that.
Those were some crazy times. And I was very, very impressed with a lot of women in that group. You and Shar are two of the powerhouses, but several of the ladies that own businesses, and the men too, did everything in their power, not only to submit their own PMTAs, but then pay it forward and help other business owners complete theirs too. That was the most amazing example of teamwork I think I have ever seen in my life. It wasn't about competitors, it was about all of us crossing the finish line together. And I think that says a lot for how much we value what we're doing every day by helping people quit smoking.
Yes. Yes, and because this is women in THR, I think it's because we had women doing it that we were able to get it done. Okay, sorry, we stayed on point.
There was no fighting allowed.
No, you ain't talking to me about PGVG. Get out of here. I don't care about that. We were on to the point that we just need to get this, and even with the PMTA, I still think, well, everybody got issued a denial pretty much, and the FDA still does not recognize it. I still think that there is hope, for those manufacturers that did do that process. Even if it just means, hey, I'm going to play ball with the FDA, instead of being F the FDA, as much as we all like to sit there and say. And that being said, I've realized now, if you're an e-liquid manufacturer in America, the best way you should have done it was not say anything to the freaking FDA and actually completely go under the radar. And I'm not endorsing that, guys. Okay, that's not, I'm not a lawyer, or I do not represent manufacturers or anything, so don't take that as an endorsement. But yeah, Shar Owen did a lot, and then she created American Vapor Manufacturers, which is all women pretty much, and Dave and stuff. We've got Shar Owen, Amanda's no longer with it. We've got Allison Boner's our VP. We've got Victoria Dower and stuff, and so they do a lot of work behind the scenes on that one. We're doing really good work on the PR game, at least, like trying to counter that the fake news and narrative that does surround vaping. So, and just hoping, trying to do the best to get through this.
And there you bring up another powerful name, and that's Allison, who is involved in the industry and several advocacy and trade organizations, and is a wonderful communicator who spreads links to news and studies far and wide to help people educate themselves on the issues that the industry is facing. And she's a mom, and she still does it all. I got to give that gal a lot of credit. She's awesome.
Oh yeah, she's another crazy one like us. Yeah, that like, when do you sleep, girl? Then she's like, when do you sleep? And I was like, I got it in there. Okay, I've been doing this year. I've been taking some self care. It's really easy to do when you live in Florida. Okay, and then 30 minutes away from the beach. Skip knows about this. I start work around the time that she's at work, anyways. In March, it's good time for him too. I'll start at 5 to end at like 2.
Got to have your beach time. And I think that's important to all of us, and to all us ladies who are super, super busy with our lives and our work and our advocacy, is to make sure we do take self-care time.
Yes, that's
very important.
I do think that's one of the things that it's really make sure that you don't burn out. I mean, you have to be 100%, 110%, especially with this industry. I mean, I don't think I could do it without you, to tell you the truth. Okay, if you weren't here, I don't think I'd be doing vaping stuff, because it's just a frustrating thing.
We do have our vent sessions, don't we?
Yes. Did joke with Nancy. I was like, me and Skip could just do a phone call and it'd be a very colorful conversation talking about everything.
But it'll probably last about 4 hours.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think it would take over the whole scope broadcast.
So who else comes to mind outside the United States?
Dr. Marla Glover. I love that woman. I've always, and I've been able, I'm fortunate I've done some international conferences and I've got to like meet her and everything and like hang out with her and like, she's so cool. She's even cooler in person, guys. Okay. She's one of the most humble of the scientist doctors. And actually in the vape space, all the scientist people are very cool. Me and Skip, when we were at a conference last year in DC, we actually got to hang out with like all the, bring up the dudes, okay? What we got to hang out with like all the, at the, what we called the geek table. It was Pelosa, Constantinos. We were hanging out with Dr. Raju and everything. Skip was like, this is amazing.
Russell. I was fangirling so bad I was speechless. All through dinner, I just sat there and was like, oh my God, I'm at the cool kids table.
Yeah, geeks. We're the geeks of the conference, hanging out with all this stuff, all the older white gentlemen is what I'll call them. Okay.
I think another favorite of mine, and by the way, last night I tried to tally up how many women we could talk about today, and my list was over 300 people. So there's no way we're hitting all of them today, and my apologies to anybody that's not mentioned, but you are all loved and appreciated. I think we have to give a shout out to Louise Ross in the UK.
Yes. Louise, yes. And then if you guys are in the global advocacy chat, you know, Louise was having a time last week, okay? With that not very good summit. But Louise does a lot. And it's so much from behind the scenes. It's amazing. Especially with all the stuff that's going on in the UK right now. With I mean, for people who may not be paying attention, the UK is they're going really hard on youth vaping there, and that you're seeing increasing threats to what was the beacon of public access to vapor products, and they got the whole thing where they want to do the age generational ban or something like that New Zealand had just done or whatnot. So it's just Louise is doing a lot behind the scenes on that. It's just amazing.
And I love how compassionate and caring she is about everybody that smokes. It doesn't matter if you're young, old, living with a mental illness, pregnant. She just loves everybody and she just wants to help everybody. I think she has one of the kindest hearts of any of the people that advocate for people who smoke. She's awesome.
Yes. She's like, if I could get a bunch of hers for golden oldies, that would be great.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Yes.
Golden oldies. That was a fun project you and I did a few years ago. Who's some of your favorite ladies from those videos? You're the one that edited them all.
The sisters, the one lady that's outside that looks like a movie star and stuff, and she was Lori. So composed. Yeah, Lori. Yeah, she was so. Their names, I used to know all of their names when I was doing it. Now that's it's been a few years. We need to bring that back. Like we need some help, guys, with videos at least to get any content. Lori was really good. I love Kim Schilling, another powerhouse vapor, runs the Michigan Vape Association out there. MVSO, I think is what it is. I'm not even going to try their acronym because I'm just going to mess it up at this point and stuff. But Kim was awesome and helping getting those videos actually. And Kim is so fun because she's so animated and she's so vivacious and she's just like, and when she's pissed, like she's gonna let you know it. And I love it because you just do not expect it out of this woman. You're like, oh wow, you just went a complete 180 from this nice older lady. So like she's fantastic. I love it. I mean, but if you see what they're doing in Michigan, you can't blame her for her attitude on that.
Yeah, Sherry from Minnesota.
Oh, Sherry was a good one. Yeah. She's still in Minnesota. Yeah. Yes. Yep, Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota's got some. Sherry was an awesome one, and I didn't have that many Minnesota videos, but it's such a Minnesota. I mean, and for people who are outside the U.S., Minnesota and Illinois are very similar. That it's everybody lives in this one city or these two cities in Minnesota, and then skips out and like the hinterlands of Minnesota.
I am enjoying the small town life. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's pick another country. Spain.
Carmen Eastrig. She's going to be a
Carmen.
good, yeah. She does the I know she does the Real Dat with the doctors of Latin American countries, and they've done really good work on, you know, when you look at some of those countries and South and Latin America, it's just insane. Bloomberg can come in with funding, and everyone thinks that he's a demigod pretty much, and so everything that he says goes. So you've got a handful of countries that ban e-cigarettes. I mean, I know Argentina banned them. They're banned in Panama, for example. I know we were supposed to go. I was just being cop right now, actually, in Panama. And I know that was something that we were looking at, like, well, how many vaping, like, if we're not supposed to be importing these, but it's not like I'm importing them, it's for personal use, but how many can I get away with? Like, but Carmen Eastwood has done a lot, and she's been doing it for a while. When I was looking up her bio, I was like, wow, you've been doing this for like almost a decade or something like that. I mean, she's been and impressive too, because she's hanging out with all those fancy doctors and everything, you know?
People with brains.
People with brains,
and then
yeah.
there's all our wonderful sisters in Canada. There's several up there.
Oh gosh, there's so much. Okay, Maria Papa. I cannot pronounce your last name. I'm not even gonna try it, girl. I just call you Maria Papa. That's what I've been calling her. She's. I got to meet her earlier this year, actually. She was in DC.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and that was really good to see. And like we would have invited her to Good Cop, but like we already had Janine Timmons, and there's another Canadian woman that does a lot of those two are very good consumer advocates. You know, and
they are. And Jackie
yep.
is actually
Jackie, yep. I like, yep. I always forget about her. I always go her by her last name, which is I can't pronounce her last name. Ivory or something, or
Ivana.
Is it Ivana? Okay, yeah, yeah.
The vaping squirrel on YouTube or on Twitter.
I know. Well, there's too many squirrels on Twitter. You got Phil, okay? Yeah, Phil. I only know Phil by his squirrel picture.
Isn't he a groundhog? I don't remember.
Shout outs to the men that we love.
Yes.
We're not man haters, contrary to what everyone thinks, you know. Even Skip's got a husband, you know.
Yeah. Poor guy. He hardly ever sees me.
Yeah. We go back to the States. Some of the that are the women of Safada, the April Myers, Shell, Hamill, you got Taylor Cage, God, who's the other one there? Because there's a lot. Yeah, Safada's run by a lot of women too, which is what I always appreciated about that organization. I know they're doing stuff with a retail program right now. It's really hard to do advocacy in the States, unfortunately. I mean, but speaking of advocacy in the States, Dolores Orlando. Way to go, Florida Smoke Free Association. They're still like, it was, I got flashbacks last week when I hung out with them. It was like 2018 again. Like, oh, look at these state associations still doing stuff. And Dolores is actually, she's taken out a lot of roles with the Florida Smoke Free Association. So she's learning like all the stuff about fundraising and talking to like what you can and cannot do as a PAC and everything like that. She don't like it. I was like, yeah, fundraising sucks. Anything related to money and politics really sucks.
Yeah. Unfortunately, advocacy isn't always fun.
No.
I'm really impressed with all the people that have been willing to learn new skills and write and speak and do things they never thought they'd ever do. And here they are.
Yes. Well, another good advocate is Amy Lane.
Yes.
Yeah, so now she's behind the scenes a lot. I know, like she's kind of like stepped back on doing a lot of advocacy. But I remember, I mean, she was such. I remember going and testifying with her in person at the Indiana Smoke Free, Indiana State House, and it was just like she's just so well spoken. You know, I mean, And I'm always nervous. Okay, everyone who's ever watching me testify or anything, I'm nervous as all get out on those things. So, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm doing it on Zoom, and if I'm really in there in person, I'm even more nervous. I do not like public speaking. It's the worst part of my job.
And what was the group called years ago? The Vaping Militia? Was that what they were
Oh
called?
yeah,
Robin
Barsky.
Barsky.
Yes,
She's a nurse and a powerful advocate.
Pennsylvania, right?
Out east somewhere, yeah. I think it
she's
is
in Pennsylvania. I think
Pennsylvania.
she's in Pennsylvania because I think her and Chris Hughes did a lot of work on the wholesale floor tax back in 2016. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's done. Yeah, she's done really good, and I miss the vaping militia. I mean, I miss the vaping legion actually as well, guys. You know, I was trying to get them to let me be an honorary female member.
And another one from Canada would be Kellyanne Forbes.
Kellyanne, yes,
with the VAEP project.
yeah.
She does wonderful graphics and things to educate people and things that we can share. Gosh, there's so many. It's hard to, my brain just like, ooh, there's so many names.
So many names.
And I think we should give a shout out to some of the scientists and people in public health. The UK is full of really powerful, helpful people, and I think that's part of the reason why policies are different in the UK than here. I think of like Sharon Cox and Hazel Cheeseman and
Jess Harding.
Gosh,
You gotta give shout out to Jess Harding. She's she's been running she's going to be they took over the GFN and stuff. So yeah, she's done and making sure and she's done a great job at GFN, and there's a shout out to that conference. Okay, it's about consumers. That's, you know, full in front and center at all times pretty much, and I love that because I don't think that that's emphasized enough. I mean, it seemed this year like everybody wanted to get Brian King to come and speak at your conference. Why? He's gonna say the same freaking thing. Okay, if you saw him in 2015, nothing's changed. Okay, it brings up the horse to water bit. Okay, he's still freaking parading around. I'd rather hear from somebody like you talking about your vape shop and stuff.
I miss my vape shop. Sarah Jackson, and if we're talking about conferences, there's a lot of ladies behind conferences.
At least
Amanda Strange does the eSig Summit.
Elise Rasmussen.
Yeah,
she does a tobacco reporter too, as well. Yep. All
plus
UK
the one
women.
you already mentioned. Oh, and Caitlin Notley. I like the presentations of hers I've seen. She would be from the UK. There's a lot of them there. And we have a lot of academics and scientists in the United States too. I really like Annie Claycamp's focus on older people who smoke. I've enjoyed admired a lot of Cheryl Olson's work. She's done a lot of research, like for people who are incarcerated, mental health, those types of things. Who else comes to your mind, Lindsay?
In the United States, let's see. Gosh, now I'm like, I thought this was gonna be this is a little bit harder than I thought it would be, because it's like, oh God, there's so many people. Who have we talked about? Who haven't we talked about? Oh.
Linda Bald. Is that
Bald.
how you pronounce her name in the UK?
Oh, Mariah Gilchrist. I mean, yes, she's with PMI, guys, Philip Morris, but you know, as we've always said, I mean, as I always say to people, I know that there's this big disdain towards big tobacco, and I get it, you know, and everything. I know when I first started this, when I first started writing about it, I was like, screw big tobacco. I mean, they've got away for years of killing people and stuff, but I think there's something to be said for a company that wants to improve its image and wants to make safer products. Like, I don't think that they should be hindered from doing that, quite honestly. I'm a believer in a harm reduction. And actually, and taking my libertarian hat off, if I was a government, if anything, I'd be demanding they only make those products the same way that we're demanding automobile manufacturers to make safer cars. Why are we not demanding this out of tobacco companies? It's just asinine, these policies. It's like, whoa, wait, what? Okay. But Mariah Dreyfus has done a lot too with PMI's doing a lot too with bringing the people back to it, and that's what that be saying something that when the tobacco company cares more about the people than public health does, where are we at?
Yep, we could give a shout out to some women that are in the same space as you are and I, like Elizabeth Hicks.
Elizabeth Hicks, yes. She's with the Consumer Choice Center. She's a powerhouse too. And she's a cancer survivor. And while she was battling cancer, she was battling for vapors and stuff. So, I mean, good for
Michelle
her.
Mitten.
Love Michelle.
Yeah, she's done some amazing work.
Yes, and I'm excited to see her at Reason.
Yep.
Oh crap, that's me. Sorry. I was like, what is that noise? I was like, oh no, that's me. Sorry.
And there's some women that work really hard in the harm reduction space for other substances who have also been really good advocates for tobacco harm reduction. I'm trying to think of who I know on Twitter.
Helen from Filter.
Helen Redmond. Yes.
Yep.
Awesome powerhouse. Claire Zagorski, if I pronounced her last name right. Sheila, I can't remember her last name, but it starts with a V.
So not Sheila Kaplan. That's a woman we don't like, guys.
No. Oh, just pass it. It'll come back to me in a little bit. There are so many. It's hard to just boom off the top of my head list people. But why don't we talk about what women who would like to get involved in advocacy, what can they do to help?
Well, the first thing I always tell people is start contacting your lawmakers. Be a thorn in their freaking side. They are the ones who, at this point, are going to guaranteed your access to vapor products or guarantee that you don't have them. And I think people always are afraid to talk to lawmakers. I don't know why. Okay, you got to start looking at these people like they're scum. Okay, even my bosses doesn't have to worry about me. What the joke was was one time about election time. Don't tweet anything. He's like, well, they don't be like endorsing. He's like, well, I don't have to worry about you, Lindsay. You hate them all. Yes, I do. I don't like lawmakers. I've worked for too many of them, but one of the things is just reaching out to them, letting them know. I mean, I think that's and being persistent is the biggest thing. Is that and that's I think you can see with me and Skip and a lot of these women that we just talked about. We've been doing this for how long now? And it's still, and there's very few and very small victories that we've had. We really believe in this, and we believe that adults should have the right to these products. But we don't get like very many. It's really hard to keep persistent when you feel like you're failing all the time. But it's still, as long as there's people smoking, there's always going to be moving forward. So I think that's the big thing, is just be persistent and don't be afraid to talk to lawmakers. Simple as, and be like, you're their constituent. Okay. That's their job, is to cater to you. That is the point of being elected. So they don't do a very good job at that, but at least here in the States, I don't know what it's like for you international folks.
Lindsay, be nice. Back to the UK, Jody Gibson.
Jody, yes. Yes.
We can't forget her. Michelle Hughes.
Oh, back to the United States. Ariel Celia, yeah. She's fantastic. Oh, I love her. She's so kind too and everything. And she's going through like every week going through the studies and stuff and helping explain it for people like me or people like lawmakers, breaking it down for them and doing all these confirmation bias. She did really good at GFN. Actually, her Take 5, actually, she does a really good show showing it, like how up.
Studies looking for what could be bad about vaping. And I appreciate the people that look at, is it helping people quit smoking? Is it a gateway to smoking or not? Is it safer than smoking? So
So
then I
Ann
think about,
McNeil.
yep, I think about Chris Del Nevo, Abigail Friedman,
Yeah.
you know,
Hartman, Boyce Hartman, that does the Cochrane
Amy
one.
from Cochrane. Yep,
Yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. There's
Yeah.
several of those that, and we need their voices too. I mean, we need all of the science, not just one piece. We need to look for the good and the bad. So I'm glad there's women that are willing to step up, and I think sometimes they take some guff from both sides, from the people who think the world should be nicotine free. And I think even sometimes people in the THR space, if they don't like exactly what a study said, they can lash out a little bit, and they'll pick out what they don't like instead of looking at for the positive things. And I think we could do better at that.
Yes, people, we could stand to read the entire thing, okay?
Yeah. Yep.
I know I've gotten yelled at by people about my op-eds, and I'm like, did you read the whole thing? You'll see my point that I made in there. Like, okay, they're like, yeah, like I'm a firm believer there's nothing as a dumb question, okay? And now there are, I'm like, if you don't know if it's a genuine question, now there are things as dumb statements, all right, guys? Sorry.
Yep. Yep.
Another good one, Victoria Vasconcelos. Actually took me
Yeah.
years to learn how to. I know her. If y'all that know me, I lived in Illinois and might go back up there. I don't know. But Vicky's out of the Chicago area, and she was really influential in doing working on the Illinois Smoke Free Association, or whatever their actual title is. And she owns a vape shop too. And she's like an old school, an older woman, just trying to help people quit smoking.
Yep.
Amy,
Sheila's last name is Vakharia, Bakharia. That was the one I was trying to think of earlier. Sally Satil is one we
Sally
haven't
Satel, yeah.
mentioned yet.
Is it Satil or Satel? I thought it was Satel. I don't know.
You
Yeah.
know, I'm the wrong person to ask because I stink at names.
Yeah.
Sarah Wakeman's another one. Oh, there are so many.
We got so many. And guys, by the way, Skip, if you go to her thread, and I'll probably share it once this is uploaded and into the YouTube video, you can see Skip's got a thread from March with all these women. So you can be able to connect with some of them if they're on Twitter or whatnot. That's where I'm going through right now. And I'm like, oh, how am I running out of people? Well, she's got like 100 people here. So
Yeah, I had to quit at 100 because it was a 1 day thing, and by the time I did graphics and did tweets, I ran out of time. So for Women's Day in 2024, my goal is to add to that thread.
yeah,
I don't want to leave.
Marsh.
I don't want to leave people forgotten because there are so many wonderful women.
Yeah, and we're not ignoring you guys, okay? It's not. It's just we did not get to. It's because you were just overlooked. We're not nefarious or anything. Skip makes me include a lot of people that I don't want to include on so many things. So, but she's right. Better just to work together and go against your common enemy, okay? So, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, even if I don't like them.
I can't remember the exact quote or who said it, but there's a quote out there, something about I don't have enemies, just friends I haven't made yet, or something like that.
Oh yeah,
I kind of like that one.
Yeah,
I do.
I've never met a stranger, but not everybody, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, so it's okay. Now, most people aren't my cup of tea, so I completely get it.
Yes.
People
And
suck.
I forgot to keep track of time.
I'm keeping track of time, so we've got probably about 10 to 15 minutes. So I don't want to go over an hour. I'll
Okay.
keep it a little bit under an hour. So you know,
Yes.
I don't know if everybody wants to, you know, listen to us all day long. So
So all you ladies out there, I love and appreciate all of you. That's the
yes,
main point of all of this. Such an array of talents. And I think what gives us our power is pooling all our talents together.
yes, an
You
army
know,
of women. God, if we get all of us together, the FDA would be afraid of us. So, you know, Brian King would go running.
so
Storm the
we've named.
FDA. They can't stop us all.
Yep, yep.
Right. Let's see them PMTAs. Sorry, I
So
love the storm Area 51. Okay, I thought it was fantastic. If I had money at the time, I probably would have been the people going out to it. Let's
so
see them aliens.
in the beginning you had me introduce myself. We didn't have you introduce yourself. How did
Oh,
you end up as the director of the Consumer Center of Taxpayers Protection Alliance?
my boss slid into my DMs, literally. Well, okay. Then the backstory is I studied government at William and Mary. Go Tribe! I am proud of. That's probably my shining accomplishment is my college degree, even though it cost me way too much money for that piece of paper. And I did some interning with some lawmakers, and then ended up working for a couple lawmakers right after college. And then I really didn't like it. I was, you know, you're a glorified secretary, okay, for a person with an ego, okay, because if you don't have an ego, you're not going to be elected. So I mean, but it was okay. I was in Minnesota actually, so I could have met you back in 2015 if you came down to St. Paul. And
I did.
I think my state senator actually is your state senator, the guy I worked for. I worked for Senator Tory Westrum.
Mm-mm.
That might, yeah, I know Brainerd was like he was on the cusp of Brainerd, like he covered part of Brainerd, and then I think you might have a DFL person. DFL, that was a different thing to learn too. Like it sounds like the Democrats that don't know they're Republicans, but started looking at jobs at think tanks. And for people who don't know what a think tank is, it's a research place. You know, usually there's you know we have there is a mission statement. It's not like we're just doing research without anything. All the think tanks that I've worked at have been free market libertarian, so less government regulations, less restrictions. You know, more on the conservative side of things. But if you watch some of the think tanks, dude, they've all went kind of crazy after Trump and stuff, and off of the free market policy, so to speak. But so the Heartland Institute, I started working there in February of 2016, and I was smoking cigarettes, and they're like, "Oh, you can work on our vaping issues," and I didn't know anything about vaping. I mean, I'd seen the vape shops, and everything. I just thought it was like whatever and stuff. And then that time too is still very big vape culture, with the clouds and all of that. And like walking into a vape shop, not the most friendliest of places. You got like you ain't from around here type of bit. But I fell in love with it. I felt like I finally got to use my college degree learning about government. I think with vaping, if you need a civics lesson, just go look at vaping in America. You're gonna get deal with everything from federal regulations to the courts to state, local, and they've done federal lawmakers and from the legislative stuff. And so I started just doing research and writing and got more involved with getting, following the state legislation at Heartland and stuff. And ended up culminating in my 50 state analysis, which I think is my flagship. And I'm doing the 5th edition this year. I can't believe I've been doing it for that long, actually. Which if you guys haven't checked that out, it's at the protectingtaxpayers.org website. Every year I go through all 50 states and just look at smoking rates. I've actually, because the CDC is now giving me the data, I'm looking at adult vaping rates, actually, with the numbers that we don't ever get. And this year is going to be really fun, Skip. I know you're going to like it. I'm doing some things with the numbers, comparing kid vaping to adult vaping. So I know, like, with the numbers I had, when I was looking at one of the states, I want to say it was like Florida, and it was like they had in 2021 there was about like 350,000 kids vaping or something, but there was like 1.5 million adults vaping. So it was like, for one kid, like 10 or something adults were vaping. And those are the numbers that I want to see. And those are the numbers I will be dropping next year on state lawmakers. So I'm sure it's going to get pretty spirited that session time, because last year they all kept coming after me and stuff. Now they're really going to come after me on these numbers. So, and hopefully that'll be done. We have the numbers, so that's what I've been working on the next month and a half, and hopefully I can get them out before January 1st, so everyone has them for when they have to do their state sessions. But so far, I like it. It's it's not bad. I got an awesome team. I couldn't do any of the stuff without my consumer center. You guys are just rock stars. You and Martin do such good work. And I never hear anything bad about you or from anybody and stuff. And I've loved really watching you blossom, Skip. I've loved watching you. Your writing has. I love reading your stuff, because every time you just get better at writing, and you're getting better at like not being super kind. One of these days I'm gonna get you to drop an F-bomb on somebody and be like, "Yep, we got her."
I do that before edits. See, then I just write and like vent on paper, and then I try to make it more appropriate for public viewing.
Yes, and guys, if you guys want writing advice, go to Skip, okay? Because like I've seen Skip, and Skip's the writing has improved and everything. We're still working on, and writing. I hate, like, I love writing and I hate writing. It's one of those that's like golf, okay? It's frustrating. One of the things I always have an issue with is getting an introductory paragraph, and when I realized
I hate that part.
yeah, I was like, wait. I was helping you do yours, and I was like, wait, this is how I should just do mine too. Do my introductory paragraph after I wrote the piece and everything. Okay. That makes it much more easier now.
That is really good advice. And it's funny. I have kept a journal since I was a little girl. I have always written for myself, but I do not like or feel comfortable writing, to put out in the public or the world or something. So it's been quite an adventure being with TPA and learning to use my voice in new ways. And for all you ladies out there that would like to get involved in advocacy, that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, letters to the editor.
Write letters to the editor, or write an opinion piece and submit it. Most places somewhere online, they'll have guidelines, how to submit, what the word count limit is, what kind of topics you can write about. But use your voices, and not just for tobacco harm reduction, for things that are going on in your communities. The more you get involved and the more people that get to know you in your community, the more power your voices will have. And we need more people using their voices.
Yes, no, we need, and we need more, because you have one of the things that we do need more with women in THRs. We need to be countering the parents against vaping moms and stuff. And I think that's where we do have a powerful voice. I always thought Amanda Wheeler did a really good week whenever she was always talking about, I'm a mom. I mean, I'm concerned about my kids as well, and stuff. And I think that's really powerful. But yeah, letters to the editor are easy to write, 150 words or less. It can be something as simple as, I smoked for this many years. I tried everything to quit smoking, your own little testimonial. And it's just going to be, the idea is that you're reading, look, I do know politicians do read, or at least their staff reads local pieces and stuff, and they are specifically looking for their constituents. So a lot of the letters to the editor will ask you for, the city that you live in and stuff. So yeah, there is a good chance that a lawmaker, if you write a letter to an editor, a lawmaker will see it at some point. So it's not going out into the abyss. People are reading it. People still do read newspapers, surprisingly, I know.
Yeah, or they read them online. Plus, you're not just targeting state and federal level lawmakers. You need to remember that city councils and county commissioners also pass ordinances. And a lot of the anti-tobacco harm reduction things actually start at that basic grassroots level before it grows big enough to become a state or federal issue. So that grassroots involvement is very important.
Yeah, and that's where all of our opponent organizations start at. If you looked at California's statewide flavor ban, that was already started 5 years ago when they started going through all the localities. And
Yep.
that's a very smart, effective strategy actually on that. If you get the local, yeah, because the local lawmakers will then go to their state lawmakers or their county lawmakers, and then the state lawmakers. Where do you think you're getting a federal menthol ban because of the states doing it? I mean, it all is reciprocal, but it is all. There's I think it's Chris Matthews who sat there and said it. All politics is local. I mean, it all does start out. And honestly, one of the good places to even better place to start if you want to go even more local, school board meetings. I mean, because you're hearing all about that, and especially, I mean, these school board members, all they're hearing from is, the alarmist school teachers and stuff, and they're like, everybody's vaping and stuff, and it's like, no, they're not. We got the data, the numbers. So where are all these kids vaping at? I think getting involved locally is always good to do, and also just making sure that you're up to date. It's simple. It's like I get paid for it, so it is my job. But so I'm always like every morning I go on Google, and the first thing I do is I Google youth vaping past 24 hours just to see what news stories are coming out on this and stuff. And so make sure that you're just like so you're not surprised by anything. I know what I see. What I really would like to see the industry as a whole do is be more proactive instead of being reactive and also last minute reactive. It feels like and granted, sometimes you have to be reactive, but I think that we need a more proactive approach, with solutions instead of just fighting down and sitting there saying no. And then that's one of the things I did with my writing. I mean, instead of like, I'd start yelling at lawmakers, like I could try to give them a solution instead of being like, don't ban this, don't tax this. I go back and be like, you have all this money. I go from tobacco and use this on this program if you're trying to stop it. So at least I'm giving you a solution, not just saying no or something. So that would be my advice on it. So any final thoughts, Skip? Because we're getting on to the final moments. And
oh my goodness, that went fast. Nope, just like I said before, I really I'm honored to be in this space with all of you. It's been one heck of a journey. Every person that we have helped quit smoking through our advocacy work also has a trickle down effect, as they're around and healthier for their loved ones and modeling a non-smoking behavior for the youth and their families. It just keeps growing and growing. So keep up the good work, everybody.
yes, especially all you ladies. We are so proud of you. We're so proud to be working with you, be one of you. And yes, thank you for all your work, Skip. I wouldn't be able to do this without you and stuff. And so to our viewers, thanks for tuning in. You will see me and Skip again at some point too, and we'll have Martin. So I get to like boast about my people and everything, and make sure that you just keep up with the rest of the live streams. And if you've got any questions or concerns, or you want to give a shout out to us, you can find me always on Twitter. It's LM Stroud 89, and then you got Kim. I'm a racing mom, so if you follow one of us, you'll probably see it, her or me or someone, each of us, because we do a lot of like sharing each other's tweets. Skip's a little bit better at tweeting than I am, though.
Yeah, I kind of spent too much time there, probably.
Yeah, yes. Well, thank you again for joining us, and we will see you guys later.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, everyone. That was pretty good. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Skip. If you guys see the replay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming and being here. As I mentioned at the top of the hour, we have a change in the one-to-one discussion. Sarah was unable to make it to us tonight because she's feeling unwell, and she sends her apologies. But we have the wonderful Kurt Yeo. So I'm going to bring him on, and we can begin our discussion. So if you would, let's give him a very warm welcome. Hi, Kurt.
Good afternoon, Nancy.
Yeah, your audio is a bit weird.
Is it?
Yeah, you're a little jumpy for some reason.
The same for you. You also sound a bit jumpy. Is that okay?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to change my audio and see if that helps.
Is that good?
Yeah, hold on a second. I want to say something. Okay, I'm going to change, hopefully, without screwing you up. You may lose my audio here for a minute, so just hold on a minute. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You're still very interesting. All right. Well, just you. Let me ask everybody else if they can hear you. Can everybody hear Kurt well?
Can you hear me? Is that good?
I can. Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Yesterday we were talking about. Oh, I'm echoing. Yesterday we were talking when you came into open chat. And we were talking about what's going on in South Africa, and you were talking about it's more of an issue with process. So I wanted to talk to you about that simply because this seems to be a common problem in all of the LMICs. So can you give everybody a brief rundown on what you're dealing with, not only from the THR space, but the environment that you're trying to advocate in?
So yes, good morning, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world. Thank you very much, Nancy, for giving us the opportunity. But before I start, is two very important announcements I'd like to make, or one announcement, and that's to wish my co-founder of Vaping Saved My Life's birthday today, Craig, a big happy birthday to you. And the other one is the very important and frankly fantastic Derek Yak. His birthday is today, so a big happy birthday to Derek. And thank you for everything that you've done for the world of public health, and in particular South Africa. So a very big thank you to you, sir. Yes, Nancy, we've seen it not just in the tobacco or vaping space, because unfortunately it all gets lumped into one, but we struggle with laws that are being proposed and then pushed through the system, where the process is literally, in my view, corrupt in the sense that we don't get to participate in the process. And the level of participation is usually very minuscule and actually very seldom taken into effect. And we've seen this particularly in South Africa on a number of laws over the last couple of years. And unfortunately, depending on the law and and which stakeholders it impacts, it then almost always goes into a court process, and that becomes very lengthy and costly. And what we are seeing recently is a number of the courts ruling against the state, or ruling against the bill itself, or the legislation itself, and then we start the whole process again, and resolving nothing. And what we're seeing this is with this current bill that we term the tobacco bill. Everybody in South Africa is terming it the tobacco bill, and that's the Tobacco Products and Electronic Delivery Systems Control Bill, which was first introduced to South Africa in 2018. And at that stage, it was incredibly draconian. But on its second writing, it's even more so. But during this entire process since 2018, stakeholders in the THR space, or in the vaping space, have effectively only had two-hour sessions to engage in the process. And that was purely based on presentations. There was no discussion. It was, people had 10 minutes to present, and that was it. There was no questions or answers. There was no seeking for clarity. It was, well, we tick in a box, you've had your time to present, and now we move on. And now what we're seeing is that the bill was introduced to our parliament in December, or I think it was December last year. I stand in a correction. I think it was December last year, and effectively it was read to our portfolio committee of health in May of this year. And they've now started the process of, first of all, it was written submissions, and we had 30 days to do that. And then they literally extended it by a couple of weeks, which was great. So there was a process of written submissions, and now we're going through a process of public hearings. And the issue around public hearings, which has been identified with previous legislation and bills unrelated to tobacco or vaping, is that the public aren't really given an opportunity to engage in the process purely for a number of reasons. One is that they're not aware that these hearings are taking place. Two, many of them don't know what the actual bill is, purely from the lack of information spread around the bill, actually providing the bill in a way that is could be consumed by the typical South African, and through workshops and so forth. And then thirdly, there's a whole bunch of other issues that are related to it. So the only people that really get to be in those hearings are typically NGOs and NGOs from both sides. We've got to be honest here, and industry players, but very few are actual consumers or actual small businesses, because they simply don't get to understand when these bills or when these hearings occur. And then there's the process of what happens within the hearing, which I would argue is unfortunate, because it's by a selecting of hands. And typically what I've seen in this particular round of public hearings is that they're cut short, and a number of people are left with their hands up who would like to have spoken in these sessions. And what we also seen is that in some of these sessions, the same individuals, irrespective of where they come from, are given an opportunity to speak at every one of these hearings. So I've seen a handful of individuals are always given an opportunity to speak, which I think is a manipulation of the process.
Is that from both sides?
No, effectively no. The majority is on the anti-sides, and it's given to the groups that are linked or affiliated to the campaign for tobacco-free kids and Bloomberg, because they're very, very much in the space in South Africa. And we've seen individuals, and the reality is that I don't know if these people have been in the space for very long, but I do know that they are reading from a script that is very familiar to a lot of us in the space over the last number of years. So effectively, that's what we do. It's box ticking, and it's making sure that a process is met, but there's a lot of gaps in these processes that actually have lost legitimacy, and in my view, lost legitimacy and credibility, which will be challenged in the court.
Okay, I have a question for you. We got one from one of the speakers. Can you see that?
How much of this is reverse apartheid tribal differences? No, I don't see it as such. No, not at all. I think what I am seeing is a level of corruption, and in the sense that I use the word loosely corruption, because what I'm seeing is this real issue around they've been given a task to do, and they're going to fulfill this task no matter what. And that task has always been against multinational tobacco companies in South Africa. We saw this with the 2020 ban. The only ones that truly got affected was obviously the small businesses and the multinational tobacco companies. And that brought in an illicit trade. So I don't believe it's as much as a reverse apartheid thing. I just think it's they've set their mind. They are kowtowing, or on their knees at the foot of the idol, which is the World Health Organization, and they're going to probably do that. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. I think a lot of the impact of these bills and these taxes affect our poorer Black communities more than it would our minority communities. Far more. It's far more devastating to them.
Here's an interesting question about that, because it's something that we've discussed previously. How many languages are used in South Africa?
So there's 11 languages, 11 official languages, and we've just introduced 12th, which is an African Sign Language, but 11 official languages in South Africa.
Okay, and what, even though there's official languages, what is English? Is English or Afrikaans the main language that's used for everything in South Africa?
So effectively, the main language that's used from a business perspective and from a parliamentary, to say legislative process, will always be English. However, depending on the region they go to, then they will assume that as almost like the secondary language. So if we take, for example, when we go to KwaZulu-Natal, which is, if anybody knows, that's the Durban area on the East Coast, the predominant language there is Zulu, isiZulu, and therefore a lot of the communication will be in English and isiZulu. If you go to, for example, the Western Cape, which is Cape Town area, then you're going to have English, and the predominant language there is going to be Afrikaans, because of the Dutch and what we call the colored people are predominantly Afrikaans speaking in the Western Cape. So English is always going to be that language. The bills are written in English and then translated to other languages. The business language, typically in the corporate space, is always going to be English. But then when you're going down into the communities, then it becomes a preferred language for that region.
I asked that question because it kind of ties into the whole thing of them not notifying people of what's going on. Because I presume, and correct me if I'm wrong, if they're going to make like official notifications, then in each of those areas they have to do it in English and the native language. I'm guessing they probably just think they put that in the too hard basket.
So what the Constitutional Court ruling, and once again, guys, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but when reading the cases, as well as the framework which was accepted by Parliament in 2013, is that in those regions, so for example, if we go to KwaZulu-Natal, 5 weeks before the actual hearing takes place, there needs to be some kind of advert in local newspapers and local radio stations. And South Africa has many local radio stations, and it has many local newspapers. So they could literally have a 30-second spot on these radio stations for that 5-week period, telling them, okay, there's going to be a hearing in this location on this particular bill, give a brief description of that bill, and provide the venue. So it was only last night when we spoke yesterday that typically we don't get to know where these venues are. It was last night we finally got the venues for the Gauteng, my province's hearings. Yep. And that is, I've yet to see it on any of the local publications or seen it on any socials. That was purely from another source. That's close to Parliament. And these venues are, now being defined, and it's Tuesday, and the first hearing starts on Friday.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that wander through my head, right? I'm going to try to work through them here. Hopefully not ask a stupid question. Could it be that they're using how do I put it to you? The economic strain, because we know that South Africa, there's much bigger issues there as well. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with electricity, and your water or everything else. Are they using it? Are they just dealing with it simply because the WHO and the Bloomberg people are in there and saying, yeah, and they're pushing it through. And they're actually taking advantage of the situation there in South Africa to push through what they want done.
Yeah, but I don't think we can just ring fence it around Bloomberg and the WHO. I think that would be grossly unfair. I think it's just a general malaise of the government in this country, because the Constitutional Court ruling that overturned the bill, what we call the Mogale bill. It's a long word, but we've just brought it down to Mogale. And it had to do with land rights. That bill was actually passed in 2019. And it took that amount of time to get through the court process to eventually be overturned by the Constitutional Court in 2023. So even then, we started to see this public participation process being a problem. And I think it's a lot to do with, depending on the bill, to what level of again, I'm going to use the word corruption, but a level of cutting the, cutting the corners or manipulating the process in order to meet a certain criteria. In that case, it had to do with land, which is a very big question in South Africa, a huge question in South Africa. Now we know we got the NHR bill, which is the National Health Insurance Bill, which is really a problematic bill on all levels. And many people have kicked up and said this bill will bankrupt, or if not more, place South Africa in severe risk, purely around the cost of implementing this bill, let alone providing what the bill is intended to do. Those processes have also been questioned. And then we look at an education bill that is also being questioned with the same reasons around public participation. So we've seen a lot of these bills following the same route. And I think it's because it might be, I'm not a political analyst, but it might be that they just want to pass these bills to meet their own agenda, a socialistic agenda. And unfortunately, the can just gets kicked down the road, because depending on what the bill or who the bill is going to impact will determine whether it's going to be ventilated in the courts. And we know, for example, the tobacco bill is going to be ventilated in the courts. There's a lot of very powerful players in there. So
now, you and I had a discussion, I think it was about 2 years ago, about South Africa and the cost of tobacco versus the cost of safer nicotine products. So let's, I don't even remember, it was something like 2 cents US or something, but let's explore that for a minute so that people outside of LMICs understand this, okay? To buy a pack of, I'd say a packet of 20 cigarettes in South Africa, how much does that cost?
it depends on what pack if you're talking about an illicit pack, or you're talking about a regular
legal pack.
So anywhere between, I think the cheapest pack we can, okay, let me just start off with the minimum collectible tax on a packet of 20s is 22 Rand 60, I think it is at the moment, 22 Rand 60. So anything above that is considered a regular pack. So I would imagine, the last time I bought a pack of cigarettes was 10 years ago. So we're looking at around about, let's say about 30, 35 Rand, right up to about 50 Rand, depending on the pack of cigarettes.
Okay. And then what is the tax on vapor product, or is there no tax on vapor product?
The tax on a vapor product is only currently, obviously, the VAT, which is 15%, but our e-liquids are now 2 Rand and 90 per mil, irrespective of the nicotine content.
So it's more than tobacco.
Oh, yes. Way more. Way more. Way more.
Oh my God. So, and if I remember correctly, we were talking about this the last time, you said to get an actual device, right? So a tank and a mod, let's just say, it's more than like 1 month's salary, correct? Something like that.
Well, yes. I mean, when we look at disposables, it's slightly cheaper, actually a lot cheaper, but nowhere near the price of an illicit cigarette. So a pod system like this one over here would cost around about 850 Rand. To get a decent modulated dual battery open system would probably set you back anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000. That includes batteries and all of that. But the most expensive item now is becoming the e-liquid itself.
Okay, and how many Rand is the average salary?
It's very difficult to answer, Nancy, given that 40% of our population is unemployed.
Okay.
So, yeah. And they live on social grants. So it's very difficult to answer that, because South Africa is a country of extremes now. We have extreme wealthy, which is obviously a minority, and we have the extreme poor, which is the majority, which live on social grants. And that social grant is literally, I think it's around about 350 Rand a month. And it's absolutely heart-wrenching to see people in South Africa, how they are struggling and suffering. And smoking rates in those communities are incredibly high, amongst other risky behaviors, I think alcohol is probably the biggest one in these areas.
So those are the people that are they're not buying the legal tobacco or legal products. So that's the black market because that's all they can afford.
So 50 to 60% of all cigarettes consumed in South Africa are thought to be illicit, and the cheapest pack of 20s that I've seen is 7 Rand for a pack of 20s.
Jesus.
And the most people don't buy a pack. Most of the South Africans in these communities don't buy packs. They buy their cigarettes loose in sticks.
Yeah, like they do in the Philippines. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Yeah. So now that we've kind of given some background on all of this, you said earlier that the government is just gonna implement whatever the WHO wants, irrespective of what the situation is on the ground. How do you work as an advocate within that parameter?
Difficultly with a lot of bruises. Yeah, we consider persona non grata because that definition of smoke that was provided to the panel yesterday gives you an indication of how they deem safer nicotine products, particularly vaping products. There's no difference in their eyes between a combustible tobacco and a vape. And that's clearly stated in that definition of smoke, irrespective of how we play. If you advocate for a vaping product, it's automatically seen as a smoking product, and it's automatically seen as being a shrill or a participant in the tobacco space. There's no definition. It's black or white. It's purely binary, and that makes it very, very difficult. And the usual tropes, usual hyperbole is provided. If you support this, then you must be supporting big tobacco, and you must be a shrill for them. Which I used to take offense to it, but now I was like, whatever.
I'm like saying a different day. Yeah. Can you come up with anything better?
Can you challenge me on the science? Can you challenge me on the consequences? Can you challenge me any of those, or is that your go-to place? And I've made a lot of offensive statements to refer to this entire topic as the pencil test, which was a very famous and a real horrible way South Africans used to determine the race of an individual was through a pencil. And they're using a pencil test to determine the value of the individual providing the conversation, providing a point. If you don't pass that pencil test, then there is no value in your conversation.
Okay, what is the pencil test for people who don't know what that is?
So effectively what happened in the apartheid days is that the authorities would take a normal pencil and then push it into an individual's hair, and if it stood in place without falling down, you were classified as a black. And if it just ran through, then you were classified as a white. So it was really draconian, and it particularly affected individuals in all of our communities because, unfortunately, we are a mishmash of different cultures and different creeds and so forth. So our colored community, which is the Western Cape community, a lot of them might be of a lighter complexion, but they had different hair and so forth. So the really rather boiling it all down to if you pass the pencil test, which would determine your rights as to where you are and which side of the road, if you're even allowed on the pavement, if you're even allowed into a particular building or something like that, they would provide a pencil test. It's really quite disgusting. But I use that term in the discussion around THR, is that if you don't pass that pencil test, then your value to the conversation is severely diminished.
No, it makes sense. I mean, in that context, it makes a lot of sense, especially in light of the recent, things that have been kicked out by the WHO FCTC. We had a good laugh yesterday. People, you might have missed this, but we had a good laugh yesterday about, calling out articles that were written against the FCTC, and that, automatically we're all like tobacco company shills, which, like Kurt, I used to get really offended by it, but now I'm just like, A, you've got nothing better to do. B, it means you're paying attention and we've ruffled your feathers, which to me is a good thing. And C, if that's the best argument that you can bring up, you're losing already. You're already losing, and you probably know it.
You can't challenge it. And yeah, that's unfortunately so. The premise of what smoke is defined is immediately put up there, and if you are, if you don't meet that criteria, then you fall into what is considered as a value to the discussion or not, and that's typically where we are currently.
Yeah, I mean, when you were telling me that, I had a vision, and I didn't even look it up, and I meant to look it up today, but of course I got distracted. In the States, I think it was George W. Bush, who said, "You're either with us or against us." That's kind of the mantra that they've taken. And you know what? They're even in my best day, I couldn't be with them, because I see that the harm that they're causing, even if they don't see it. Do you know what I'm saying? But then again, a lot of them, and I was talking to Mark about this earlier, and a couple other people too. It's like, if you have never smoked, okay, if you have never been, somebody who smoked long term, or if you have never experienced watching somebody you love get sick and eventually die, it's very hard for you to wrap your brain around what we're doing and why we're doing it. If you did previously smoke, okay, and you quit like 30 years ago, okay, completely different world. And it's almost the same at W. I call it the W. You got the pencil test, I've got the W test, right? It's almost that same thing. As you do it our way, and if you don't do it our way, well, you're doing it wrong. Doesn't matter what the end result is. Okay, they're not focusing on the thing that's important, which is the end result. They're focusing on the way you go about doing it.
So, can you imagine that, we have an obesity problem in the world, and we have a healthy lifestyle problem in the world. Can you imagine that the WHO came out and said, guys, not only are we cutting away sugar, not only are we cutting away fats and that, but you are only allowed to use a treadmill.
Yeah.
That's it. You're only allowed to use a treadmill. If you use a bicycle, sorry, outlawed. We need to then put regulations in for bicycles. The wheels cannot be round. They have to be square. And they cannot contain rubber because there's the environmental impact in there. They have to be a certain color, and they cannot be attractive to anybody. So take the seat away.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Make it as uncomfortable and as unenjoyable as possible if you want to use it. That's it. Make square wheels, no rubber or air in the tires. It has to be made out of wood, and take the seat away. And then you can use it. Then we'll approve it. That's the premise around this. Smoking cessation is not black and white.
No.
It's not a binary discussion. It needs to be met with where the people are, and that's what the essence of public health is. Meet them where they are, and it needs to be, it needs to be created and bespoke around the communities. So for the longest time, I've highlighted that vaping is not going to be the silver bullet in Africa. Nicotine pouches and snus is probably going to be and it's because of the communities that don't have access to a lot of the time electricity, and a lot of the time even running water. So you need a product and you need a solution that meets those requirements. But it doesn't mean that should be the only product that's available to those individuals. Any and all product that is able to help a person quit smoking should be promoted equally and provided with the sufficient amount of information that will allow them to make their own choices. And it's all got to be based on accuracy and evidence and so forth. And I agree. We don't say, there's no ways we should say that vaping is harmless. It's not harmless. But when compared to combustible tobacco, it's significantly less harmful. That information needs to be put out there. And we should provide that information to every individual in a way that they can digest it, particularly in the LMEC countries like South Africa and the rest of Africa. Give them the information the way they would understand it. There's no point in stating Cochrane reviews and RCPs and so forth. They're never going to understand it. And that's what was so successful in the fight against HIV and AIDS in South Africa, when we eventually stopped the denialism and the obstruction, is that we went on this massive program to explain the dangers of HIV and AIDS and how it's contracted and what are the ways you can do it in a way that they understood. And it became incredibly successful. Unfortunately, that's now all fallen away because the education was the key here. Nothing else, the education. When they stopped educating, we started seeing an increase in these rates again. And now we're seeing an elevated rate in HIV and AIDS because guess what? Populations don't stop. Birth rates don't stop. So you've got to keep educating the same thing. As long as that disease is present or as long as that risk is present in the community, you keep educating around it.
Yeah, but you know, Kurt, this is the thing, and this is another thing that we touched upon that I'd like to explore with you. We touched upon this last night. The trust that people have in the medical system and in medical authorities and public health, they have caused a lot of this by the denialism, by their very strict black and white binary thinking. Okay. It's like history repeats. And I think that's the thing that drives me the craziest of all, because I was in the whole AIDS thing. I got involved in the 80s because one of my science teachers, her husband got it from blood transfusion. And I remember this. I was in high school. I was in university, my first year of university. And the stigma that man went through. I mean, this was a guy who'd been married for 30 years, had 3 kids. It wasn't his fault he was a hemophiliac, okay, and got a bad batch of blood, right? Not at all. But the stigma, okay? And I see that happening again now with this. Yeah. And I'm like, did we learn nothing? Evidently not. No. How many more people are going to die, right?
Hmm?
So my question then to you is the medical establishment in South Africa. I know there's a couple of people in Africa that are very pro THR, but in general, what is the, I guess, consensus, if there is any, of the medical professionals in South Africa with regards to the smoking problem and with regards to safer nicotine products?
It's difficult because a lot of South African doctors don't want to stick their neck out. I'm very fortunate. I'm married to a pediatrician, and a lot of my friends and a lot of my family friends are medical doctors. My wife's uncle is a professor in medicine as well. So I got a lot of, and initially, I must be honest, it was a real problem when I started vaping 10 years ago because they had no knowledge of it. And I think Dr. sCOPe talks about it quite openly. He's saying that no one is trained in the South African medical schools around nicotine, around smoking cessation. They don't have an understanding of nicotine. Nicotine bad, that's it. Mm-hmm. Smoking bad, okay. That's it. However, I'm seeing a lot of people that I've engaged with from a medical point of view, understanding that there is a lot of wrong in these discussion points, that nicotine isn't the bad boy, although it is addictive. It's not the bad boy in this scenario. And they are starting to understand that there is a value of introducing safe alternatives. However, they're not to that point where they would stick their neck out and have a discussion openly. And in fact, my wife's in a practice of 3 pediatricians, and all of them would quietly say that that is a viable solution. And for a pediatrician to say something like that is an Everest, really an Everest, because there's no medical discipline that is risk adverse as a pediatrician. Yeah. And it's because maybe it's in the environment that we live in. We live in a certain town outside of Johannesburg that has an incredibly high rate of smoking, and they see the devastation or the impact smoking has on the infants that they are dealing with. So they might see it differently than in another environment, for example, in Cape Town, where we'll see a lower smoking rate in the affluent areas. But the general idea is that I don't believe South African doctors or doctors around Africa would have the knowledge that's needed, or that we'd like them to have decent conversations. I think we've seen studies around the world, particularly in the UK, how many doctors still believe that nicotine causes cancer. Those are the things that, once again, we go back to that big E word, education. Education, and even educating our most trusted sources like doctors needs to happen. And the same thing happened with HIV and AIDS. I mean, the education was profound. Everybody now suddenly had to stop the boat and go on to some kind of training around HIV and AIDS, and there was huge programs and so forth. Even for the most professionals in South Africa, the highest qualified individuals had to go through some kind of program to understand what this disease is. And we see it with, for example, tuberculosis. I mean, my wife and I had a discussion around tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is not seen really anywhere else in the world, but in South Africa, it's a huge thing. It's a big thing.
It's a big thing in the Philippines too.
Yeah, and every doctor is well versed in South Africa around tuberculosis and around HIV and AIDS. So why can't they be well versed around tobacco and tobacco issues?
We've got a question. Okay, this is from Rog. Do they even issue them in South Africa, NRT?
NRTs are available in South Africa at your own cost, and they are ridiculously expensive. So if an NRT has a nicotine strength of 4 milligrams or less, then it's considered as a Schedule 0 in South Africa's levels of prescription.
Yeah.
So Schedule 0 is that you can sell that NRT in any location at any time without a prescription, without any kind of doctor consultation or anything. You can just literally walk into a pharmacy. Most NRTs are available, these NRTs are available in most pharmacies. Just walk up to the shelf and buy it, and off you go. If it's above 4 milligrams, which is typically the patches, then it requires a prescription. But it's not on our essential medicines list. So it's not available to the majority of the public that rely on public health services. It's not on the essential list. So an individual cannot literally get it for free like they would, for example, ARVs or condoms or any other treatments that we see in South Africa. The other thing is that we don't have NRTs is just the tip of the iceberg. We don't have any cessation clinics or cessation counseling in any of our public health services. In fact, none of the staff is trained around smoking cessation, so we don't even have that. It's an extra course that you might want to take. So the NRTs are available. They are registered and they are legal, and most of them are below 4 milligrams. The highest is 4 milligrams, and they're available everywhere, but at a cost which most South Africans cannot afford.
Now, a lot of these questions that we're getting are from people who live in first world countries, obviously. What is the number one or top 3 things that you would want someone who doesn't live in an LMIC to understand about being a consumer advocate in an LMIC?
I think you're challenging you're challenging the narrative that has been provided to a number of individuals that are linked to Bloomberg and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. You're also dealing with a population, or at least a group of individuals that have been, for lack of a better word, brainwashed into believing in a certain thing. They are not open to ideas. LMRC countries, I really can't speak about all LMRCs because I don't have that knowledge, but when I look in from a South African perspective, the narrative is usually owned by a small group, and they control pretty much everything. So even, some of the press would, or most of the press would be ill-advised to raise a particular topic. The only real difference that I would see is between an LMRC and other is the level of sophistication and the level of how much influence we can have in the process, because we're butting up against incredibly sophisticated and well-funded groups that receive a lot of support from foreign national NGOs.
I mean, we see it in Asia. The same basic thing, and maybe not Bloomberg funded, but the same basic. There's the elite, the one like 21%, that controls everything. But the interesting thing is that we also see it in first world countries. We do see that same type of coercion.
Ideology. It's an ideology. So when we saw the tobacco ban in 2020 in response to the spread of COVID, was to ban alcohol, tobacco, and vaping products. And that was literally a call made by one individual, Dr. Dlamini Zuma, who has always been anti-smoking since the beginning of her career. She's a medical doctor. She's vehemently anti-smoking, and there was no cognizance of what this would mean to the general populace. And that's why we saw the illicit trade explode to unprecedented amounts. And literally overnight, every person that smoked or vaped was now a criminal. And it's purely based on her belief. And when they eventually lost that court case, which happened a couple of years later, it was clearly identified as that it was based on no evidence whatsoever. It was purely based on how she felt about the situation.
Mugabe and AIDS. Yeah, go ahead.
Mbeki in South Africa and AIDS. Sorry, I don't believe. Even to this day, former President Mbeki still believes that HIV doesn't cause AIDS. To this day. And it was based on an article or a discussion he had at a conference last year. He still sticks to that belief. And it's those beliefs that are what we butt up against. And when those beliefs are supported by dollars and by groups, it becomes very difficult to challenge it. Really difficult to challenge it.
Here's another thing that I want to talk to you about, because I thought about this after we signed off last night. The pandemic treaty. The pandemic treaty and the control of health information that the WHO and Google have agreed to do. When I think about that, and I think about how they're trying to control the narrative on everything, and the distrust, obviously, that a lot of us now have with, the quote unquote experts, I see something really bad that's going to happen. I mean, and not just in this tobacco space, but in general, tobacco harm reduction space, in general. And the thing that how do I phrase this? It's hard to articulate this. The thing that scares me, is that they're going to silence it. It's like an Aldous Huxley novel or something. It's like they're going to silence everybody, do what they want to do, and then all of a sudden go, oops, we made a mistake. But by then it'll be too late. I worry that this pandemic treaty is going to be this all-encompassing thing that's going to wrap everything into it and give that whole group the control to the point where it's almost it is authoritarian, and we're going to all be completely shut down. And then what happens then? That's a concern that I have. I mean, maybe I'm being paranoid and conspiracy theorist, but what is your take on that?
It's very Orwellian. I mean, I see a lot of the stuff that we're experiencing now written in 1984 as well as in Animal Farm.
Yeah.
Is that the control it's about the control. It's about shutting down dissenting voices. It's about protecting not only themselves, the elite, because I feel that a lot of the elite are now being challenged. And when I talk about the elite, I'm talking about the political elite, which, and I think there's another term that I've used is the economy of harm. A lot of what the WHO is looking to do is to monopolize and control the economy of harm, and only provide an approved solution that is based on their partners' benefit, in turn their benefit. The mistrust around public health and the medical fraternity is at an all-time low, purely based on what we saw in the pandemic. And a lot of individuals were silenced and cancelled and called conspiracy theorists, and it was purely not on what they were stating, it was on what they were asking. It was purely asking questions. It wasn't about statements or butting against, but purely questioning certain things. So if we take, for example, the mask mandates that we saw around the world, in South Africa, everybody that had two brain cells that knocked together would understand that had no impact, would have no impact in the majority of the living conditions we have in South Africa and how people live in South Africa. So a lot of the people live in what we call informal settlements and in very cramped spaces, very highly urbanized, really tight spaces.
Yeah.
So you can literally stick your hand out and touch your neighbor's wall when you stand at your front door, if you have a front door. And the majority of individuals travel in these minibus vans called taxis, minibus taxis, where they put 16 to 18 individuals in this taxi. Mask mandates and social distancing just does not work in South Africa, but yet it just doesn't work. And where I think where the penny dropped is that because the taxi unions in South Africa are such a powerful force, if you want something changed, and that's why some of us were jokingly saying, well, maybe we should give free vapes to the taxi bosses, because they would then kick up a storm and then the government immediately backs down. So whenever the taxi organizations or taxi unions step up and be vocal, government almost always steps back. And that was a joke that we've had amongst us. So the taxis were saying, but terribly sorry, it's not going to work for us. Because now you can't tell us that we can only transport 4 people because of social distancing. So you can take that and, shove it. And immediately that whole bylaw was then altered and adjusted that, it can apply. So was it based on science? Was it based on evidence? Or was it based on what you thought might be thinking? But when people posed those questions, they were immediately considered as conspiracy theorists or objectors to the now evidence and science that they said they had, which they never had. And unfortunately, a lot of those people were cancelled, and we never saw them again. And it's that mistrust, that backing down, flip-flopping, stepping back from things that had such huge impact on people's lives, that whatever they put forward now, and let's face it, there is going to be another pandemic. Nature tells us this. We're going to see a far worse impact, because a lot of people are just saying, well, because they said that in 2020 and it turned out to be an absolute nonsense, we're just not going to listen to anything. And we're starting to see this, particularly around vaccinations.
Yeah.
A lot of individuals, and we have it firsthand. My wife sees it, is that she's constantly butting up against parents when she's advising that you should take the following vaccines, and then immediately say, well, no, sorry, no vaccines. That's a huge impact, massive impact, because now we're going to start seeing the emergence of diseases that we thought we had starting to eradicate resurface with huge impact on society and people's lives, purely because of that pendulum effect. You pushed it too far to one side, and now it's swinging back, and it's going to take lives with it.
Yeah, I mean, as a parent, I want to touch on this. Not really related, but kind of related. When my kids were younger, back in the 90s, they came out with all those, when we went, when I was a kid, back in the dark ages in the previous millennium, we used to get our shots and they did them separate. So you'd get an MMR and then you'd get a DTaP or DTP. And then, you get your little sugar cube with your polio and then you get your smallpox in the arm, all those things back in the day. Then, fast forward, 20, 30 years. And now we have these 12-in-1 shots, which was like everything in one shot, which is a great idea if you're in a rural place and you don't have the time to actually give and do those schedules, right? No problem with that. When the rotavirus vaccine came out, so we're talking about 93, 94, when the rotavirus vaccine came out, they wanted to give it to my son. They wanted to give him a 12-in-1 shot. And he'd already been on like that staggered, you get the MMR and then 3 months later you get the other one. And luckily my pediatrician was cool about it. And she's like, yeah, no, let's keep him on the schedule that he's on. Because, they're constantly changing vaccination schedules in countries. Okay. And I kept him on that, and we didn't give him that rotavirus, the first rotavirus vaccine, which killed little kids because it just completely trashed their systems, right? And since then, I've always kind of questioned. I'm being honest. I've always kind of questioned. Okay, what's this new vaccine like? The cervical cancer vaccine. I can't think of the name of it. HPV, I think is this.
Yeah.
And then the chickenpox vaccine, and But I've always been able to have a decent conversation with my GP and talk to them and say, hey, listen, what's the deal with this? All right. But what I'm seeing happening, and it kind of ties into what you're saying with your wife, is now people don't even want to ask those questions. They're just like, not doing it. Not understanding the ramifications of it. And the thing that really frustrates the hell out of me is a lot of these people are people that were vaccinated, but they're not vaccinating their kids.
Yeah.
That's
the power of the messaging and the power of enforcing things rather than educating around these things.
Yeah.
And let's be really cruel, let's be really, really honest here. When you tell somebody to do something without providing a proper explanation and so forth, the immediate impact or the immediate response is resistance. Don't tell a human being what to do without providing some kind of context or some kind of rationale behind it. And that's the issue that we're facing from a THR space, is that, sorry, you don't even get to explain or you get to present. It's immediately silenced because smoke is defined as, and the stigma is still attached to, you are sinners, you are scum, you are... Your habit might have caused me to get lung cancer in the future. Yeah, but we've only met now. Yeah, but you are all the same. You are all the same. There's no distinguishing factor around that. And the other thing that really, you were just talking about that. Let's touch on how many smokers currently around the world is 1.3 billion. What percentage of them started as teens?
Most of us, before the legal age.
All of us started before 18. By the age of 18, I think the estimate was 90% of the world's population by the age of 18 were really hooked on cigarettes. We did stupid things as kids, and we became hooked on cigarettes. Now we want to get out of it. And we can all agree, you would be absolutely, you'd really be leaning one side quite aggressively to say, we don't want the youth to use vaping products. We don't want the youth to smoke. We don't want the youth to use alcohol. Unfortunately, in reality, that does happen. It is what it is. So what is the best way to deal with that? And what we've seen in the past is through education. And the same thing applies to vaccines. The same thing applies to anything to do with humans, is that if you tell them no, the first thing is to resist. It's not to quantify it or qualify it. It's like, you just told me no, and I'm now going to resist. You need to provide them with why there's a no, and don't even start with the no. Start with this is where we're coming from and why we believe it's not a viable solution or a solution at all. And unfortunately, that's what we saw with the World Health Organization with these mandates, and that is immediately put everybody on the back foot and said, no, sorry, you said no, and we're interested anymore. Whatever you say now, that's coming from a wrong position. And I think what we're seeing with the World Health Organization now is that we've seen a lot of softer communication coming around a whole host of things: breast cancer, premature day. Now, recently it was the cervical cancer, and we've seen a lot of these softer messaging trying to come across. It's because I think they've finally realized that the world is not your pecking ground. You are playing in a world where individuals need to be taught and educated and informed, rather than no, you won't.
Rather than dictating to them. Yeah.
Exactly. And Australia is now becoming the petri dish of what the world will experience. Australia is
hold
going
that thought.
Yeah.
Hold that thought, because you have a question. Okay. How does South Africa compare with the continent regarding THR choices and regulatory issues?
Africa is, how does they say, compare with the continent? Africa is an incredibly vast continent, a very poor continent. So it depends on a lot of things. It's also a very volatile continent. So if we look at places like Kenya and we look at Nigeria and places more developed countries, we'll see better conversations. But in other countries, there's literally no conversation at all, kind of thing. There's no real information. So if we, for example, Zimbabwe, if Zimbabwe is really on its knees, so they can't really have a discussion around anything rather than how do we get food in people's mouths. If we look at conflict areas, those kind of discussions aren't there. But in South Africa, we are pretty well, sophisticated, and we have a certain level of infrastructure still intact. So these conversations typically are at a higher level. Is it at the level that we wanted? Certainly not. So, 59, I stand under correction, I think there's 89 states in Africa, and the majority of them are literally impoverished and incredibly poor. And face it, in some states, smoking is not really an issue because people are too interested in food and securing food rather than smoking. So, but unfortunately, I think the conversation is about the dictate rather than anything else. I believe that when it comes to THR or any intervention, it should be based on the environment that people are living in. You're going to have a very different strategy in Zimbabwe as you would have in South Africa. You would have a very different strategy in Namibia than you would have in South Africa, because cultures and because of the economic situation and so forth. But it's a very diverse and very difficult thing, and therefore it cannot be a binary discussion when it comes to THR in any of these locations.
Now, here's a question that's going to be interesting based on what you just said. As a region, Africa, let's just say we took Africa and we said we made it a region, just like, say, we have CAFRA in Asia Pacific. So say we take Africa and we make it a region. Do you think that there would be more traction if there was everybody working together within all those different contexts? Do you think it would be more of a power base for THR, or do you think that a lot of the countries just aren't even there yet?
So we got CASA, which is the campaign for safe alternatives, which is in Kenya, and it's headed up by Joseph and the like. So there is this group, and VSML is a member of that group. I think it should be a lot more organized. I think that it should definitely there should be a regional, a stronger regional. Take CASA and just make it stronger, and maybe. I'm not too close to it. I'd like to be closer, but unfortunately, the attention is dragged to where we are in South Africa. A lot of attention there. So I think it definitely does require that. It does definitely need to bring a lot more focus. But it's difficult, Nancy, if you don't even have the numbers to work with. So if, for example, in South Africa, the first time we ever did a global adult tobacco survey is in 2021.
Yeah.
So you need to have, first of all, understanding of what their playing field is. Now, and we did have a number of surveys with regards to tobacco consumption, but they were so far and few between, and they were incredibly inconsistent, and they were always related to or part of a bigger population study. So it wasn't specifically around tobacco consumption and so forth. So the first point, coming from an operational background, the first point is to measure your landscape, to understand what the real impact is, to have that data, to see if it really is something that should be focused on and how it should be focused. But the next step is to consistently measure it, to see the trends and what impact certain things are. But if you look at, for example, some of the data that's available from the World Health Organization, when they look at the global reports around that, you'll notice how infrequent African countries report on their tobacco consumption. When last they did a report, South Africa's last global youth tobacco survey was done in 2011. So, exactly, what are you working with? Now any discussion that you have with THR or any implications around smoking rates or legislation or regulation or taxation is based on a void. It's based on a not knowing kind of thing. And because it's not, I'd love to see, first point is a national youth or national tobacco survey done consistently in South Africa. And that same then spread throughout Africa. If Bloomberg really wants to spend some money, spend it on monitoring. Monitoring first to get understanding of what that is. Before you come in and throw legislation and regulations, because you don't know what you're regulating, or you're just saying smoking bad, abstinence good. Monitor it. I think the first point in all of us is to monitor, and that's one of the issues that I have, for example, in South Africa. The bill was written before the survey was done. So the bill was written based on what? That's the question I want to ask. Based on what? And why haven't there been subsequent adult tobacco surveys since 2021? Why hasn't there not been 2023 survey? Because the only way you measure success is by constantly monitoring these situations. And that's the fundamental difference between the first world and the LMRCs. Is that the first world, if they identify an issue, they constantly monitor it. And whether the questions or whether the nuances or whether the strategies and tactics change, the constant is reporting, and the same report done time and time again to understand the impact of certain things. So when we see disposables come into the frame, then we see a spark in a certain age group and so forth, and then we react to that. But if there's none of that monitoring, what does it mean? What are you?
I thought it was
your success.
I thought it was required. Now, is South Africa signatory, right? FCTC. I thought it was required for them to do that kind of reporting.
No.
That's insane. I thought it was.
Based on what?
When they submit their biannual reports on the state of tobacco in their countries.
So if we look, for example, I've got copies of those reports that were sent to the WHO. The 2016 report used 2012 data.
Oh my God. Okay.
The 2018 report regarded 2016 data. The interesting thing is that not both, they weren't the same survey. It was different surveys that just happened to have a tobacco component in it. And for example, the SANIDS, which is a longitudinal study done over a number of waves, they used some of that data in some of the reports, and it consisted of 5 questions around tobacco in that survey. 5 questions. There's a huge population study around income and expenditures and education and so forth. The number of questions in that entire 89-page survey was 5 questions to do with tobacco. Now, if
That's not really
if 25% of your population are tobacco users or nicotine users, overwhelming majority of tobacco users, surely you should be using a monitoring tool for consumption that is consistent and never changes. You can't, I come from an MIS background. That's my background, is in management of information. You cannot use different sources of information to answer the same question continuously. You got to have a constant, and that constant of monitoring and measuring will dictate or determine whether you're successful or not in that. You can't suddenly say we're going to use this survey that was done by this organization for our reporting, and then the next session or the next we're going to use this data, and now we're going to use this data, and then we're going to use this data. No, if you need to answer those questions, you've got to use the same methodology, the same surveys constantly. And if there's a change in, like we saw with the United States, while introducing e-cigs as part of the component, you introduce it and say we're measuring this from now on, and that's how we're going to measure it. And unfortunately, we don't have that, and we don't have that in Africa. I don't see it, and whether they do, it's inconsistent, so it doesn't provide any value.
It doesn't help anyway, because you're comparing apples and oranges, because you're not tracing the same information across a time frame. It's different information. So if you were looking at it on a plot, it would be like all over the place, because you don't have a baseline. There's no baseline, is basically what you're saying. And you need the baseline to be able to make a comparison.
And that's basically what I think shocked a lot of the people in the space, is that in 2012, based on a particular population, everybody said, well, the trajectory of smoking in South Africa is going this way, and it shows that it's 12.8% of the population are smoking. 10 years later, it's now suddenly 25.9%. Like, what happened? You used the wrong data to measure the consumption, and you weren't consistent. And then on top of that, you threw in a ban that elevated the illicit trade. And how much of that is to do with the elevation of smoking, the illicit trade? Because now 7 Rand for a pack of 20s is now available to everybody and anybody. And because you can't even control or enforce basic laws or like murder and so forth in South Africa, do you really think you're going to be able to enforce illicit tobacco?
And do those figures actually include all of the illicit tobacco?
No.
No, they don't.
So
it's
crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And getting back to what we're discussing around the African or continent thing, is that let's start off with there. If Bloomberg wants to spend some good money, spend it in monitoring and consistent monitoring.
Yeah. But they want fast results. They want it done, and they want it done now. I don't think they are concerned about the long term or any of that. They just want what they want. They want what they want done now, regardless of the impacts of that. I mean, we've seen that in Asia as well, with the shenanigans in the Philippines and then Pakistan as well. Coming from outside of the LMIC bubble, what can people do to help you guys in the LMICs? What would you like to see in terms of advocates outside of LMICs doing to support you and your comrades in LMICs?
It's about voices. It's about support. It's about sharing content. It's about, that's why I think, for example, a lot of these, like the scholarship program and so forth, it's bringing a spotlight. I think a lot of the time we spend with absolute. I'm not butting against it. I think it's important. Is we'll focus a lot on what's happening in Australia, what's happening in the UK, what's happening in the United States and Canada, but we spend very little time assisting and focusing on the LMICs as to what the situation is in there. From a support perspective, I'm very fortunate. I have access to a lot of the information, and that's why it became very important to me to have studies shared on a platform where everybody could have access to it. So the database that was set up is to provide everybody, irrespective of where they come, access to the data, access to the information. But then we need help to digest that and to boil it down into ways that is understandable, because the majority of tobacco harm reductionists in the advocacy space are not medically trained. They're not scientists and all that. Typically consumers that felt that it needed to be addressed, and they're immediately on the back foot, and they immediately have a lot to catch up with. So I think a lot of the individuals outside of the LMICs, that is to provide a lending hand, offer them some kind of support or so forth, and with regards to what the data is out there, and try and lend them an ear, and to provide them that level of support, is to say, what are you guys struggling with? What is the situation that's there? How can we address it? And it's all about sharing of information and education. It's always going to be like that. And depending on where you're in the world will determine which rung of the ladder. Because what we do know from a lot of it, from our experiences, is that the same roadmap is now imprinted in every country around the world. The same strategy is imprinted in every country. We're now going to attack the flavors. We're going to attack this. And it's the same process that's replicated throughout the world, which to me means it's orchestrated. To me, it means that that's the way it's done.
Question for you. Did you see that? Rog's asking you about the total continent population. So
that goes back to what I was saying, is that from a monitoring point of view, it's incredibly difficult to tell. It's really difficult to tell. And I can guarantee the smoking rates in Egypt is through the roof compared to what the smoking rates would be in the South Sudan, or the smoking rates would be in Namibia. So it's very difficult to say, but what we can tell you is what, according to the World Health Organization, is 80% of the smoking population happens to be in LMICs. Whether that's in Africa or not, I don't know. There's no good data around it. I don't believe there's good data, and if there is data, the first thing I would do is always question how the data was obtained. Like what we see in South Africa, is that I'm not, I might be sounding like I am critical about the data. I'm not critical about the data. I'm critical about how the data was sourced and where it featured in. So, for example, in the SANIDS waves of data collection, tobacco consisted of 5 questions in an 89-page survey.
Yeah, it's not a priority.
And, coming from an MIS background, if those 5 questions happen to be on page 87 or 88,
yeah,
and you've gone through 89, pages, eventually they get tired. There should be, if smoking is an issue or tobacco consumption is an issue in a country, there should be a specific model to measure that. And that's the model we use. We don't take bits of data from everywhere, because we don't know if, for example, the SANIDS use the same as the SANHES in terms of their selection criteria. Did they go to the same communities? Did they not go to the same communities? Did they ask the same similar questions? Were the questions clear enough? Did they mean something? Was it, have you used a cigarette in the last 30 days, or did you use a cigarette in the last week? Was it, have you ever smoked? And how have they merged those data points together to come up with a final answer? It's not. If you want to measure cigarettes or measure anything, you use the consistent model, consistent questions, and the consistent locations, time and time again, to understand those trends, and we don't have that.
Yeah, no scientific method to the madness.
Yeah. We do have a scientific method, but they're just all over the place, because on their own, in isolation, very valid, very important, but you cannot now transplant that and put it into somewhere else and say that's what it means. It just doesn't work.
The context doesn't work. Before I asked you to hold off, because you're about to go on a rant about Australia, and even though we're talking about South Africa, I think Australia is actually interesting, and especially in terms of what's going on there compared to what's going on with you and in other LMICs. there have been many discussions about how Australia is the poster child for what they want to do worldwide. So I want you to carry on with your rant about Australia, because I want to hear what you have to say about it.
It's an experiment. Australia is proving to be an experiment. And I think we've seen how they're just doubling down on a failed experiment. I mean, it's quite interesting to watch. It's very sad to watch. I mean, it really is sad to watch, is that they're using these kind of powers and these kind of rules that will so severely impact individuals, as well as make it worse. We all know it's going to make it worse. We know it. We've seen it with the drug trade. We've seen it with a whole host of things. Is when you start playing in these spaces in the way that you're playing, it makes things worse. Just do a quick read around the 1920s prohibition and understand what the impact that had on society, and even at the most basic level, from a disease and illness point of view. I just don't get it, Nancy. None of it makes any sense. It just doesn't make. How would you implement a prescription on these products and now double down where it's virtually becoming illegal? Cops can stop you and ask you if you've got a prescription, and then you get arrested because you don't have a prescription for something that is significantly less harmful than something that you can just literally pick up on the street corner. Yes, you're going to pay a little bit. Taxes on cigarettes are incredibly high in Australia, but it's still a choice. You don't need a prescription. You can just walk up there and buy it. But it's just none of it makes sense. It just doesn't.
The thing that blows my mind, and I haven't been to Australia recently, and I'm not actually looking forward to it, is I've gotten two different stories. One story tells me that if I'm going to go to Australia, even though I'm a New Zealand citizen, I need to have a script if I bring my vape. Now, I'm not even sure it's fully legal for an Australian doctor to write me a script for nicotine, unless, to write a script in general, unless I'm already in the country and I have an emergency. Yeah, a doctor can write me a script. I mean, the whole thing is just so completely.
It makes it. It's like, what do you got? What's in the water there? What is in the water there? It just. And this is the thing, is that Australia, for many of us, particularly South Africans, was almost like this panacea. It was almost like this something to aspire to. That because a lot of the culture and a lot of the things that we see in South Africa is shared in Australia. Cricket, rugby, the love for beer, the love for barbecues. We call them the love of the wildlife. Everything about it was very, very close. But when you look at Australia, I go, what the hell is happening there? What did someone just say? Well, we're going to put a microscope on Australia and start prodding it with probes and that to see how it's like. It's surreal that Australia has become the petri dish of how far we can push society, how far we can control them. That's now becoming. And who's pulling these strings? Is it Butler? I don't know. Is Butler? I don't believe so. Because one of the biggest issues that I have with the situation we face around the world is that we don't have statesmen anymore. We don't have people that are worried about their legacy. We just have people that are strings get pulled, implement something, and then they move on. And then because we have this information wave tsunami, everybody knows it's going to get lost in the ether. No one really cares. Although the internet records everything and everything is on record, there's just so much of it, no one actually really cares. So they can get away with this kind of stuff.
It's interesting you bring up the statesman thing, because that also ties into the media thing that I'm constantly bitching about, is that, they're just basically talking heads reading scripts. And, I remember when I was younger, and I'm guessing you may remember this as well, when you were younger, that when people were giving you the news or reading the news, they were just telling you what was going on. They weren't actually influencing it and presenting it with their own personal bias, Old time media guys would be spinning in their graves now to see what has actually happened with the media. And it's the control thing. It's the control of information. It's control. That's why
journalism,
really.
Journalism's dead. Journalism is dead. it's now journalism is in the realms of Pixar and Disney. You know, it's in order to create entertainment. It's about creating those clicks, and it's all about the internet's a wonderful thing, but the internet's also caused a lot of damage in terms of how information is shared, because now these media houses rely on clicks, and the best way to do clicks is to create drama. And that drama is now becoming so overtly explicit and borderline blatant lies. We've just experienced it in South Africa with regards to youth vaping. Is that 25% of youth are vaping, and you're going, no, they're not. But when you look at the study, it's based on a very select affluent schools in South Africa, 12 schools in South Africa of the richest in the richest areas, quintile 5 schools as they call them, and the study's based on those 12 schools. And I can guarantee you, or jokingly, what I said there is that if you had to find out what is the most dangerous cars using that cohort or using that selection criteria, you'll find out that Mercedes-Benz and BMWs are the most dangerous cars in the country, because no one drives a Toyota and no one drives a Ford in those schools. The most dangerous car would be a BMW. So you've got to be careful of this, but the media would put it out there to say 25% of grade 12s in South Africa are vaping. No, they're not.
That's interesting to me, because that's the same crap. That's the same crap they've been pushing here in New Zealand, is the 25% number. And yet when you look at the actual, because they do track it here, and you look at the actual numbers, it's not even anywhere near that. But like you said, it's what we call decile 10 schools, where the kids come from houses where mommy and daddy have a lot of money, and they probably are driving. Over here it would be something like a Maxima or something, or maybe a Mercedes or BMW. It's not your average person.
No, it's not. It's not. And that's, and in all due respect, the person that conducted the study, I consider as a hero. I really consider him as a hero. And he did go to great lengths to highlight that this is a pilot study. And this study is using a very, very select, very biased selection criteria. He made it quite clear that he used specific schools to measure this. So it's very, very specific. But it garnished a life of its own. It just evolved into this now messaging that we saw in every single mainstream media publication, website, that South Africa has a vaping epidemic around grade 12s based on these 12 schools. Mm-hmm. And none of them have come back and or highlighted the limitations of the study. I think the limitations are critical in any study as to how valid they are. For a rich mommy and daddy with kids going to these schools, this data is important. Is this data important for regulation purposes? To a degree, I have to say it is. We don't have a restriction on who can buy vapes in the country. Big problem. Yeah. So it does act there, but it doesn't now suddenly provide us. It doesn't mean that there's a vaping epidemic in South Africa. It means that in a very small select population there is an issue. But more importantly is the data, the metadata behind that figure as to why these kids are vaping. And this is something that we've been talking about, or I've highlighted for the last couple of years now, is that the level of anxiety and depression amongst the youth is at an all-time high. And this was prompted by a 2018, I think it was 2018, 2019 CDC National Youth Tobacco Survey, where they highlighted that one of the number one reasons why kids are vaping is anxiety.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the most important part of that particular study as to why they are vaping, is the anxiety and depression that these kids are facing. And now you're starting to see, for example, South Africa having the 8th highest suicide rate amongst their population group in the world.
Yep.
And
it's exacerbated by their lives being completely turned upside down by the pandemic too, and being locked down at home and losing all those social networks and all that social support. I mean, it's just skyrocketed here as well.
But it's not just that. I mean, we don't even have electricity for 24 hours in a day consistently. We at best we have 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours of times of no electricity in the country. In some cases, we don't even have proper running water. I mean, just outside my office window here, I've got 2 giant JoJo tanks filled with water because we constantly run out of water. So and we have no electricity, and then we have, our economy is stagnant and even reversing now. So we're seeing job losses. So a lot of these kids are now facing a lot of external forces that are creating this. It's not just what happened in the pandemic. It's just continued with it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if you look at a lot of the kids and you have these discussions with them, they have this point of what's the point?
What's the point?
What's the point of any of this? Why study? Why go to school? Why even do it? Because what? I'm going to not find a job. I'm not going to be accepted into university. I'm not even going to be able to watch TV because sometimes the lights don't even work, or I'm not going to be able to charge my phone. So this just keeps adding on. It's this giant
snowball
shit sandwich of different layers of shit and then fed to them. And of course they're feeling depression. So to me, that is the most important question of that particular study. That's the most important part of it, is that what else are these kids doing or getting up to? Because vaping is one thing, but when we're starting to see other risky behaviors, then that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, here we've got a lot of drinking. There always has been, but it's gotten worse. And a lot of drugs,
Yeah.
And, Lindsay and I have actually had this, because Lindsay does the fentanyl thing in the States, tracking, the kids that are overdosing on fentanyl and stuff. And it's the same thing. It's the hopelessness. That's the word. These kids feel hopeless. They were feeling hopeless before the pandemic. Pandemic came, and now we've come out of the pandemic, and we're living, people are living in countries and in situations where parents have lost jobs, people have died, economies have tanked. It's hopelessness. That's the issue that needs to be addressed. You're sitting here worrying about a vaping epidemic that you pretty much created just for your own personal use, and you're so tone deaf to what the real issue is. And the real issue is this: that we're at risk of losing an entire generation of young people being productive members of society because they have no hope.
Exactly. And that's what concerns me the most around the discussions we're seeing from a global perspective, because the increase of pregnancy rates amongst, us in South Africa is alarming. But an enormous alarming figure came out a couple of weeks ago from health authorities. I don't know if this is available anywhere else in the world. I certainly hope so. But something called PrEP, which is prophylactic ARVs for HIV and AIDS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The elevation of the amount of PrEP provided to girls between the ages of 15 and 24 is astronomical in the country. That's a counter that needs to be understood. So why are these girls, and the majority are girls, why are these girls now using PrEP? Why is there such a strong elevation towards this? There's something underlying. There's really something underlying, and it's something that I consider to be very dangerous, because it means they're participating in risky behavior.
Right. And I think a lot of it, as a woman, I'm going to say, I think a lot of it is that they're trying to make connections because they're disconnected. That's probably what it is.
Or it becomes a level of income.
That too.
It's now part of the income.
Yeah.
And
that's a scary thought.
There we go. Now we're starting to see something really, really problematic and dangerous and concerning, because if we see such a high elevation of PrEP being issued to girls under the age of 19, What does it mean? What's happening here? Are they selling their bodies? Are they being forced? What's happening here?
Yeah, there's all those questions, and that is probably a much bigger issue here, folks, than whether a kid's vaping.
Exactly.
And it ties into the when they cancel the cop, right? In Panama, another LMIC, and I'm never going to be able to wash this out of my brain. That doctor saying 5 million US. Do you know what we could do with that? And the facilities and medicines and incubators for premature babies, and that if you're the World Health Organization, right? And you're supposed to be, the arbiters of public health, global public health, and people's right to health. Logically, and my logic, you've got $5 million. Help the people. That's what that money's for. But no,
Where they are. Where they are.
They think they are, but the priority's wrong, Kurt. The priority is wrong.
Because the priority is to control. The priority is not to help. The priority is to control. The priority is to, we say what you should do and you should do it. And then, unfortunately, when it comes to things like the FCTC and the articles attached there, South Africa hasn't implemented Article 14 or Article 15 at all. But we're so gung-ho to introduce an article that hasn't been thrashed out in the FCT as part of our legislation, but we haven't even covered the basics. The basics being monitoring, the basic is education, and the basics is cessation support, and then controlling the illicit trade. If you cannot control those, why are you focusing on something that constitutes as only 3% of the population? Let's be honest here. 3% of the South African population use vaping products.
No
3%.
Yeah.
And, where is the 25.9% that are smoking? And why are they smoking? They're smoking illicit products. And they're smoking, those are the people that you should be talking about, because those are the people that have direct impact to the public health. The vapors are all private medical aid people. They're not public health people. They're not relying on public health services. They're relying on private health. I can almost vouch for that the majority of vapors in the country have a medical aid. They do not rely on public health. But the people that do rely on public health, that will cost the state directly, are the people that are using illicit cigarettes and smoking illicit cigarettes.
And why don't they want to stop that? Because they're losing revenue. So why don't they want to stop that?
Because there's political connection there.
So it's the corruption. We're back to corruption again.
So if you look at, people out there, there's a fantastic series of investigative reporting done by Al Jazeera. It's called The Gold Mafia.
Okay.
Take some time and watch those series of the Gold Mafia, and you'll understand what the importance of illicit cigarettes are to the African continent, sub-Saharan African continent. It's used to launder money. And for the longest time, the people in the know have always indicated that illicit cigarettes have a very strong connection to the political elite in sub-Saharan Africa. And it's so difficult to find the smoking gun, because when I did speak to a professor that deals with this, the economics of tobacco in South Africa, he said it's difficult to smoking gun, but all indicators point to a political connection to the illicit trade, because the majority of the illicit trade isn't the multinational companies. The majority is coming from locally produced, local companies in sub-Saharan Africa. It's not the British American tobaccos, the Philip Morris's, or the Japanese. It's smaller entities that have very strong ties to political elite. And that's why I believe Article 15 hasn't been implemented in South Africa, which deals with illicit products.
It probably won't be either.
No.
What you're telling me, it's not going to happen. I guess Mark has seen it. He said that's a great series from Al Jazeera. I got to look it up and see if is it out there publicly available?
Yes, and in fact, there's now ongoing investigations because even some of the big banks in South Africa have been implicated in this, and it's implicated to a whole host of other corruption that's happened on a huge scale. Its tentacles have extended into enormous amounts of things, and that's the issue that, going back to that original question, that is the issue that faces a lot of the discussion around Africa, is the level of corruption that happens.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any final thoughts?
It's I'm glad we're getting coming to a close of the year. I'm looking forward to the new year. My thoughts, like I said yesterday, is basically we need to start really having open, honest conversations and insist that everybody is at the table to have these discussions. We shouldn't just disqualify individuals. We should bring it back to having these discussions and thrashing it out and going back to the evidence and the science. There's a level of hopelessness that has creeped into me recently, to be honest, because you're just never given an opportunity to speak, and that's based on my experiences at the public hearings. Is that if you're not given a chance to speak, no one's going to hear you, and whether they listen to you or not is not the question anymore. Whether they're willing to hear you is now becoming the question. And unfortunately, we've seen this around the world. It's just they don't want to hear, and I think we need to start standing up, all of us, and being vocal and making sure that we. Sorry, they're looking for me. The helicopters. Have them, yeah, helicopters. But yeah, I think for opportunities like this, it comes very far and few between. And I was very, very disappointed that we couldn't get to Panama, so we can really start forging a global community. I think that's vitally important. Is that we need to form a global community around vaping, around THR. I think there is a division that's happening. I think it needs to come back, and I think there needs to be global support behind it. But unfortunately, what we see with a lot of things around the world, smoking takes decades to kill individuals, and therefore it's not really that important.
And you've got a message from Mark Kiakaha, which means go strong, stay strong.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything that you guys do, Nancy. Fantastic work, and I watch you all the time. I know I don't correspond or interact.
Okay. I'm there.
I think you guys.
I'm there.
I'm there too. I just sometimes choose not to say. But yeah, I think, guys, when we talk about THR, we need to start thinking about some of the smaller guys out there, some of the countries out there that do really need some kind of assistance. Okay. And I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the other regions. They do. And it's important. It's not urgent, but it's important.
It is, very much so. All right, sir, I'm going to let you get to your day. I thank you for taking the time. We went over, but that's okay. And I hopefully will see you and talk to you soon, yes?
Absolutely. I'm there too, all the time. But thank you so much, Nancy, and thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Ciao.
Hey, guys. All right, we're at a position now where we can start the CASA Big Vape doco. It's actually the program that they screened in the United States, and I know the reason we included it was because a lot of people in Asia probably hadn't seen it. So I'm going to run that, and then after I run that, I'll come back, and if anybody's around, we can do an open chat. Otherwise, we'll just wrap it up, and then I will see you guys tomorrow. So hold on, I'm going to try to do this without creating too much drama, because me and sharing screens. Let's see. Hold on. Let's do this and this.
All right, we are live on a special day with some special guests. Thank you everyone for joining us. We'll go around the horn here real quick and introduce everybody. We have Michelle Minton, a senior policy analyst at Reason Foundation. Did I get that right?
You got it right.
Fantastic. Okay, good. We're off to a good start. Also, Helen Redmond, founder of the Nicotine Harm Reduction Consultants and a senior editor and multimedia journalist for Filtered. Hi, Helen. Thanks for joining us. And of course, Gregory Conley from the American Vaping American Vaping Manufacturers. Thank you all for
Almost
joining
got
us.
through it all.
Almost got through it all. I'll tighten it up here as we go along, I promise. And of course, we're here to talk today about the docu-series on Juul, Big Vape. And fortunately, we have some folks who were actually in the production, and then myself and Helen to provide our own commentary and impressions on how the producers did in telling this story. But first, I figured we'd start with something maybe more fun and go around and see when. I assume that everybody here has tried Juul or maybe used it beyond just trying it. So maybe starting with Michelle, what was when did you first encounter Juul, and what were your first impressions? And how has your thoughts or your opinion on Juul changed over time?
Yeah, so I mean, I actually only tried a Juul for the first time this year. And I was, personally wasn't for me, but that's okay. But I first encountered Juul in the office when I got into the city in DC around 2007. I was hanging out with a lot of young libertarians, and I was kind of surprised at how many of them smoked, how common smoking was. And then over the next 4 or 5 years, whatever, they all tried to quit a bunch, didn't really work out for most. And then this Juul thing started to make its way through the office, and slowly every single one of my friends and coworkers, almost all of them, quit using Juul. A lot of them continued to vape other things, they moved on, but a few of them didn't quit. But I found that to be amazing, and that was right at the same time as the moral panic had begun. And I was working in consumer product stuff, and I was like, there's no way. I just watched all of these people quit smoking using this weird little device. There's no way that it should just be taken off the market immediately. So that's kind of my impression, and then I was like, here's this miracle potentially here. And then we kind of watched the company stumble its way into the tobacco space, or stumble its way into realizing that it was a tobacco product, kind of messing a lot of things up along the way. And I think a lot of us kind of had a love-hate relationship with Juul for a while there.
Greg, first use impressions of Juul.
So my more distinct memory is Plume by PAX, or what they called their tobacco device that was sold maybe as Plume, but they had the joint venture with JTI. I just remember they came to a vape convention, and it was still early enough that you didn't have many nice booths. You didn't have booths that cost $50,000 to construct with 6 people coming in the morning to put it up and take it down. And they were there. And I remember that it burned my upper lip. So I was like, probably not the best product, the best design, but something like this could change the world. And it turned out that wasn't the product that was going to change the world. It was Juul. And my first time I saw it were those mostly those info, or rather paid advertorials that got around that were plugging Juul. And I thought it was interesting. But I don't think I actually tried one until the panic had begun.
And Helen, did you have any experience with Juul, and what were your thoughts, if any?
I don't vape, so I can't talk about it on that level, but I have a number of friends who did buy Juul, and they stopped smoking. So I thought, this is so dope, and I want more people to get it. It is just a marvel of design and creativity. It's revolutionary. We realized that from the beginning, that this is a game changer. And it made me so happy because at the time I was doing tobacco harm reduction groups with people who use drugs and people with mental health issues. And because it was so easy to use, we were just ecstatic. Like, we can really help people make the switch with this product. But it was too expensive. So right away, we kind of realized that it's so amazing, yet there's some pros and cons here. And then I really got to know and understand Juul when Greg said the panic, when the hysteria hit. And I wrote a lot of articles in defense of Juul.
Yeah, I similarly with the cost thing. My first experience with Juul was, I think, in 2015. I had ordered it online, and that was sort of that first generation of Juuls where it was leaking the e-liquid. But it was immediately, again, like you said, it registered as a game changer because it did deliver nicotine in a way I was familiar with from smoking. But I had been vaping open system products for 2 years prior to that. And one of the things that stuck out to me was trying an open system nicotine and different devices and coils. I experienced for the first time in 2 years that sensation of craving after using Juul, and I didn't. That's something I didn't want to return to, and so that's where the cost factor came in. Was okay, if I'm going to keep doing this, I'm going to be shelling out $15-20 for this 4-pack of pods, once or twice a week. I'm not saving the money that I am with the open system. So sort of abandoned it. And I think the only other time that I went out and bought Juul pods for a couple of days was out of spite when the FDA ran their poison by the barrelful article about nicotine and so on. And I think Juul was somehow implicated in all of that. So good. We got the fun stuff out of the way. But getting right to it, a lot of the conversation about Juul really revolves around youth use and the whole moral panic around this. And so I figure, Michelle, you're probably in a really good position to do this. One of the things that seems to be lacking in the documentary series was contextualizing the data around youth use. Are you able to kind of get into maybe the non-number heavy explanation of what's actually going on in the data?
Yeah, so, based on the data that we have back in, I suppose it was around 2011 is when vaping among youth really started to get, first of all, just asked as a question on national surveys. There's a few national surveys. Usually they're given during school hours with permission from parents, and they ask kids a whole bunch of questions about health. There's the health risk behavior youth survey, and then there's the one that the FDA CDC basically runs, where we get for some reason the FDA likes to rely on those numbers, not the path data for whatever reason, I'm not sure. But generally all of them have found that there was an uptick in youth vaping, and most of that was the question asked during the last month: have you used any vaping or e-cigarette product? And so that could mean a kid at a party just taking a hit, just trying it from their friend, never doing it again, or maybe doing it only at parties. And the numbers creeped up, and then they hit 2018. Epidemic was declared, and I think that was when we were around like 30%, 28% of high school kids, something like that, were reporting that at least once a month they had vaped. And Scott Gottlieb, who was the head of the FDA at the time, kind of made the announcement, really kicking off the moral panic kind of nationwide and then eventually globally. But since then, since 2008 to 2018, the numbers have basically really come down. And it was what a lot of us were saying in the beginning, that one, this is a fad and kids are curious, especially adolescents, teenagers. They want to try the adult thing. And we're all telling them that this is an adult thing. So of course, just like cigarettes, just like alcohol, just like drugs, the kids who are prone to experiment with those things at whatever age are going to do that. And we hoped that it would start to creep down. Unfortunately, it stayed pretty high for a while. My contention is specifically because of the moral panic, because of the constant stream of news stories, and then all the money being put in from health departments to advertise to kids not to vape. With a lot of those DARE program types of things, they can backfire, and that's what I think happened. But after EVALI, not related to e-cigarettes, but scary for people because, people were saying it was related to vaping. And then the pandemic, the numbers have really started to come down among youth when it comes to vaping. They've dropped 30, 40, 50% some years. And then the context around this that almost never gets talked about in the media and didn't really get talked about in this documentary, as far as I can recall, is that youth smoking, concurrently with the rise of vaping among youth or the rise in experimentation, youth smoking has plummeted. It's practically unregisterable at this point especially among middle school students and then high school students. It's below 5%, I believe, among youth, which, if you're looking at an entire country, is the definition of a smoke-free nation. So if we're looking at these generations, these are functionally smoke-free generations. And all the panic about, well, if they try vaping, they're going to end up smoking. That's not happened. That hasn't happened the entire time we've been watching the data. Is that no matter how high vaping experimentation among youth or even regular use by people under the age of 18, no matter how high that goes, smoking doesn't go alongside up it, or it doesn't increase in the few years afterwards, which we might expect if there was any kind of gateway. So that's just the general gist of what we've been seeing in the data with youth.
And one other thing was, I think they sort of gave, Raja Krishnamurthy and some of the anti-groups the floor when it came to making this point about, what the real risk was here. And a lot of the fear is based on young people who are not otherwise at risk of picking up a cigarette or any tobacco product, initiating on Juul or another vapor product and progressing to habitual use. What are the numbers for that population? Kids who aren't at risk, weren't using cigarettes or any other tobacco product first, and then started on a vapor product.
Based on the most recent numbers that I've seen, those numbers are under 1%. Is the kids who have never used a tobacco product, indicating that they might not have any interest in it, is under 1%. It's basically, especially if you separate out use once, use a few times a month, or use every day. Once you get into those multiple time uses or everyday uses, there's practically nobody underage is vaping regularly if they didn't use some other type of tobacco product. And that doesn't even account for the youth like me, when I was 13 or whatever, and I was like, I definitely want to smoke, but I'm not dumb and I don't want to get caught by the cops and all this other stuff. That had there been another product that I was fairly confident was safer than smoking, I 100% would have gone to that first. Right. So the diversion of the young people who are going to engage in some kind of risky or risk-taking behavior around substances, it's really hard if they've not used another product. It's really hard to say, would they have gone on to the more dangerous combustible products had it not been for this other slightly safer or very much safer option for them?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think we've talked about this several times, and at some point, I think down the line, we'll be able to come back and have this conversation about the sort of diversionary aspects of safer nicotine products. Certainly, no one is going to market that to young people, but when we're looking at the data, I think that's a really important thing to look out for.
Alex, can I just say something about the teens? It was interesting to me, not totally surprising, who they featured in the documentary. So they feature these knucklehead, precocious, white, coming from fairly wealthy families, who were heavily dependent on Juul. And they're not showing a continuum of young people. And so they're taking what these young people are saying at face value. Like one of the young women says, all my friends were doing it. No, all your friends weren't doing it. That you just can't make that statement. Some of your friends were doing it. At another point, one of the teens says they went to the Juul launch party, and she
with
really
her fake
liked
ID.
Sorry?
With her fake ID.
Yes. And she really liked Juul, and she became very dependent. And then she just says casually, yeah, my friends, they didn't like it. Exactly. Not everybody who was exposed to Juul became heavily dependent on it. And that is a classic trick for making sure the hysteria really hits. You only feature people who become heavily dependent on it. So there's that. Then the other thing is, they didn't really explore enough the benefits of nicotine for young people, and they're the same as they are for adults. They sort of alluded to it, but attention, energy, focus, relief of anxiety or depression. And young people face all of that. Again, they sort of alluded to it, but they really should have talked more about the benefits, because that's why those precocious teenagers really liked Juul. They liked the effects of the nicotine, and they spent way too much time on the junk science. It harms the developing brain. It's as addictive as nicotine. Nicotine is as addictive as heroin and cocaine. No, it's not. So that was a problem for me in terms of dealing with the teen issue.
And I guess since you kind of broached the topic here, I one of the questions I have written down here is, when we talk about addiction versus dependence, my thoughts are that addiction is slightly different for young people in terms of, when using a substance becomes disruptive. It's not just about health consequences, but when it becomes disruptive to their lives. Could you maybe, I think you're probably in a better position than I am to talk about this, but is the definition of addiction different for people under the age of 18?
No, it's not. The way when we say addiction, we say, not me, but addiction authorities, that there are negative consequences to it. You might lose employment. It affects your health in negative ways. It affects relationships in negative ways. Now, it's not to say their dependents didn't do that, but their whole lives have not been destroyed by their addiction, where their life revolves around securing nicotine. And again, there's all these negative consequences, the law, involvement with the criminal legal system. I don't want to come off as unsympathetic to young people who are dependent on nicotine, because I am. But they're not victims, and I feel like PAVE and the tobacco control, it's all victims and villains. And the reality is, young people experiment with substances. In our country, that's a normalized experience. They're experimenting with nicotine and alcohol and cannabis, and unfortunately, some drugs that are much more dangerous than nicotine. So I also want to put that into the discussion. Young people experiment with substances, and for me to experiment with nicotine, that's harm reduction than experimenting and becoming dependent on combustible cigarettes. And that's something that's also not mentioned in the documentary, is tobacco harm reduction and why that's so important. And it applies to teenagers, not just adults.
Yeah. Yeah, and I hopefully sort of continuing in that vein, I think you're sort of making a pretty good point here, without directly stating it, that a lot of the harm associated with substance use is actually the policies, and that what some of these kids are experiencing are the result of enforcement actions from the school, discipline from their parents. Or being involved in the law. I know that we've had high schools calling 911 because a kid was vaping in a bathroom, things like that. Kids have been strip searched for possessing these products. But for parents, I understand. I put my parents through hell when I was in high school and going through my issues with substance use. And a lot of it was, this was the early 90s. My parents didn't understand what substance use was. They didn't have the tools and the resources. So, now it's been 30 years. What kind of tools and resources are available for parents? Are they new, or are we still stuck in this, the moral issue of it all? Our bodies are temples. We're not supposed to mess with that. Are there good resources out there, even if they're small, for parents to get involved and have a very human conversation with their kids and help them move away from substance use that may be problematic? Anyone?
Yeah, I would jump in there, because Helen brought it up, and I think you brought it up too, is like, when I think about addiction, especially with kids, this isn't true for everything. Obviously, there's like chemical dependency, but a lot of youth and a lot of adults, when they're when they're going to go engage with a substance, whether it's illicit or not, there's a million other things that are going on in their body, in their life, and their like mental health that is going to lead them to what the item is they choose. Sorry, my dog's under me snoring, if you could hear that. What substance they choose, you know, that's a complicated question. But when we just focus on the substance itself, in this case, you know, nicotine with youth, I think especially with parents and kids, it gets into that blame game and the morality game of like, am I to blame as the parent? Are you to blame as the kid? Is this tobacco company to blame? Is Juul to blame? Versus actually talk, or it just immediately jumps in, we need to get you off of this, without actually a conversation about why, like what led the young person into this in the first place. You know, if it's escapism, like with other types of illicit substances, you know, that needs to be dealt with, or you know, something that Helen mentioned, if they're actually, whether they know it or not, getting some kind of relief or benefit from the nicotine, that's a different conversation, because in that case, you may not want the kid to get off nicotine, or not immediately cause some serious, you know, mental health crisis, but you definitely want to figure that out. But if parents don't have that conversation, if adults don't have that conversation, we're missing why teenagers are experimenting with these products in the first place.
Yeah, and I know that I can't remember what year it was, 2017 or 2018. It may have been in the early part of 2019. FDA had a listening session that was focusing on basically what resources parents would have, whether or not therapy medication was to give to young people. And I don't know, I haven't really heard anything further about that discussion, but that seems like an important thing for FDA to continue, if in fact FDA is the appropriate venue to have that conversation.
There's a moment in the documentary where a mom, her son is heavily dependent on it. I don't know if you guys remember this scene. And she writes a letter to Juul, and she's asking Juul to help her kid not vape anymore. It's like, hold on a minute. If your kid was drinking a lot, would you write a letter to Budweiser or a wine company and say it's your job to get me? Now, again, I feel for them, but they're directing this sort of anger, and it's part of the hysteria against Juul. And the reality is, people become dependent on substances and then they get off those substances. So there is a way for young people to become undependent, unaddicted, and we can help them taper down. And if they have mental health issues, let's address that. Is there something we can do non-medical for your anxiety? Are you taking too many classes? So you are using this for the energy and attention, right? Are you on Ritalin? Because that's kind of doing the same thing. You know, we're a country of drug users, and I'm very optimistic, having worked with lots of people over the years who use drugs, that you can taper off, you can moderate. There's a continuum of use. And again, the documentary, unfortunately, only shows people who are all the way down the other end of the continuum of use, and that is like heavily dependent, and it is causing them some harm.
Yeah, and I think I saw some other people commenting about sort of the lack of representation from the independent, open side of the industry, and I think one of the things I've thought about for a while and spoken about is, you know, with the open system products that sort of made all of this possible, that ability to step down nicotine concentration was built into the products. But with the closed system products that we're seeing authorized, you're getting just sort of the max nicotine. It's all about that one-to-one sort of experience with a cigarette, with no option to step down to lower nicotine content if that's what your goals are. And I don't know if this is a good place for Greg to step in here, because it is sort of an industry question. But I mean, any thoughts about that, or am I just being hysterical about something, or is this really one of the consequences of the bottleneck of PMTA?
So yeah, I make that point. In fact, that it's not even clear if one of these companies wanted to make a 0 milligram product and go through the PMTA process, whether FDA would, at the end of the day, say we have regulatory authority over that product, because it is not intended or expected to be used with nicotine. It's a 0 milligram product, unless you're marketing it for people to put nicotine shots in it. They have the argument to say no. And those products could potentially be left out of many of these states that are doing PMTA registries. If they have too broad of a definition of e-cigarette, well, you're never going to be able to get a 0 milligram product. And that's a shame. However, with the sense of the documentary, I think the treatment of open systems, the treatment of the industry before Juul was largely fine. This was not the documentary on vaping. This was the documentary on Juul. And as much as I love my open system, as much as it helped me quit smoking, when Juul came along, the NHIS, the National Health Interview Survey, probably would have had between 1.8 and 2.5 million former smokers having vaped in the last 30 days. We're now, with probably the majority of people either using closed systems or disposables. 6.5 million, I believe, was the number in the 2022 NHIS. So there was sincerely innovation, for lack of a better word, that benefited public health and will continue to benefit public health long past the date when the Pritzkers finally sell or close down Juul.
Yeah, the proliferation of closed system products, and I think, you know, the manufacturers finding something that people are, you know, it was all about finding the device that was going to attract the most people, maybe not as quickly as possible, but you know, convincing people that this was going to be a viable substitution for their cigarettes, and to see that innovation happen, while at the same time wishing FDA would regulate this industry better, to allow for better access. It's still remarkable, and certainly there's a lesson in there.
And I'll add, wishing that the people who came up with the grand idea that would revolutionize and change the world and convert 1 billion smokers all around the globe, if they had just spent an extra couple days looking at the tobacco industry documents library. One of my favorite parts of the documentary, and I highlighted this on my Twitter, was when you had Robert Jackler talking about how they had looked at these industry documents and seen all they copied the marketing plans. And then you cut to the doofus from Juul, who was in the New York Times documentary as well, the Hulu one. And he said, "Oh, I want to talk about that Smeckler guy, or the Reckler guy." And he pretty much said in so few words, yeah, we don't read those documents. Nobody ever read those documents. And I think they also had me saying their mistake was they looked up the documents on how to deliver nicotine better, but they didn't look up any documents about how the industry marketed their products and how they responded to the backlash that came in the 80s and 90s. Had they done that, or had they taken some of my earlier advice that I'd given them in 2017, there could have been a difference.
And hopefully, I think you broach a good topic here. Hopefully it's not too much of a stretch to make this connection, but talking about marketing brings me to the sort of youth, the resistance campaigns, if you will. And I feel like they missed a pretty good opportunity here. It seems like the one campaign that they highlighted was from Philip Morris USA. It was in the late 90s. It was called Think, Don't Smoke. And I actually looked up a couple videos. Rob McElhenney, currently of Always Sunny in Philadelphia fame, was an actor in one of these PSAs. And, you know, they seem to show this to try to make this point that tobacco companies can't do youth prevention. But looking at the ads, they're really not bad. They don't seem to come with that, you know, coercive, shaming type of language that we see from other ads from FDA or CDC or Truth Initiative. They sort of they feature young people making their own decisions and saying, you know, smoking isn't cool. I don't want to do this. I don't need to smoke to feel like I fit in. it's a very, to me, it reads as kind of an empowering message. And as far as I can tell, the only reason to single this out is because it was funded by a tobacco company. But I don't know if anybody else picked up on that. They really seem to miss this opportunity in comparing and contrasting the ads, and simply just left it at, because tobacco, it's bad.
I think what the documentary is actually getting at was that, you know, when the tobacco companies are trying to avert just the worst of everything, they spent money on in-school campaigns to, like, you know, convince children not to smoke. And then what researchers found out later was didn't really reduce youth intention to smoke and kind of increase their familiarity with brands, which is like, yeah, if you ran that same study on any of the things public health does in schools around substances with youth, it's the same thing. Like, we found this out after, during DARE's still running in some places, I think, but we found out that when you have a cop or somebody else come in and say, here, kids, here are all the drugs everyone else is doing, but don't you do it, you're too young. Kids go, well, I know you're an authority figure telling me this stuff, and now I know what it's called and where to get it. So, you know, like, it's just one of those things that's called reactance, and kids are very good at picking up, even if it's coming from the FDA or the principal or whatever. If they're hearing it from an authority figure, they're going to feel a lot of youth, especially adolescents, are going to feel like their freedom is kind of being infringed on, or their autonomy, their ability to say, like, well, you can't tell me what to do. And then they're just going to reassert that autonomy by doing the thing you told them not to do. I saw someone in the comments was talking about that. But, like, one of the tricks that public health has figured out around that is to have youth talking to youth. And I've never seen, if you want to see the best example of a worst PSA from a public health organization, is the California Public Health Department's advertisements around vaping, where it's all teenagers all talking about how all the cool kids do it, even the kids who get straight A's, and just nonstop talking about how they hid it from their parents, how they did it on the bus. Like, this is nothing but an advertisement for how to vape as a kid. So yeah, you have to be very careful. But from the data I saw with those tobacco ones, they did, you know, public health people like Stanton Glantz and everything love to assign a conspiracy theory around it. Like, they, you know, this was the intent. The intent was to be a stealth advertisement. Like, maybe, you know, maybe that was, maybe they knew, or maybe they just, there's no way to try and tell kids not to do this adult thing when you're an adult, because they just hear, I got to do this thing.
Yeah. And maybe, Helen, did you want to jump in?
Yeah. You know, the marketers of Juul, I mean, they're taking a playbook from every other corporation that's ever tried to market something, and they're using sexism, right? All of these young women, beautiful young women, you know, showing lots of flesh, having a great time, men without their shirts on. Sex sells. And Richard Mumby knows that. He is a vapid, horrible person. And the other person who is involved in the marketing, they're horrible people. They use sexism to sell products and celebrities, right? So you've got Jake Gyllenhaal with his shirt off, holding a vape, holding Juul, right? So it's not rocket science. That unfortunately people fall for that. I think it was important in the documentary that Bowen and Monsees admitted it was a mistake, right? How many startups do that? Would Elon Musk ever say something about Tesla, like, we really screwed up, we shouldn't have done that? They admitted it. It wasn't even up for 6 months. They got complaints right away. They took them seriously. I mean, that to me shows that to them, the mission of switching smokers to a harm-reducing product was still really important to them. Unfortunately, with their angel investors, this is capitalism. You have to market. You've got to get market share. So you have to do stuff that sometimes is unethical and just wrong. And so that for me is, you know, the documentary really illustrates the pressure to get this to market and to sell a lot, because the angel investors, they want their money back. I wrote about that a little bit in the review I wrote for Filter. So that's a problem with how commodities get to market, that you've got to have a marketing campaign. You have the other knuckleheads who are all in marketing, and the documentary saying you only get one chance, and then if you blow it, you know, that's it. Well, no, that shouldn't be how it goes. And Alex, you were saying earlier you wanted to talk about marketing because you were recently in Italy. Is that a good time to drop that into this discussion?
Sure. Yeah. If I can share my little factoid, and full disclosure, I just got back from a week-long trip to Italy. Philip Morris International sponsored the trip. I was there with, I think, 26, 27 other people. It was an educational slash, let's go see Italy kind of trip. And the point of going to Italy was, first of all, in Rome, PMI has their IQOS embassy. And I'll give you some details as to what that looks like. And then in Bologna, they have their factory that makes IQOS. Fun fact about the factory, it is the largest greenfield site in Italy in 25 years. And it is definitely one of the largest factories in all of Europe. It's pretty remarkable facility. They even have a building on the site that is sort of a factory making factory, where they have educational programming related to the innovations that they've employed in their facility, and so other people from other industries can come and learn about that and take that directly back to their manufacturing facilities. So it's all very interesting. But one of the most interesting things that I heard on this trip was IQOS has been on sale in Italy for 7 years, and throughout that time there's no print media, radio, or TV ads for IQOS. It has simply been organic, word of mouth growth. And of course, it's important to have alternative products in a place like Italy because, if I remember correctly, smoking prevalence is up around 35%. And it was remarkable to walk around and see people using IQOS or another heated tobacco product, and still a lot of smoking going on. And it is true. You just don't see ads for it. There's a weird kind of thing with there's the tobacconist monopoly. So you can go to the IQOS embassy and buy your device, but then you can sample the product as well. But if you want to buy the heat sticks, you have to go to a tobacconist. And they also have vending machines right there on the street. So the only thing that really approached advertising that I saw was an IQOS sticker on a vending machine on a sidewalk, not in a bar or another age-restricted type of establishment, just out there on the street. And I think their sales of IQOS have reached, I think, 10 billion a year in Italy, if I'm correct about that. Somebody can immediately correct me if I'm wrong, but it's impressive. And they did take the slow, organic approach. And the question that comes to my mind, and Greg, maybe you have an insight on this, and maybe even looking at the independent side of the industry's marketing behavior over the past 15 years. Is this going to be a replicable model for safer nicotine products? Should companies not be marketing these things and really sticking to word of mouth advertising, or should they be more aggressive?
So I will say, with Juul versus PMI, of course, had and always will have for the foreseeable future the advantage of being the incumbent player in a multi-billion-dollar market that is quite profitable. So if IQOS had a bad ad or a bad campaign or a bad first year in Italy, it wasn't the end of the world. Whereas, yes, as Helen mentioned earlier, the VCs want their money back. And they may not be able to get more if the first campaign failed, and if they felt the need to go, and a cat, you may be seeing him in the background. But yeah, the idea of slow rolling your release, or just putting it out there and letting your adult consumers do the advertising for you, that is a model that's going to play out in the future in America as well. But things are going to be so different in America because of the PMTA process. there is not going to be the option for these companies to take a product and put it in Denver for 9 months and only do a little bit of advertising in Denver and see how the reception is, because you can't get authorization from FDA to just do a test market. And the cost of the PMTA process is so high that you're not going to get a PMTA after waiting 5+ years for FDA to stamp your application and then say, okay, we're going to try this out in Denver for 6 months. You're going to go full in. It will be interesting to see with PMI bringing IQOS to America, whether or not they kind of stick to that. Let's just put it out in the market. Let's have some stores. Maybe, I don't know if that's in their plans. And let's see where it goes from there rather than blanket every bar or every Subway in America.
Yeah, and speaking of PMTA, I know that it got some. There was some. The timeline seemed to get kind of jumpy in the documentary, but I left it kind of feeling like they didn't get into some of the finer points of FDA regulation. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to talk about that, or maybe there were some comments that ended up on the cutting room floor.
It's super boring. Get real, dude. Come on, the PMTA. It's really, really boring.
They used me. Sorry, they used me to explain the PMTA process. I'm the goof that gets to say. And then keep in mind, this interview was 2021, before the PMTA due date or right after. I said potentially multi-million. Of course, we now know it is definitely a multi-million-dollar process, especially if it's not a tobacco flavor. But yeah, what would anger me the most about that section was they cut to Mitch Zeller talking about it's on the burden is on the companies to prove. And they also are showing the graphic from the David Nutt study from the UK, or focus group, where they had all the experts in the room and they assigned the different relative risk to the different tobacco and nicotine products. And they see the giant cigarette bar, and then next to it is the tiny little vapor bar. And they never bring up the question, well, if Mitch Zeller believes, and that's not necessarily, and I don't think Mitch has ever endorsed that chart, but if Mitch Zeller does believe that a properly regulated vapor product is likely to be 95% or more or less hazardous than smoking, then how many adults do you actually need to help quit smoking to cancel out the number of teens who, let's say, 90% of them will never go on to use nicotine if vaping wasn't invented? Let's lie. How many people actually need to be successful with the product to weigh that out? That question is probably too broad for a Netflix documentary, but hopefully 1 or 2 viewers at home kind of saw that chart and saw all this positive talk from public health people about vaping products and kind of said to themselves, well, how does that make sense?
Yeah, the documentary also, I don't think, unless I missed it, didn't bring up the fact that cigarettes do not have to go through a PMTA process. You know, they were talking, the documentaries about vaping, and they kind of brushed over that. And I know they had touched on the end where Juul's, PMTA is in the process, but they never once, in addition to not mentioning the plummeting youth smoking numbers, they didn't mention the fact that cigarettes can just, quote, new cigarettes, if they're basically the same as old cigarettes, can just be made and put onto the market without requiring a PMTA. They can just say, look, these other cigarettes on the market, and vapes can't do that.
Yeah. No, they didn't. And I went into vivid, exhaustive detail on the PMTA process, the SE process, the development of the Tobacco Control Act. I still have the recording. I probably must have spent like an hour on just explaining the background. And I think there was like 3 sentences of it that were used. Yeah. I was also disappointed they did not get into and I understand why, but the Trump White House meeting, because I told a couple of funny stories relating to that, including when I was entering the room, I was in the White House with Meredith from PAVE. And Meredith and I, even though not the greatest friends, we are cordial to each other. I always kind of find it funny to be extremely nice to my enemies. And as we were entering the presidential room, the executive room of the White House, I just turned to Meredith and I go, did you ever think that you'd be walking in the White House for a meeting with the president? And Meredith just turned to me and smiled and said, yeah. And then, of course, the other one was when Robin Koval and I were next to each other during that meeting. Robin Koval, the now exiting Truth Initiative head. And I had our comms firm at the time, AVAs, go out that morning and buy 2 MAGA hats. I'm like, if I'm lucky enough to have Trump walking by, I want the last thing he remembers about that meeting, because that's kind of how Trump operates. The last thing you hear sometimes. I want the last thing to be like, oh yeah, that vaping guy brought a MAGA hat. So I had the MAGA hats with me. And on the way out, because I thankfully was seated in a way where he was passing by me, shook his hand, gave him the MAGA, asked him to sign the MAGA hats, told him it was a gift. I was missing my girlfriend's sister's wedding for this, and this would make her dad forgive me. All of that was true. And then Robin Koval proceeded to give President Trump a book. And all I could think in my head at the time, I was like, of all the gifts to give that man, you're giving him a book. Come on, Robin.
Unless it's one sentence with his picture on it, every single page, he's not going to read it.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think, Greg, you alluded to something that I think came through in the documentary, and that is the millionaire moms of Manhattan, their reach into the powerful. It's real. There's that section in the documentary where she had been, I don't know, out in the Hamptons with Chris Cuomo,
my good friend Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, and was talking about the vaping and how horrible it was. And next thing you know, that week she's on the show with him, putting out all the lies of omission, all the myths about teens and vaping and nicotine. And so that came through really clearly, that PAVE is well funded and well connected, and we're able to carry out, along with Truth Initiative and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, a massive drug panic that I'm not even sure it's subsided. I did zoom into PAVE's web conference last week, Clear the Vapor, and they still have a lot of the same talking points that are clearly not true. There were 2 in the documentary that I thought were just laughable. Meredith Berkman, at one point, she says, "I'm quite a Googler. I'm a really good Googler." It's like, okay. So Meredith, did you find during your Google search, Public Health England, all the research that's being done in Europe in terms of when people switch to vaping, their asthma improves, cardiovascular benefits? Did you find any of that when you Google? Because it's all out there. It's 95% safer. Never talks about that. And then Dorian Furman, one of the other leaders of PAVE, just straight up said there isn't evidence that vaping helps smokers quit. And that's clearly, even if she said it back in 2021, it wasn't true then, it's not true now. So the millionaire moms of PAVE, I felt, came off in the documentary as very unempathic, very cold, clearly very privileged. You know, they live in a world where people don't smoke, and they look down on people who smoke. There's a class issue here. And that's why they were so infuriated that their sons started vaping. It's like, people like us don't use nicotine. That's for other people, those people over there, poor working class people who have issues. And I was really pleased to see them everything they said was challenged. It was so satisfying to see people from Juul hit back on their lies.
Yeah, no, Helen, I was with you on that, especially, when Meredith Berkman, she said that I'm a good Googler thing, that was funny, and then she said, they just think of us as a bunch of rich white moms, and that, and I was like, because you actually, going back to the data, if you look at this, it is mostly of the youth who are experimenting with e-cigarettes and have been, it is mostly white youth. And that's one of the reasons that we had a moral panic. People weren't panicking still about youth smoking because most white youth weren't smoking anymore. But now you have, these prep school boys from millionaire moms in Manhattan who are now falling into this lifestyle. and their parents are freaking out. It turns out rich white parents have a lot of money and connections to throw around. And this is one of the things when you have Michael Bloomberg, the philanthropist who funds PAVE and a lot of other anti-tobacco harm reduction, I'm sure the whole audience is aware of that. But when I see people like PAVE and Michael Bloomberg going into other countries that have smoking rates of 50, 60% and dropping, millions on the vaping issue to ban vaping, you're like, this is the clearest example of like white prioritization, of like prioritizing what you think is important versus what people actually need.
So 3 things quickly. First, the clip of Chris Cuomo and Dorian speaking, that was, I believe, the second of 3 weeks where I was booked on Chris Cuomo's show and he bumped me. And I remember that night suddenly seeing on Twitter that I had been bumped in favor of the PAVE mom. The other ones had valid excuses. That one pretty much gave me no respect for Chris Cuomo. The second, it was no accident that the filmmakers chose to use a line from Meredith saying, "I'm a good Googler." I don't know what their feelings on this issue going into it. I don't know how sophisticated on the issue RJ Cutler was, if he really knew how not black and white this issue was going to be. But I think they clearly left the hours and hours and hours of footage review not thinking particularly highly of the moms. And you see that on Twitter when you look at the reaction, when you search the hashtag Big Vape or Big Vape in quotes, the reactions kind of are split between F Juul, those morons trying to kill people, and 2, why can't parents parent? I hate these parents. They're just complaining, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's hating on myself, Michelle, or Helen, by the way. One of the benefits of most of your footage being left on the cutting room floor. And 3, another failing of the documentary was the, I believe, complete absence of Michael Bloomberg. It's just kind of, if anyone watched that documentary, you would just assume that, oh yeah, his Meredith and Dorian, their rich husbands, just cut him a check. And God knows how much they've self-funded some of this, but the infrastructure that they took advantage of was already built for the past 2 decades by groups funded by Michael Bloomberg, and that gets left out, despite Michael Bloomberg, to much of the world, I think, being kind of a detestable character, or at least one they don't particularly like.
Yeah, and I guess in kind of the closing minutes here, we're going to try to wrap up by 4 Eastern or a little bit over. We've got Kristen working the behind the scenes here for us until quarter after. So, but in that vein of the protesters, that was one of the things I think the Juul employees were talking about, going into work and seeing all the protesters outside, and it was, of course, a Truth Initiative orchestrated demonstration. And one of the main characters in those scenes was a young man, Chance, from Miami. I think his last name is Imarita or Imar. I can't remember it. I'll just call him Chance from Miami. I'm a relatively okay Googler myself. And I remember, first of all, I mean, the lead in for this, of course, is this is during the 4th episode. And they get into the lung injury cases from 2019. I refuse to use the acronym that the CDC is promoting, so we'll just call them lung injuries. And he was one of the 2 young people who talked about having a lung issue. This is the pop quiz. Does anybody know what actually happened to Chance from Michelle? Michelle, you hit the button.
I know, because I was following the lung injuries very closely, and I ran into a few articles with Chance, and I figured out, what happened to you is the thing that happens to a lot of young men who happen to be tall and thin, which is that your lung collapsed. His lung collapsed. He didn't have E-Valley or lung injury, and that should not have been hard, frankly, for the documentarians to figure out, I think, or to even say, like, at least once say that what happened to him was disconnected from this other spat of lung injuries people were saying were related to vaping, because his happened quite early, at least a few months before the other ones started coming out, I think. Either way, they didn't even bother to say what they are telling us about their injuries are not confirmed to be related to what they're telling us that they are. Like, for one thing, they don't know. 2, they're not medical professionals. And 3, they could be making it up. That kid, Chance, Imarata, I think you had it right, he has apparently made an entire career out of his one collapsed lung. He's a social media influencer. He's trying to be a social media personality before that happened. And I guess he kind of just spun this into a little career with the Truth Initiative and the whole kind of anti-tobacco complex.
Yeah, and in my limited Googling skills, the condition that he experienced is called spontaneous pneumothorax. And as you clearly stated, this is something that affects tall, slender, young white men, and it is that sort of it's the result of, I think, a growth spurt, and this bubble will form on their lung, and at some point it bursts, and you have a collapsed lung. And yeah, there was absolutely no contextualization offered for whether or not his injury was actually related to vaping at all. And I do remember, I think there are a few more examples of this, of people claiming that their injury was related to vaping. And Greg.
But it is kind of amusing that because the documentarians did not see fit to add that notation, now anyone who thinks about what they just saw in that episode is going to walk away thinking that Chance kid is an idiot. He used a weed cartridge off the street and got a volley. Because they didn't really distinguish the cases or do that. You're left with the impression, if you know this issue, or if you at least think about what you just saw and how you had experts saying it wasn't caused by Juul, the only answer, if you don't know that young slender men, thank you for that language, Alex, have their lung collapse sometimes. He was lying. He used illicit THC cartridges. Good job, Chance.
Yeah, I had such mixed feelings about him. At one point, I just wanted to slap him, and another point, I just felt this is a young man who's so vulnerable. For me, he clearly had some issues, and he's being used by these tobacco control organizations, and completely used. And at some point, I wonder if he's going to do what the woman who became very famous in that ad, "This is your brain on drugs."
Rachel Lee Cook.
Your brain is cooked in the pan and smashing it down, and saying you've got to stop. Abstinence is the only way. Was just a couple of years ago. She talked to somebody in the media and said, "I recant all of that. That was a mistake that I did that. I was used in this anti-drug campaign by the government. And I don't believe that." And I'm hoping Chance does that. I hope he can redeem himself, because he's absolutely being used. He might think he's building a social media profile, but it's built on sand, and it's built on lies. And I hope that somebody is looking out for his mental health in the future, because he's absolutely being taken advantage of.
Yeah, and
one day he'll start to have wrinkles form, and he'll no longer be useful to the Truth Initiative. The contract will not be renewed, and maybe then, and maybe when friends or family experience smoking-related disease or get off cigarettes because of vaping, and their lungs don't collapse because they're not slender young men, maybe then he will start to think about this issue and probably call up one of us looking for a check.
No, I wonder about that. All of those teens who were experimenting with e-cigarettes back in 2012 and 2015, they're adults now, and most of them didn't carry on. They didn't continue to use any form of nicotine after that when they were in high school or whatever. And I wonder, where are they in the world? What are they thinking? What do they think about all of this now? Because they were there, they lived it, and they saw that it wasn't as addictive as heroin, whatever that means in people's minds. And I also wonder about the Furman and Meredith's children that they keep trotting out to hearings and wherever. Like they're young men in their mid-20s at this point, I think. Like, how can they, they're not going to make such great examples when they're in their 30s, talking about how when they were in school, Juul sent a representative, and this is where I get really irritated at Juul, and I kind of got irritated at the documentary because I was hoping they'd finally answer the question, which is, did this actually happen or not? I've never gotten a good answer. Juul has never said anything about whether or not they sent somebody, they sent a representative to this school, or if this alley person, based on what the PAVE youth said, that's what the name was. They said later that he was associated with Juul. And so I've had this question since that story came out. Like, did Juul do this or not? And why can't we get a clear answer on that? But
So it
that's
was I know it was a contract or some other organization. It was not somebody from Juul. Never have gotten a satisfactory answer as to whether or not Juul ever investigated the claims, what the person said, talked to anyone else that of the 25 youth or 20 youth that were in that classroom. And then I know you want to wrap things up, but I'll just say that to me was one of the failings of the documentary. I tried to make that point. I tried to give them a good soundbite or something that they could use, saying, you look at companies that get documentaries, Theranos being one, a company that actually could have put people's lives at risk, or a litany of different companies or people that have done terrible things, that have killed people, that have changed health, that have destroyed finances, all the scams and everything else that gets documentaries. And I really would have liked it if, rather than focusing on the girl who thinks she's going to continue to Juul for years to come, maybe if they just did a man on the street kind of interviews, finding people who did vape in 2018, 2019, and hell, it's 2022, 2023, and they're still standing and they don't really care. I think that would have been a more fitting end of the documentary, is to say maybe this was a little overblown, overhyped. There's some credibility to the complaints, but ultimately this wasn't the end of the world, and nobody really died.
No, and I was really furious that they gave Mitch Zeller the last word, right? Where he says it's Juul's fault. They blew it up. We were going in a great direction, and it's all on them. And it's like, that is such bullshit, Mitch Zeller. You and Scott Gottlieb jumped on the hysteria bandwagon and made sure that Juul was attacked in every state, that the litigation, trying to bankrupt them. I mean, the fact that Mitch, I cannot even stand to hear that guy talk. He's so arrogant. He's so full of himself. He's a horrible person. He stabbed us in the back. He stabbed tobacco harm reduction, our movement in the back, along with Gottlieb, and that guy gets the last word, and that it was Juul's fault. They blew it up. No, Mitch Zeller, you blew it up. You are responsible for so much of what happened. And that he comes off as like this kind of like, I know everything and I really cared. I mean, that just made me sick. I wish that ended up on the floor, and they had just gone out onto the street and talked to people who were using this. That it actually saves people's lives, tobacco harm reduction. That was hard to see him in the end. It's like, no.
Yeah, those of us who went to the Bill Godshall School of Tobacco Harm Reduction knew from 2010, 2011 that Mitch Zeller was never going to be a friend, and the fact that he tried to ban flavors in the original deeming reg, for instance, shows he was never a friend of tobacco harm reduction. And I'll also say another disappointment. I know they didn't want to show their hand, that all their footage was 2 years old, but I would have loved if the documentary had ended with a note. Mitch Zeller is now consulting or on the board for a company that is trying to compete with vaping products with the pharmaceutical. Oh, and that Stanton Glantz had a paper forcibly retracted and has left UCSF in the cloud of 2 sexual harassment lawsuits, which, by the way, I think they chose him for the documentary and interviewed him when all of that was public, minus the retraction, maybe even the retraction. And I'll also just, on a note, since this should end with a note about Juul, imagine how vapid you have to be in 2018 to be working for Juul and to think, we have this new technology we're developing. Let's go talk to Stanton Glantz about it. Maybe if we just show Stanton Glantz that we're taking this seriously, that he'll lay off. For God's sakes, people. That is why in 2017, I was telling Adam, who's still in the industry and doing very well, he or she should join your company. Yes, the person worked for the tobacco industry, but this person knows what they're doing and can pinpoint all the bad things you're doing that have been tried and failed before. I think that sentence made it into the book, but not into the documentary. But overall, since we're talking about the documentary, overall, I was pleased that it was not as bad as it could have been. There are many areas of improvement, but I still think there will be a good amount of people who will see it and say, maybe this thing isn't going to make my lung fall out. Maybe this thing isn't going to make my dad's lung fall out. We just got to keep it away from kids. I think maybe people will separate out the youth from the adult issue.
And I've seen a lot on social media from people who have watched it, who have said, I didn't know what PAVE did. I didn't know about this whole other side. So I'm confident people are going to understand what really happened. I feel like it's fairly balanced. There's blind spots. It's Netflix. What are you going to do? But somebody who used to work for The Intercept wrote a really bad article about Juul years ago. And now he's coming out and saying, I just can't believe that happened, that hysteria. And for those of us, Michelle, I think you saw it, and Greg, you absolutely saw it. I mean, we witnessed that hysteria in real time, and it was enormously frustrating. You know, at Filter, we were like, what can we do? You know, how can we? It's like, can you stop a hysteria? We were just beside ourselves. You know, my editor, Will Godfrey, we talked constantly. Here's the latest thing about Juul. Here's the latest thing. What can we do? It was like a juggernaut, and we couldn't stop it. And we knew the really enormously negative consequences it was going to have, because all of the polls were saying, with smokers, like, well, no, vaping is more dangerous than smoking. I'm not going to switch. I mean, the real live consequences of that hysteria, we're still feeling them today. And that just makes me furious, right? More people would have switched if they hadn't engaged in the attack on Juul. More people would be switched if they hadn't done that. And that was a choice. That drug panic was a choice which the FDA went along with and helped to make that go on and on and on and on. I just wanted to put that in there for people that we lived through that. You know, I've been writing about the drug war for decades, and I know about the drug panics around cannabis and heroin, and we lived through one for a legal drug, nicotine, and it was horrifying.
And it was particularly difficult in this case because it was, you know, the FDA and other, you know, groups really tied vaping so heavily. Every time vaping was mentioned, Juul was mentioned for a few years there. So it really became synonymous with vaping. And, you know, what you want to do when there's a moral panic getting started, you don't necessarily want to stop people from questioning it, but you want to bring it back down into the realm of actual conversation. But once the Juul panic really began, once the vaping panic began, you couldn't provide any counterfacts or any kind of like sane argument where you wouldn't get in response, where you're just a show for Juul, you just want kids to vape. And it became this like really difficult, impossible. Like you said, I kind of started to think the same way. Like, once a moral panic starts rolling, is there any way to stop it but for people begin to see the harmful effects of a drug war? Again, we seem to need to see it every time to avert it for some reason. But yeah, I would say the same with the documentary. You know, it's a Netflix documentary, it's 4 episodes. They can't get too deep on everything, but I thought overall they did try and create balance. And I think intentionally or unintentionally, one of the best things that the documentary does do for people who aren't aware of all this stuff going on is it does introduce them to the idea that there's a moral weight to this conversation, and always has been around vaping, and that you have these two sides, whether it's Juul versus PAVE or tobacco harm reduction versus, you know, tobacco control. There's a very passionate people on both sides, and a lot of bias, frankly. Well, let's be honest, mostly on the one side of that thing. And, you know, we're talking about, you can see it in the documentary, the way people who worked at Juul would talk about big tobacco. There was such a stigma that, you know, I imagine that the founders, even if they wanted to get the knowledge and the innovation and the experience from people like Greg mentioned, who were working in or had worked for the tobacco industry, it was just so toxic. They wouldn't touch it. And now they're trying to do the same thing with vaping. And frankly, they've been doing a fairly decent job so far of demonizing vaping. First it was douchey, now it's killing kids, and, you know, now it's just another arm of capitalism trying to steal from your wallet and addict you for life or whatever. But hopefully the documentary people watching that, it'll clarify how much money is being thrown around in this debate and where some of the people on the other side are coming from, whether that's moral parental panic or some other kind of interest.
Yeah, and I know we're kind of going around wrapping up with final thoughts, and I would also ask if there were any other things that any of you felt were left out of this, out of the documentary. I think you made the great point. It's 4 episodes. There's a limit to how deep they're going to go into this. And one of the things that stuck out to me was this idea of the Master Settlement 2.0. And certainly they featured states AGs who had successfully sued Juul, but didn't really mention, and I don't think it takes a whole lot of time to get into this, but I think it was the Public Health Law Center was actually very open and public about the fact that they were pursuing some sort of master settlement agreement style settlement for Juul. And then, of course, that would ultimately include any other vapor company that comes onto the scene and wants to sell based on how the states treat that. And so again, I almost want to get to the tinfoil hat of this, which is not that far from the truth. That sort of every aspect of the opposition to vaping and all of the anti-vaping stuff is to some extent orchestrated in search of a bunch of rent-seeking lawyers out there who are really just looking for a paycheck. So anyway, I agree with a lot of the other assessments. This was a fairly balanced look at the issue, and recommend the documentary to anybody. But certainly, as we've been discussing, there were things that were left out that may have made this a much richer coverage of the issue. And Greg, you're the only one who hasn't weighed in on final thoughts here. And anybody else who thinks that there were some things missing, but any final thoughts, things that were missing, things you'd improve, or things going
Public
forward?
Health England, England's leading the way. It didn't make it into the documentary. That's a huge omission. It's like they have several reports that they've put out. It's 95% safer. And that needed to be in there because you've got all these knuckleheads in San Francisco who are saying things that are patently false about the effects of nicotine and the safety. And so I think that was missing, and just not understanding nicotine and hyping it up like it's this super addictive drug and it's destructive and we need to be afraid of it. And that wasn't countered enough for my liking. The benefits of nicotine are real, and people can get unaddicted from nicotine. They do it all the time. People cut down on the amounts that they use, and then they stop. And that message is always missing, right? They never talk about the people who just stop. I'm done. I don't need this anymore for whatever reason. So I feel like that England was missing, and then just how we understand nicotine. Stop getting hysterical about it. It's going to be okay. It's really going to be okay. Nobody dies from vaping, going back to Greg's point, which I think is really important. And I just want to say, Greg, you were great in the documentary, and Michelle, you were wonderful too. Your comment, it was so kind of funny and a little bit flip when you said something like, what people are thinking about this and books and whatever. And even this documentary, I'm sure you were both really concerned, like, how are they going to use what I'm saying? Because as a filmmaker, I know how you can cut and paste and edit and make people look kind of different. But I thought you both were wonderful, and I'm so glad you were both included.
Well, thank you, Helen. I always use, if it's a video, not live, documentary or video recording intended for editing, I always use the tactic that has kept me strong for 12 years or so, where if you start a sentence and you could see it being edited in your mind in a bad way, I would just say, oh, shit. And I'm always waiting for the day where they make a documentary and then they have some montage of me going, oh, shit, about 40 times at the end. That hasn't happened. But that's usually my tactic. And I always record if I'm doing a documentary, just I would never ask for forgiveness, but you definitely don't ask for permission. In terms of what was left out, it kind of covered it. I think as Helen said, the omission of England. If you're not talking about the respected public health people that were giving Juul the ammo to go out and say this product can change the world, if you're just referring back to 30-year-old science, or I don't even know how they established in the documentary how we know that nicotine isn't killing smokers. They certainly didn't talk about Sweden or snus as well. Bloomberg as well being left out, but at least they made the point that these are rich Manhattan mothers. Overall, I was pleased. I feared this for 2 years as to what it would turn out to be. I think Netflix themselves were quite surprised with what they bought, because Netflix, if you're not aware, they just kind of purchase a project. They give the fund like a negative pickup. They fund it, and they're going to get all the rights, but they don't really have an executive team that's watching over the shoulders and saying, don't use that, don't do that. They're not that kind of traditional Hollywood studio. And so when the trailer came out, I think the trailer was likely edited by Netflix people. And I think Netflix, in part because of the political pressure that is there regularly, every year, Smoke-Free Movies at UCSF does the the full page ad campaigns, and then they get useful idiots at NBC or AP or one or two other outlets to run that story saying smoking in movies is up 30%, and all the kids are seeing it, and Stranger Things, a show about life in the 1980s, should not have had any cigarette smoking. They are, even though it seems minute and small, just ignore them to us, that those type of pressure campaigns are always in the back of their minds. So I think that may have influenced how they edited that trailer, not just the desire to do fear mongering for viewers, because I don't think that ad was particularly effective, because we're at 6 years of fear mongering, vaping's the worst thing ever kind of documentaries. Hell, 2 years ago, there were 2 that went up in the same year about Juul, including the Hulu New York Times one. But ultimately, selfishly, it all comes back to me. And I was pleased with how they edited me. I was pleased that they animated me. I was pleased that I had a friend from high school send me a message saying that it was 1 o'clock in the morning and he woke up his wife and newborn baby by screaming out, "That's Greg Conley!" So now that I have that, I just need to testify before the House, the Senate, and possibly a grand jury. I remember and I've been on C-SPAN. I remember a Steve Parrish from formerly of Philip Morris 20 years ago. He was on C-SPAN many years ago, and he said that like the 4 pillars or whatever, the 4 things you achieve in Washington: C-SPAN, House and Senate testimony, and grand jury. So I've had C-SPAN. I'll add Netflix to the list. There's 3 more to go. So can't wait.
Dude, you got Trump. Okay. Can I just say that?
There are a couple other people. There's at least one person that deserves a little more credit than me on the Trump issue, but it was a joint effort, and it was the most stress-filled, crazy, 3 months of my life, and it's still, nothing has approached the insanity of that since. I think one day, hopefully the fun is not completely on downward trajectory, but yeah, that's a whole adventure that one day somebody will write about it.
Hey, maybe that's how you get your grand jury testimony.
Yeah, all about hanging out at the Trump Hotel in DC, which for a brief period of time, that somehow became the lobby of the White House.
Well, I think we're wrapping up, unless I've missed any other bits that you guys want to chime in on, as far as what was missed or what could be corrected. Seeing none and giving an appropriate pause to see some, we'll move right to the outro. Thank you guys for spending some time with us on a Monday to talk about this. Greg and Michelle, thank you for your contributions to the film and, of course, the larger tobacco harm reduction conversation. And Helen, of course, thank you for your reviews and all of your work on the broader harm reduction discussion. It was absolutely a privilege to have you guys on here today and talk. I'm not going to go through the full list of all the things we normally say, but if you would like more information about CASA, please visit our website, www.casaa.org. Sign up, become a member, and you can even donate while you're there. We have a couple of things that are active right now, depending on what state you are in, some federal stuff that we're watching. So make sure that you're signed up and you can get emails from us and we can get you engaged. All of this is very important. And we'll be back actually on this coming Saturday. We have another guest lined up and we'll be talking again about the perils of over enforcement and illicit markets and so on. It should be a very good conversation with, I believe, Diane Goldstein from LEAP, the Law Enforcement Action Project. So looking forward to that conversation. Thank you again, everybody who tuned in to watch this live. Thank you, everybody on the replay crew. And with that, we'll send it to Kristen for the outro.
As it finishes. Hey guys, we're here, we're back. I want to start off, first of all, thanking the people from CASA for letting us rebroadcast that, because I know there's a lot of people in Asia that were unable to see it. So now it's out there and they've seen it. We are at Open Live Discussion. And joining me is Martin Cullop from the TPA. So let us welcome him if he's ready. His cat's there. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hi, Martin.
Hiya.
How are you? Good morning, I should say.
Yeah. I don't know. Tired as usual.
Well, yeah. We don't have to be on that long. But I'm glad you joined me and I appreciate that. I'm glad you are here because I do want to ask you about well, we know that you're not in Panama. I mean, you're sitting in England right now. You should be sitting in Panama, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. Let's get your view on that whole entire situation with the cancellation of the COP. If you will.
Well, it's just another kind of mess up for people who are organising these COP conferences. As COPWatch wrote recently, they don't have a lot of luck, do they? When I went to India in 2016 for COP7, they had the most incredible smog that was there. It hung over the city. The whole place, smelled like sulfur. And there they were coming along to talk about tobacco, where there was a real proper public health problem happening in the city as they came in to, talk about something that really isn't that important. But this one, I don't know. They're saying it's because of the civil unrest in Panama, and admittedly there has been some there, but sources that we speak to in Latin America say it's all but finished now. So it's just a strange one. Why have they used that when, as far as I can see, the convention center wasn't near any of the protests that were going on? And surely Panama could have provided some security to make sure that the delegates got in and out okay. I don't know. It seems a dodgy one. Of course, at the same time, and WHO said it's got nothing to do with it, but at the same time, they had a problem with the contract for organising the conference, where the consortium had pulled out of the contract after asking for some extra money or extra funding, and the government didn't seem to want to give it to them. But overall, I think the facts have come out on this. It's the incredible amount of funding that this thing takes. I think it was 4.8 million dollars that this consortium were originally awarded, and then they asked for another 2 million. How much money does it take to organize a conference like this?
I don't know. It's just take a hell of a lot to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Could you imagine we could do it $5 million? I mean, hello.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've heard a couple of theories. I mean, one of the theories was, and I mean, I as soon as I heard about it, this is what my thought was too, is it's their way of just keeping it behind closed doors. But, in thinking on it, there are certain things that they're not able to do virtually. I mean, isn't that the reason why they've been postponing the discussions about tobacco harm reduction and harm reduction in general, was because they didn't want to do it virtually. They wanted to do it in person, obviously, to do some backroom deals, right? I didn't say that. Yes, I did. So, I mean, the possibility exists, of course, that's, what they're doing. But, in light of that, there's another aspect of this that I think I would like to explore with you, is it, aside from the consortium issue and the security issues, do you think that the, hold on a minute, the letter from the 52 organizations to the head of the UNCHR, and then the submission period from the special rapporteur on harm reduction, drugs harm reduction, do you think those two events or issues will have an impact on FCTC, being that they are under the UN umbrella?
Well, hopefully, there's a few more months they're talking about that they might hold it now in March. So it gives a little bit more time for our voices to be heard. And that letter was to Volker Turk was a very well put together piece. So hopefully that will open some eyebrows, raise some eyebrows somewhere as to what's going on, because the world doesn't seem to know what's happening at this meeting. Excuse me.
Drink something.
So they don't seem to want to know what happens. Well, they don't know what happens at these meetings, whereas we know that it's really quite a farce. It's just a cherry pick whatever evidence they want, and it's quite clear they have an agenda, and they don't really want to care. They don't care about health at all, as far as we can see. It's just they don't like industry. It seems to me, not just vaping industry. It seemed to find with all these groups that they just don't like any industry. We saw a thing with corporate accountability 2 or 3 weeks ago, where they just made stuff up about consumers, said that even consumer organizations were basically tobacco industry interference, which isn't true. We all know that.
I know.
So they're just smearing just about everyone, and they just seem like sixth form students with no clue about the world, who just hate industry. And when you look at the corporate accountability website, it's not just anti-tobacco industry, it's anti-any industry. So, there seems to be a lot of that going on with these groups as well. So I don't know. We have 3 months. Those letters, those interventions could hopefully swing something somewhere. But additionally, it's just more publicity of how the WHO is fairly incompetent. If it can't organize a meeting in a country like Panama with 2 years preparation for it, or probably more than 2 years, because I'm sure there was some sort of deal going before the announcement at COP9 that COP10 would be held in Panama. So they surely should have started preparations even before then. And yet here we are 2 years later, and they cancelled it, about 2 weeks before the conference started?
No, they canceled it a week before everybody was supposed. Yeah, it was 2 weeks before the conference was supposed to start, a week before everybody was supposed to be arriving there. I mean, the whole thing just smells like week-old fish to me. Okay. And I'm really hoping that the contact with Volker, who I believe will actually read that letter. I do believe he will. And I believe that may have helped to trigger that special rapporteur as well. I mean, it could be coincidental. I do believe that those two things will help us in the long run. But the other thing that I wonder about, it's late for me, Martin, work with me. The other thing that I wonder about, I have to talk to the cat, is, because these trips are not easy. Okay. And I've said this before, budgets have to be allocated. Visas have to be obtained, as you know. Okay. Flights, hotels, all of that. This is not something that you can arrange like that. Okay. It's going to take months. Okay. So yeah, they're saying March 2024. I'm not holding out much hope that that's actually going to happen in March 2024 because they need at least 60 days for the updated reports to go in. They have to be in 60 days before the start, if I'm right, if I remember this correctly. So could it very well be that, yes, this is one of those things where they're just like, yeah, no, we're just going to, no, that's it. We're not going to do it. And this de minimis meeting, de minimis, for everybody who doesn't know, the basic understanding of it is that it's for process and policy. It's not discussing actual topics. It's for discussing how to run the meeting. If I'm getting this right, could it very well be that that's what that Thursday and Friday is about? That virtual meeting is that we're going to change all these things so that we can go ahead and just do this virtually and not have to worry about it. What's your take on it?
I'm not sure. I think the point of those is because they have certain legal obligations they've got to get through for the treaty. So they've got to set a budget and they've got to do all the sort of things you have to do in a certain time frame when you're running an international conference, international treaty. Sorry. So there's going to be a lot of that. They've already put out a document saying they're postponing the agenda. So I've had a couple of people say, "Oh, are they going to just try and do this?" behind closed doors, and I said no, they're not doing that. They've said and they haven't got enough time to do that. Just 2 days. It would have been a tight schedule anyway if they were doing the full agenda over 5 days or 6 days, but they're not going to do it in 2 days. But yeah, there could be that. But they have ruled out publicly. They've ruled out doing something virtually. But another thing you have to think of with all this is exactly what you said with the scheduling and getting delegates along. They've all got that stuff to do, but you've also got people who won't be available in March, who would have been available in November. So many delegations are going to have to change. Some countries are having elections, so you won't even have the same government, let alone the same delegates. There might be complete changes in policy positions. So there's a hell of a lot to do before they can sort of sit down around tables in Panama in March. So it is problematic. But of course, there's always the option with these things that they hold it in Geneva, because Geneva is where the UN is based, and most countries, because of what a major city the UN is in international terms, most of the if not all of them will have some sort of presence. The parties, will have some sort of presence in Geneva already. So they might have sort of places to stay for delegates. They will have international treaty experts in Geneva. So that's another option. They could just go back home and hold it there, as they did and they've got the facilities, because they showed that in 2018 when they held COP8 in Geneva. So that's another option they could do. But yeah, it's the problems around going to Panama. And if I was a WHO delegate, I would be furious with the WHO for what they've done, postponing it so late, but also furious with Panama why does a country come out and let the WHO say, oh, Panama says it's not a safe place and you can't come here? Imagine what message that sends to tourists,
it's bad optics. But the thing is, the devil's in the details here, Martin. The WHO knew at the end of October that the consortium had blown up. What did they think they were going to do in 3 weeks?
I know. Yeah.
See, the whole thing is just, that's what I'm saying. It smells like weak old fish, right? Let's segue into that de minimis meeting. Now, am I right in saying that it's just policy and procedure, and there is maybe a chance that they're going to discuss that whole consensus versus majority rules thing at that meeting? Is there any way that may possibly happen? Because it's something you and I have discussed previously.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in the documents that come out saying that. It's just basically the regular boring stuff, committee B stuff, which they'll be discussing. But I haven't seen anything in there. But who knows? They haven't actually. They've come out with a guidance. I read something this morning about it. It's got what do they call it? Special procedures to regulate the conduct of the de minimis session. So it's basically just procedure. It's saying, for example, that they'll sort of adapt the rules to say that you can get quorum from people who aren't in the room because they hadn't expected to do something virtual. So it's just get an agreement first that that they can accept people as attending, even though they're not in the same room as them. Just little bits and bobs like that. So it does seem fairly straightfortard. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any.
But that could be dangerous.
Well, that's just specifically for this meeting. It says, understood the virtual attendance of the parties should be taken into account when calculating the presence of the quorum. So they have to make sure that they've got enough people to under their terms to say that they have achieved a quorum. And it's just saying, well, someone might stick up their hand and say, but we haven't got a quorum because we're not all sitting together. So they can't carry on. So it's just to get agreement on that first, that this de minimis meeting, they can make decisions on the budget, and I mean, they have to, because otherwise the whole treaty would start falling apart if they don't do those things they legally have to do as part of administering an international treaty.
All right, let's switch over really quick, because you're the expert. I hate to break it to you. In case you didn't know, Martin, you are the WHO COPE expert.
Okay.
How do I put this? It's kind of a strange way. I've been having a hard time articulating today. What is your take on the fact that the meeting was canceled, and then that day was also that campaign of just like completely blasting everybody and anybody who doesn't support them?
The corporate accountability thing.
That, and blasting articles that were written against the WHO, and the tweets about consumer organizations and front groups and all of that.
Oh right, yeah,
that bit. Yeah. Talk to me.
I'm sure that was just sort of part of the plans in advance of COP10 anyway. I mean, they've been getting more pressure for this COP than they've ever had before. I remember when I went in 2016 to India, I was there were a lot of people saying, "Well, we can go to these meetings," and I said, "Yeah, you can and you should. You should pressure things." And back then, Clive Bates every year people would say, "What should we do for COP?" And he said, "It's probably too late. You should be getting on the case at the start of the year, or even a year and a half ahead of time to get organised, because that's what they're doing. They're preparing, well in advance." And over time, more and more people have got interested in this, and look at the amount of organisation. There are consumer groups all over the world have been working towards, either having a presence in COP10, in Panama for COP10, or have been writing to their representatives in their own countries and expressing their concerns. So they've been under a lot of pressure. So their reaction to all of this stuff all the time is to just dismiss it as industry interference, which is what they're trying to do. They don't want anyone to think there's a debate. They say that the debate's over. This is all settled. We need to do this, that, and the other. But there's a lot of us being very loud and saying, no, it's not, and you're doing everything wrong. And instead of have a debate about this, but they know they'll lose the debate because they know they're in the wrong. They know we're on the side of the angels, as I always say. And they're the baddies. So the best thing they can do is just try and smear anyone speaking against them. And often it works. But so I think that was something that they probably already had planned, because they know they're under pressure. They know they're being, pestered by all of us sane people to get these things right in COP10, and not, go banning things that are beneficial to public health in the long run.
Okay. Well, then the next thing is, should we, and if we should, how can we capitalize on the possible anger and angst of delegates for getting screwed over by the WHO? What are our next steps as consumers? What should we be doing now that, of course, this has been postponed? What do you suggest that we all do?
I think much the same as what we've been doing, really. The best way I've always said to get to the delegates who are going is to talk to your governments in whatever way works in your jurisdiction. Whether you've got an elected government, you can write to your elected representative. I understand some countries don't have elected governments, which is probably more problematic, but you must, if you're in your own country, know the means of getting to people who run the country and just get your concerns.
Maybe and maybe not. This is interesting that you brought this up, because we talked to Kurt earlier today. You're sleeping, and we were talking about for you and I and other people, it's relatively easy to have contacts in the governments. But in some of these countries, especially in LMICs, I mean, it is very difficult, you know, unless you're a cousin or a blood relative or something. You know, it's very hard to have those contacts in the governments. So how, you know, it's easy for us from a first world perspective to say, yeah, just let's keep doing what we're doing. But what, you know, should we be doing? And I asked Kurt this as well. What should we be doing to help bring everybody along with us? Because that's a lot of what the issue is. And you know this. I mean, with Latin America, you know this, with Africa, in the Middle East, okay, Central Asia, you know, you've got all these, there are individual advocates in these countries. They don't have the access to government and resources that we do. So this buys us some time, I think, to help bring them along with us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's difficult. Well, it's funny. This is a strange one. I've been saying for years that it's easier to get people to advocate and to take some action in countries where it hasn't been as comfortable as the UK. And I've been saying to UK consumers for years, I've done it on all sorts of panels. So don't be complacent. All it takes is a change of government or something, and the UK could easily slip back. And look what we've got in the UK now. We've got a consultation coming up talking about banning flavours, talking about plain packaging for these products, talking about taxes for them. So everyone said, "Oh, the UK's got it right. Everyone's, you know, nothing's going to happen over there." Even some groups in this country have said, "Oh, nothing's going to happen. The government's got our back." But it changes so quickly. So even if you're fairly comfortable with your laws, you should still sort of keep your eye out for what's coming down the track. And you know, here we have a COP10 conference, which is extremely threatening for all harm reduction products. So it shouldn't be too difficult to talk to people and say, look, if you don't do something, you're going to end up with things you don't want. You can have bans, bans on flavors, even if your country hasn't got a flavor ban, because it come from top down from this treaty and the decisions made at it. So it's just try and raise awareness amongst as many advocates as possible that what the threats are, what they can do about it, and why they should be doing something about it. And so we've got to just try and carry on doing that. And that's not just for COP10. You know, this hopefully will be able to fend off a lot of what's been proposed at COP10, but carry on after COP10, just then start planning for COP11, because they're not going to stop.
It never stops. It doesn't stop. No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't stop.
We as consumers in the EU and Europe, we campaigned against the TPD about 10 years ago. I remember going to Place de Luxembourg in Brussels and blowing and with a load of black balloons making a big noise to try and attract attention over there. And we managed to stave off the issue where the EU wanted to bring in medregs, where vaping would only be available on prescription. And we fought that off. But look what they're doing now. They're coming back for a review of the Tobacco Products Directive, probably starting next year. And they're already talking about going back and fighting the same old battles that we fought 10 years ago. We're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to go to Brussels again. We're going to have to make a load of noise again. It does. They constantly keep coming at you. You just got to always be on your guard and just get ready to fight them again and again and again.
And I think the thing we all have to remember too, those of us who are in quote unquote developed countries, I hate that term, but first world is worse. I think we need to understand too that it's not just about us, it's about everybody, because all it takes is one, for example, the UK, all it takes is one domino to go down and then systemically just knocks everybody out. And that's kind of what we're up against. Let's see. What else have we got? Well, talk to me about the past week for you. I mean, your whole world is just kind of going, because you had all these plans and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah. We had an event planned, a good COP event to coincide with COP10 in Panama. And we had some really good speakers coming and experts. Just a few names: Konstantinos. We had 17 countries, experts from 17 countries. Ricardo Pelosi was coming. Kurt, who you talked about from South Africa, was coming. And now the postponement hit. And what's the point in holding a conference in Panama when there's no COP10 in Panama. Panama becomes, with all due respect, an irrelevant country. So there wasn't any point in going to Panama to hold any event. So we postponed it. And so the idea is that if and when it's held in Panama and we know the date, then we'll just resurrect the idea and do it again. But I think when we first announced this and started inviting experts, I think there was a certain amount of not suspicion, but just thought, can the TPA, Taxpayers Protection Alliance, do something like this? And I think we've gained a lot of respect because we have organised an event. It was all ready to go. We had the hotel, we've got the catering, we've got the AV equipment, we had experts, we had the plans were fully in place. And now going back and I think you did a pre-record. It was the postponement was that late. We were sort of recording pre-records from people who couldn't make it or whose schedule didn't fit in. So I think you'd done one. I'd done one with Clive Bates, and I was talking to people who I'd invited pre-records who were saying, "Oh, we wish we were coming." We wish we were coming to this thing. Who maybe didn't think it was worth planning, flights all right the way around the world in case it just turned out to be a damp squib. But I think now they've confidence that we can put on an event. We did everything to put on the event. Yeah. The only thing that was missing is a COP10 to set it up against.
The actual meeting.
So we organised our conference. The WHO couldn't organise theirs.
Hey, we maintained the sCOPe conference, even though I had to jig it around a bit because I was going to rebroadcast you guys. I mean, we managed to do it without the $5 million. Funny that. Yeah. So we're living in some pretty interesting times. I mean, I'm in a country with no government right now. Whoever would have imagined that, Yeah. So I agree with you. I think we need to keep on trucking it as far as that's concerned. But I do have concerns. This is Kurt saying he was looking forward to it. We know, Kurt. I know you were. You got stuck with me online. But anyway, it's going to be interesting what comes out of this de minimis meeting. I know it's only just policy and procedures and budgets and stuff, but I don't know. There's just something niggling in the back of my mind that something's going to go down, and we'll find out about it and be like, oh shit.
It just shows, doesn't it, how little trust we've got in the WHO because of what it's been doing over the last few years.
And part of me, Martin, hopes that the delegates are seeing it too. I think they might be now, somewhat. How just absolute, I can't use my normal term that I would use, but Judy's term. Yeah, shambles. It really, really is. Because it's a complete disregard for all the work that other people put in to make this thing actually work.
That's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Why didn't they just say, if they truly were worried about the civil unrest in Panama, and if that was truly the case, and I'm sorry, I don't trust them as far as I'm going to throw. I don't think it's that. I think it's because they messed up the contract with the organising of the conference. But that's just my thought on it. But if it really was about the political unrest, surely the WHO would have intense meetings with the Panamanian government. The Panamanian government would want the WHO to carry on with a meeting. They don't want to admit that their country's unsafe and they can't hold a meeting. So they would have surely be saying, we'll give you, 500 marshals to with guns to ensure your conference goes ahead without a hitch. We'll do anything we can. But that didn't seem to happen, and they just seemed to drop it at the drop of a hat. Just
maybe they don't have the funds to do that, because remember, it is Panama. They don't have a lot of money. But more importantly, maybe the WHO doesn't have as much money as they say that they pretend to have. They couldn't afford it. Do you see? But for the security and all of that.
It's curious. It's curious. We've been talking about this 5 million, and then the consortium asked for an extra 2 million. And then in the FCTC budget, they have an item of $1.7 million of its own on top, and we don't know if that is. Who knows if that's included in the 5 million that the Panamanian government was paying, or is this on top? I mean, does it really mean that they're talking about 4.8 million, another 2 million, and then 1.7 million? Was that 6.878? Does it really cost 8.5 million to put on a conference, and they still can't get the thing over the line and actually turn up in Panama for it. The whole thing is just bizarre.
It's the money thing. It's got to be the money thing, because one of the things that Kurt said was, it was interesting that the Youth World Robotics Olympiad occurred the weekend before in Panama at the same venue with hundreds of kids from around the world. But, during the actual riots, and I've seen the posts from the guys from Latin America that are down there, and it looks pretty peaceful to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was like Kurt says, that was when the riots were in full swing, when at the height of them, when there was 30 or 40,000 people on the streets. If I was kind of worried, that would be nice.
I kind of, it's interesting he brings that up, because I kind of think that maybe they are a little bit shaken in their boots, because they realize they don't have a leg to really stand on. They can blow as much hot air as they want about, this and that, youth vaping epidemic and nicotine and brain damage and all this other bullshit, right? But I think they might actually be beginning to realize, this isn't going to work. They're not going to shut us up.
Well, yeah, it'd be nice. I was quite pleased to see Corporate Accountability put us on one of their slides, the TPA's webpage for our Good Cop conference, and they obviously inevitably they said it's industry interference, as they always do about every consumer, no matter how small or large they are. But they were saying they've booked a whole hotel. We hadn't booked the whole hotel. We booked 60% of it, but were they shocked that we were able to do something like that? Were they shocked that consumers could actually pick up a phone and ring someone and book some rooms and organize people to come along? Why are they? What do they think we are?
A conversation you and I had about 2 years ago. Okay, I'm going to remind you of this. The fact that I remember it is kind of shocking, actually, because I don't know what day it is. But conversation you and I had about 2 years ago, and I said to you, and I think this was a GFN, is I said, they think we're stupid. They think that, we're just like, they're like the headmaster, and we're the year ones, or the new entrants, and we don't have a clue, and they're going to tell us what to do, and they're the parent and we're the child. They have no idea. They do not accept the fact that A, consumers are not tobacco industry. B, consumers come from varied backgrounds up to and including advanced degrees. They don't see us as people, Martin. They don't. They see us as statistics. They see us as like cardboard cutouts, like you see at a movie theater, at the cinema promoting a movie. They don't see us as real people. And I think they're beginning to see that. I think you're right.
I think you're right, because Corporate Accountability also mentioned the CopWatch website in their event a few weeks ago, and it was an undercurrent. They didn't exactly say it, but it was almost like they were saying, it says that it's written by consumers for consumers, but they didn't explain so very well. But it almost seemed like that kind of contempt. It's like, well, of course these are just consumers. They're not clever enough to do that.
Exactly.
Well, they're not clever enough to set up what is just basically, from what it seems to me, a basic WordPress blog page. I ran one on my own on Blogspot from 2008, just me with a computer in South London. It's not hard.
No, it's not.
You have people to write things.
It's megalomania. It's contempt. It is contempt. I looked at that list of the articles and the things they listed. Damien shared it with me. I had no idea it existed. Right? Damien, he's like, you need to look at this. I'm like, why? He's like, well, Ethra's on it. He didn't tell me what was really on it. And I looked at it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, there's 65 articles and websites listed, and out of the 65, I mentioned like 14 times. I'm like, holy shit. Right? But then I thought, wait a minute. That's because everybody that's on that list, they see that as a threat. Yeah. That's good. That means that they actually are beginning to pay attention. Like, hey, wait a minute, hold on a minute. These people, there's a risk involved here, because these people actually know what the hell they're talking about.
Okay. And also, as an advocate, has said, I won't mention who it is, in case it's a female, in case she didn't want to be mentioned. But as she says, you know, for each consumer, we're probably worth, you know, probably 30 or 40, maybe even 50 of the people on the other side, because we're the governed, we're the main stakeholder, the most affected, and we vote, you know, and there's many of us. There are over 100 million of us now in the world who use these safer nicotine products, and we're a big threat to them because we're not just you know, we actually matter to politicians, you know, because politicians are politicians because they're meant to be doing our bidding. That's the whole point. They're governing countries on our behalf. So if we're making a big racket and noise, then they should be worried about that, because at the end of the day, they're just bureaucrats.
Martin, they can't dismiss us anymore. That's all.
No.
All of this tells me they can't dismiss us anymore.
Absolutely.
So that's a power, and we've got to utilize that power correctly. If you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why we're continuing on with what we're doing. I mean, tomorrow, I have Roberto coming on, and he's going to go over his research. I mean, Roberto was on that list too. I'm at the point now where I don't even give a damn anymore what they call me or what names or whatever. It's like, because where I'm coming from is a much different place from when they're coming from. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, there's the moral thing to do, and then there's the legal thing to do. But, you know, ultimately, none of this is about me or about you or about any one individual. Whereas on the other side, I suspect, especially after what happened in London last week, I suspect that a lot of these people, it's about them.
Yeah.
You know, and that needs to be made very clear to people outside of our little world to see these are the people that are responsible, you know, for making decisions about your health. You know, and I covered that with Kurt as well. You've got to watch that session because you were asleep, but you've got to go back and rewatch that. It was very, very interesting about the distrust in the medical system and so on and so forth. Hold on. Guys, I just want you to understand, I've got Kurt sitting in the studio because he's got power issues. So he's in there on his phone and he's giving me comments because he can't actually get on the internet. It's like on YouTube. I believe we should progress. I think we should become more organized. And then he writes, oh, there he is. There he is. I can see him. Hi. My petition poster was displayed at a public health conference in South Africa during a presentation with a big ring highlighting misinformation. Kurt, do you want to come in and talk with us? Yes? Okay, we're going to bring Kurt in. He's got internet and electric, so let's bring him in. Hi, darling. Welcome back.
Me again.
So, yeah.
Have you got nothing else to do, Kurt?
Well, yeah.
Neither do you, Warren.
Did take the week off?
My son's writing exams, so yeah, my wife's very happy. So she also had to take the week off, which was, you know, because I wasn't going to be here. But yeah, it's I'm trying to prepare for this weekend's public hearings with this nagging thing behind my head that I'm actually never going to be heard because they've overlooked me at least 6 times already. So, you know, what do you prepare for, you know? Just in case they might pick you. I don't know. I don't believe they will. But anyway, yeah, I just think the whole COP thing was nothing to do with the uprising or the protesting that is happening in Panama. I think there's something bigger happening. And I was really looking forward to being in Panama, and I was hoping that we could maximize that time to become more organized. I think that's where the power is starting to show, is that more voices are joining together, talking about this with a very high degree of conviction. And the more that happens and the more organized we become, and I think Good Cop, Bad Cop was just a perfect example of, yes, we can do it, and yes, we will do it, and you can't keep us silent. And we do know what happens, and we do know how it happens, and we see the pattern, and it's pattern recognition that's becoming very evident now.
I'm pleased more people are learning about the process. You know, I started writing about COP meetings. I think the first one was COP 4. And I've just sort of slowly learned about them over time. And in the end, I think after hearing about so much that was going on at COP 6 in Moscow, I just thought, I'm going to the next one. I want to be over there when this happens. And then I went to COP 7, and then people were saying to me, you can go, and a whole load of people went to COP 8 in Geneva because it was easy to get to. But then after that, COP 9 was postponed, was virtual. So this has been the first time really when we could sort of mobilize and get a lot of consumers interested and along to make their presence felt. And that's all gone. So I wonder, did they know that this, we were going to get there was going to be a lot of people going. I mean, holding it in Latin America was their first mistake, because those guys are very passionate, and they were going to crawl over broken glass to get there. And there was going to be a lot of them. There's going to be a lot of vaping advocates, especially harm reduction advocates in Latin American countries who are going to make Panama. We were getting others from Europe and from elsewhere in the world. And America is not that far, just a flight south. So there was going to be a significant amount of people there. But hold that thought, because if they hold it in Panama, we're all ready to go. Everything's in place. Everyone just have to change the date. But if they're going to do something like Nancy said, maybe try and hold it virtually, we'll be ready for COP 11, wherever that is. And if we can do something in a country as difficult to get to for a lot of the world, especially Asia, as Panama, we can do it anywhere. We can follow wherever they hold their conference, and we'll be there. So we're not going away. We're just going to come back stronger.
I just want to touch on what Lindsay said in the previous, is that we should start becoming more progressive and not reactive to these things. We should start taking control. Proactive. Sorry, we should be more proactive on this and start taking away some of that voice and some of that. Reacting to these things is not helpful. But now, if we start, providing our comment and our take on it up front before, then and make sure that we are organized, I think that's the next progression of this discussion.
A lot of groups have been doing that.
Sorry, I'm losing you, Nancy. Couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Hold on a second. How can you not hear me? I'm here. It's working.
That's better.
That's better.
Oh, my internet. Who knows? What I was saying is, people are starting to be more proactive. We've been doing that in Asia. We've been slowly bringing it up and trying to bring everybody along with us. I think one of the things that you brought up, Kurt, is very important, is that we all need to work closer together. Because more of us is a louder voice, is more consistent. And I think one of the big things, and it's hard in some countries, like in South Africa, for example, it's hard in some countries to actually get that kind of organization going and get that kind of loud voice, because some of the countries, I don't know if this is the case in South Africa or not, but some of the countries, they don't want overseas science. They want stuff that's relevant to their own country. I don't think that would be an issue in South Africa, but sharing the resources like you do with the website, with the science and the stuff that Martin does and the stuff that I do, we need to actually all start talking more often and just start sharing more often and supporting each other more often, because I think we're at that place right now, like this, where we're tipping it, and that's causing them a lot of agita, and we need to keep that up, but we have to do it the right way. Not yelling and screaming and cursing at people, but saying, hey, here's the science. Hey, this is this. And data, like you said, Kurt, we got to help you somehow get data. Data is the way. Lindsay's going to love me for this. Data is the way to win the war. Data and humanizing it and making them realize that we're people. We're not statistics.
So, I mean, that's exactly it. And the reality is that the science that refers to the safety of these products is irrefutable now. And irrespective of where it happens in the world, that same level of confidence can be applied no matter where in the country. What's different per country is the rates and other issues that might apply. So, for example, in South Africa, as I said, vaping might not be the silver bullet because of our issues around electricity and our social economic status. But that doesn't exclude things like snus or nicotine pouches.
Right.
And we know that based on the continuum of risk, all the risk of these products are significantly lower than the products that they are currently using. Yeah. If we we had the discussion around vaccines. They don't test these vaccines in every single country in the world because the human physiology and makeup is pretty much the same no matter where you go in the world. How you implement it and how you manage it is country specific. And what I shared in the group is how inconsistent the data is in South Africa to make any kind of real impact if you don't have a basis to measure against.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Lindsay is probably somebody you should talk to be honest with you, Kurt, because she's the data queen.
That's right. Between Lindsay, Martin, and Pelosa, I was like, this is going to happen. Because all I wanted to do was just be a sponge and just suck up all that stuff and try and implement it in South Africa somehow. But I think it's going to happen, and I'm looking forward to it happen. And it's all about being the sponge and then trying to take those learnings and transplant them into
I mean, something that might have worked for me, I'll give it to you, and you have to kind of tweak it so that it works for you. And that's the way it has to happen. And that the only way that's going to happen is if we are sharing all this stuff. I mean, if there was a way to do it, and trust me, I do the regional meetings, and it's if there was a way to get everybody in a room to actually just sit and just brainstorm once a month or once every quarter, that would be perfect. But it's the buy-in, it's the time differences, it's the access and everything else. So that's why we've got to utilize all of the things that we have. We have the WhatsApp groups, and we have, emails, and we have, things like this. We just got to keep doing it, because the more we do this, not only is it good for us because we're learning and sharing, but it also builds our presence. That's important. So our presence is
yeah.
Martin, what would you say?
Your mic's fading again. I don't know what's going on. I agree. Yeah, just gather other people up to join in, as I've been saying for years. And even if you think it's going the right way, just keep the pressure on, because we've got to get our point across. And you have to sometimes pinch yourself and wonder why we're even having to do this. Because so what if say the WHO is right? So what if these products are harmful? They say they're not safe, but that's our decision to use them. It's no one else's decision. It's our decision to use them. And for years, they've been trying to encourage people to stop smoking, but they're not trying to ban the products. They're not banning smoking anywhere in the world. They tried it, didn't they, in a small country in Asia, and they had to abandon it because they can't do it. And yet here they are trying to ban nicotine products. They're turning it into a war against nicotine. And nicotine's been used for 12,000 years. Archaeologists have found sort of traces of nicotine use in skulls from Stone Age types or whatever. So do they really think that they're going to be the lucky ones to manage to eradicate nicotine from the world? No, it's not going to happen. So they have to be realistic, and they're overshooting themselves. And I think, as I keep saying, we're on the side of the angels. We're the ones who've got all the science on our side, and it's growing, all the evidence on our side. Half of their own ranks, former tobacco controllers, or the tobacco controllers who still are, but can see the benefits. They're on our side. So it's a ragtag thing they're doing, and it's about time they really saw some reality. And we need to sort of bring them to that point where they do act on reality, rather than this fantasy that they're going to somehow eradicate all these products. And it's quite apt, really, that they were holding this event in Panama, because Panama's banned everything, just about. But apparently they've got an illicit rate of 90%. 90% of cigarette sales are on the black market. Well, it's fine. You can write as many laws as you like, but if that's your outcome, you're not governing very well, are you?
It's fantastic wallpaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what's the
Fantastic
point of having a
wallpaper.
law? What's the point of having a law if it's not enforced?
Yeah.
Because it shows that they are doing something.
I know, but practical terms, it's pointless. It's a waste of money and time. You know, I mean, look at Australia. Classic example. Kurt and I were talking about Australia. I mean, you know, they're implementing a ban that they've already have a ban on, and they're doubling down on something that isn't even working. But you know, because, and Kurt, Martin, and I have talked about this before, because Australia is the poster child of what the WHO wants. This is our future, folks. We're looking at, you know, look at Australia, which is the antithesis of what any of us want. None of us want a black market. None of us want unregulated markets. None of us want these things to be available to kids. And nobody wants to have, you know, tainted cartridges or tainted e-liquid. I mean, it defies logic. But here we are. We're looking at Australia. This is what the WHO wants.
And it also shows a lack of recognition of the market. They don't even understand the market. I mean, what happened? They keep saying, "Oh, tobacco industry invented these products to you know, attract kids or to, you know, continue selling nicotine." Well, they didn't. You know, a guy in China invented them. I mean, and in the UK, the market didn't come about from the tobacco industry. It was consumers did it. The consumers got these rudimentary products that people were selling in pubs. You know, I remember someone trying to sell me a cigar-like in a pub in 2007, just after the smoking ban had come in over here. And I tried it and I thought it's a good idea, but it wasn't very good. I didn't buy one. But there were some people who saw those devices, saw the potential, went into their shed, pulled it apart and thought, this isn't rocket science. I can build one of these. And that's where MacMod started. And this is how the industry in the UK started. It was consumers took the things apart, thought we can make this better. They innovation came about. They started up their own businesses. I mean, Totally Wicked, I think, was in north of England, is a major independent vape company over here. And that was started in it was two brothers, and one of the brothers started the company in his bedroom in 2008. And they started selling products that they imported from China. It's not tobacco industry has been doing this. It's that consumers have been doing this.
I mean, we didn't have tobacco products in this country until we had regulation.
Yeah, I mean,
funny that
they can, you know, they've got all these. The WHO's got their Empower thing, which is basically regulations to ban things on the supply side and demand side. But in countries that use them, they're not getting results. It's countries that use harm reduction or liberal harm reduction policies, which are getting the better results. And they can try and ban whatever they like, but all that happens is vapors will just go back into their sheds and start building them for friends and everything else. The technology's gone. You can't stop it now. It's out there. The genie's out the bottle, and they can't stop it. So they have to come to some sort of sensible solution at some point in the future. They're not going to get away with just banning everything. I mean, nicotine pouches, they must be the simplest product to make, because if every independent vape company that I've seen has also got a line in nicotine pouches. There must be a factory somewhere making them 10 to the dozen and just slapping people's names on the outside of the box. These are very simple products to make. It doesn't need a big industry. You don't need a tobacco industry to make these products. They only started buying them up once they saw their consumers were going out the door to different products. So it doesn't matter what the WHO does. There will be a market in these products, and if it's a wholly black market, then that's one thing. But really, they should be just wake up and smell the coffee. This is happening with or without you, and you're going to be irrelevant if you don't jump on board with it.
Maybe they don't care. Maybe, you know, we had a discussion. I think we had this discussion in the Philippines. I think, Martin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in the Philippines when we went to AHRF, and we were talking about, you know, well, sometimes, you know, countries don't want to see it because if it's not legal, then they don't have to count it into their statistics and they don't have to address it. And that's where a lot of, you know, that's how a lot of countries operated before all this crap came out with the war on nicotine. It's not going to change. What is Rog writing? Oh, a funny action by the FDA. Here's a classic example in the United States.
Yep.
You know, that I never understood how a coil
bits of metal.
a glass.
You cannot bend wire anymore.
Don't they know we used to build our own coils?
But
Yeah,
now
I still know
you
how.
cannot bend wire.
I think I've got a jig around here somewhere. I mean, you know, it's they're not going to stop it. But you know, if it doesn't exist, if it's banned, if it's outlawed, then it doesn't exist.
You know,
I mean,
one of the most interesting things that I saw is that in our ANTS in South Africa released a leaked memo from a big tobacco company, talking about how they could look at replacing the combustible cigarette with some kind of nicotine delivery system that uses anything outside of combustion. And they used that, and they came from, I think, the 70s or the 80s, this memo. And it was just like a what if scenario in this memo. Maybe we could look at something like, and they try to use that to justify that this has always been a big tobacco ploy. And I jokingly said there, well, that would mean that Leonardo da Vinci was the inventor of the helicopter because he happened to sketch something on a parchment that looked like a helicopter. So that's the level of lunacy we're getting to, is that there's this fighting for every single inch to be right or be correct, and every time they are just losing is becoming quite apparent. And I agree that they've, what I tried to explain to Nancy earlier is that we've seen this pattern now, because no matter where you go in the world, the same process and the same approach is applied. We're going to say it's about the kids, then we're going to say it's about the flavors, then and we just keep pushing it, and that same script is then transplanted wherever the discussion happens around the world. So the next part of the script is to literally besmirch all the people that are talking against their narrative or speaking against their narrative. That's the next one. And I'm afraid that it might even get worse than that, where they actually literally start attacking and trying to find ways of quieting or silencing. And that's a real risk in the LMICs, is trying to silence them using other mechanisms, not just with conferences or letters.
well, that's something. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Very soft.
It's very weird. I don't know what's going on, but it's something that Mark said earlier. That they'll come up with this thing that they'll start throwing people in jail. India, classic example. Australia, that's the next one.
Yep.
And South Africa. I've mentioned that at a couple of events I've done recently, where they're talking about 10 years in prison for a consumer saying that these products are less harmful than smoking. And
that's in the bill. That's literally in the bill.
Yeah,
and it's considered as promoting,
which is vile, isn't it?
It is.
Vile. This is what they're resorting to, rather than just sit around the table. Let's talk about how these things are going to work for public health. It should be that simple. But as Clive often makes the point, but you've got grants are threatened. You've got people's careers are threatened. Entire university departments are threatened. People's wages, pensions are threatened. I mean, surely that can't just be it. Is this it? I don't know, but I can't understand any other reason why they would be so determined to stamp out these products unless there was some sort of personal interest in it, because they're certainly not thinking about public health.
No, and I think Dr. Corsi Tlhatlapa said that the nicotine addiction affects pretty much everybody. So people smoke for nicotine, people vape for nicotine, companies produce these products for profit, governments for tax, and the anti-tobacco establishment is to do with grants and their own egos and their own reputation. So it's really, and unfortunately for us, and fortunately for the rest of the world, these safer nicotine products have not only disrupted the cigarette market, but it's disrupted all walks of this discussion completely. Which the reality is that this Orwellian approach is now being seen in other frames around the World Health Organization. Hence the pandemic treaties. to silence dissent, to silence questioning their state or their position on the argument.
Well, this is why I'm really. You guys can hear me better now.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, better. Okay. Playing around with my audio tonight. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is why I'm really, really hoping that that letter and those UN submissions have something of an impact on the WHO. I really, really am, because I can see the dystopian future of people just getting rounded up and jailed, kind of like Thailand.
Yeah.
I can see it happening. That's a scary thing. You know?
Not just on this topic, but any topic.
Yeah, it's gonna, like you and I were discussing. It'll just branch out into everything. They'll start banning everything that they can't benefit from, and that we might like, because heaven forbid we should enjoy doing anything in life. We should all be miserable little, feudal people. And yeah, I can totally see it expanding out. I mean, that's why that pandemic treaty scares the hell out of me. It scares the hell out of me, because that's total control of everything.
I think there's one line that sums it all up. You'll own nothing and you will be happy.
Martin, can you guys hear me? Because evidently I'm having really big issues. Can you guys hear me at all?
Yeah, but since you took your headphones off, there's been an echo when any of us speak. So I don't know what that's about.
Oh my God. Hold on a second. Yeah, I know, but if I put my headphones on, you can't hear me. Hold on a minute. Let's try this. How about that? Better?
That's better.
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Much better.
Oh my God. Martin, the Declaration. You were there for the signing of the Western Pacific Declaration. I sent that thing through to the head of the Western Pacific Regional Office. Do you know that thing is sitting there waiting for somebody to sign it and accept it? Nobody signed for it yet?
Oh, what really? What as in
the Declaration, the original copy of the Declaration is sitting there in the mail room.
Desperate. that's I just reminded that picture of an ostrich with its head in the sand. If I don't see it, it's not a threat. It's just
doesn't exist, right? Kurt, are you aware of the Western Pacific Declaration? That thing that we did at the AHRF? Have you seen it? There's the link. Mm-hmm. Everybody, I think what you should do is, if you can, open a separate tab and look at that. Because that declaration, we do declarations every year, but that declaration pretty much outlines what we in Western Pacific and conceivably everyone wants from the WHO. Because of the postponement, I wonder if maybe it wouldn't be a good idea if everybody grabs a copy of this and adjusts it for their individual country and sends it to their delegation, because now we have the time to do that. Martin, what's your take?
Yeah, it's just common sense. The terms in it are just common sense, transparency, listen to consumers. I mean, things that they should be doing anyway. Why are they not doing those things? That's what the declaration really highlights, isn't it? That these are things the WHO is just not doing, which it should be doing.
I'm going to try to bring it up so you guys can see it, so we can talk about it, because I'm not having good luck with my internet tonight. Let's see. Let's see if it comes up now. There it is. Okay, I'm going to share my screen, guys. Hold on a second. Let's say. Let's talk about this. Start here. This is the declaration. Everything that's listed in here, okay, are things that these are what we all want, not just in Western Pacific, but we all want this. So, I mean, I have absolutely no problem if somebody wants to take the text of this, okay, and go ahead in their country or in their region and try to get signatures for that so that they can then turn around and send it to their delegates, okay? I'll read this because it might be hard for you guys to see it, okay? We at AHRF 2023 demand the complete transparency of the process and proceedings for COP10 meetings and the process of vetting representatives therein. This demand is rooted in the principles of openness, accountability, and fairness. Addressing crucial issues such as those discussed at COP meetings, the public and all stakeholders should have access to clear and unambiguous information about how decisions are made and actions are taken. We urge the delegates to make sure that consumers, researchers, and the media to be actively engaged and represented at every level within the process, extending to the highest level of delegation membership. This call for inclusivity ensures a well-rounded and transparent approach, where diverse perspectives, research insights, and media scrutiny contribute to a more comprehensive and fair decision-making. By including these stakeholders at every level, we can strive for a process that is not only accountable, but also better equipped to address the multifaceted challenges we face. Financial transparency regarding the funding of the WHO FCTC reflects a fundamental commitment to accountability, ethical governance, and the responsible use of resources. It underscores the importance of clarity and openness in how financial resources are managed and allocated in an organization as critical as the WHO FCTC. The WHO follows their mandate, specifically in relation to the definition of tobacco control within the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. It's founded on a deep commitment to safeguarding public health and advancing evidence-based strategies to combat the global tobacco epidemic. By doing so, we prioritize the health and well-being of populations worldwide and remain committed to evidence-based, comprehensive, and equitable strategies to combat this significant public health challenge. WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control must center on the principles of evidence-based decision-making, transparency, and scientific rigor in its actions and policy formulation. It must adhere to the practice of openly and comprehensively considering and sharing all relevant published and peer-reviewed scientific studies without bias regarding their source. Information must be grounded in the principles of accuracy, objectivity, and the pursuit of sound scientific knowledge within the World Health Organization. The WHO must cease the dissemination of disinformation, biased opinions, and rhetoric that is antagonistic to tobacco harm reduction, and instead steadfastly follow established scientific evidence. By adhering to these principles and ceasing the dissemination of disinformation and biased opinions, the organization can enhance its effectiveness in promoting global public health and addressing the complex challenges associated with tobacco use and harm reduction. Okay? Now, the thing about this, all right, I'm going to stop sharing it because I'll put the link in there. This is the thing that we sent to the Western Pacific Regional, the new guy, the new head of the Western Pacific Regional Office, that's sitting in a mailroom.
I saw this because I did sign it.
Yeah. Okay. This is what we're up against. But I think now that we've got that postponement, maybe everybody needs to do that. A version of it, specific to themselves. The basic principles are the same because they're all what we all stand for, and send it to each one of our delegations. It's already done. All you got to do is just amend the wording and get people to sign it. And you can get people to sign it electronically if need be, because that, I think we had like 56 signatures or 70 signatures in Manila, and then we got another 50 or something. They're going to accuse us of it's more pressure. And the thing is that, once we've sent it, if they don't accept it, like if this guy never accepts it, hey, look what we tried to do and look at how they treated us. These people work for us.
Yeah. And it goes back to that head in the sand,
Yeah, it does.
I didn't see it, so I didn't know.
As
Yeah,
Clive
no,
mentioned in the e-cigarette summit last week, you know, he and public health, tobacco and nicotine experts have written to Michael Bloomberg, no reply. They've written to WHO, no reply. I mean, what sort of system is that? How can you go around doing that and consider yourself a serious organisation for public health if you refuse to listen to the public?
the people you're mandated to serve.
Yeah.
But you're the part of the public that are tobacco straws. So you're influenced by tobacco. So we shouldn't take your point of view as being honest and fair.
But if enough
That's
of
the
us do
framing.
it, I know, but if enough of us do it, they're not going to be able to use that excuse anymore, are they?
But I mean, there's a number of letters that have gone to the WHO that had nothing to do with it. They were health experts with no conflict of interest.
But it's a body of documentation and information showing that they're refusing anything that counters what they're trying to push. It discredits them.
Exactly. To show that we were prepared to go halfway. We're prepared to have these discussions. We're prepared to have, we want the doors open. We want a seat at the table. We want to share. But those doors get slammed. And this is just evidence of how far and what we have tried and attempted to do and get silenced or squashed or ignored. So it's just building up the evidence to prove that they are the bad actors in this discussion.
And it's not just us. They might be doing it to us. Who are they going to do it to next? Who's next?
I think they're doing it to a lot of people even now, right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I like to play nice, and I don't, I'm like Skip, be kind and all that. I get that. But I think it's time to just kind of push it back on them and say, hey, listen, we tried to do the right thing here. Meet us halfway. You don't want to meet us halfway? Well, guess what? Now you're going to be exposed. Tobacco exposed, WHO exposed.
The same, they're using the same tactics and the same playbook as tobacco in the 70s. And Clive has said that time and time again.
Yes, they are.
They are. And I think it's only a matter of time when that camel or that straw breaks the camel's back. It's like this is tobacco, but where is it applying to other areas? Unfortunately, because we're dealing with nicotine and the whole PR around nicotine and smoking and that, they've done such a fantastic job at stigmatizing and demonizing it that no one takes it seriously from the other side. But it's going, when they get to a point where it's now become, they're going to attempt it in other areas, which is going to be even harder to prove. So it's just building the evidence of this is not the right group, or at least the group or the organization is not doing the right thing. That's my view.
Right. Yeah. That's what we need to do.
I had a debate with not so much a debate because I don't think it's wise to debate with Clive, but I was silly enough to think that we should just defund the WHO, and he was correct in stating that no, it's not about defunding the WHO. It's making sure that WHO is accountable, and the individuals within WHO are accountable. And it's the accountability issue that's missing from all of these discussions across the world, is that the accountability is ignored. And it goes back to what we were discussing earlier, Nancy, is that because of the internet, the legacy, people's legacy and people's is no longer an issue anymore because it just gets lost in the noise as time goes by. People tend to forget about these things because of the amount of information that we get exposed to. So, there's a double-edged sword around information share because a lot of the information just never gets to the surface again. It's at the heat of the moment, it becomes a spark, there's a bit of an explosion. A week later, everybody forgets about it.
Yeah, well, that's why we have to keep hammering it home, which is what Martin keeps saying.
Yeah.
And we have to do it. And if we all stay on the same message, right? If we all stay on the same message, which ultimately is reducing the harm from combustible and unsafe oral tobacco and giving adults the choice and access to the things they need so that they're not going to take the thing that is going to possibly kill them. Those are the core messages, okay, from us. This is what we want. But what we want from them is be open, be transparent, do the right thing. You work for us. If we can all focus on those core messages as one big group, they can't really ignore it. And ultimately, the public won't be able to ignore it because they can demonize us all they want. Because like you said, we live in, a 10-second world because of the news cycles and the clicks and the bait and the sensationalism and all that. You just got to keep hammering it home. So this is kind of something. This is why I'm saying, Kurt, take the Western Pacific Declaration, come up with your own damn version of it. Get as many people as you can in CASA or whatever in Africa to sign it. We can get people from overseas to sign it for you because that's what we did. We had people that weren't from Western Pacific signing it, okay, and send it to them because they're going to look stupid if they're accusing every consumer in the world of being a tobacco company shill. Who's delusional now?
True.
Okay.
And yeah, no, you're right, Nancy. I've said this over and over. I said, look, if you're an advocate, you're probably wondering why are we even fighting this battle at all? Why? Mike Siegel said in a World Vapors Alliance Vaping Unplugged episode a couple of months ago that he thought when he recognised what e-cigarettes were about, because he said firstly he was sceptical of e-cigarette. He saw the benefits and thought, well, this could be the end of smoking in a decade. And he said, I'm thinking, why are we still arguing about this? Why are we still struggling? And it does get tiring and you get beleaguered and you're thinking, making the same points over and over again. But that's how politics works. You have to just keep making the same points over and over again until people start to accept them. And I always point out that the smoking ban in the UK came in 2007. But the first time they spoke about passive smoke and how they wanted to move down that direction towards having smoking ban in public places was in a conference in 1973. It took them 34 years before they got the smoking ban in the UK. I know there was some earlier, but I'm just talking about from the UK's perspective.
Uh-huh.
So everything is a long game. You have to keep saying the same things over and over again. I'm writing op-ed after op-ed after op-ed. I think I've done nearly 40 this year. And sometimes you think I'm saying the same things over and over again. But then look at what you're reading from the other side. How many times you've read about popcorn lung and children's brains and everything. They're doing the same thing. They're saying the same thing over and over again. But we've just got to say ours over and over again because we know ours is rooted in science and evidence, whereas theirs isn't. So we just got to keep making those points.
Look at the PAVE moms.
Mm.
And look at the difference that we have, of course, is that the science is evolving for us. So yes, our message is the same, but our evidence is building in the background. They've got the same thing with the same stuff. Nothing changes.
Our public hearings are an exact example. The same points are brought up time and time again with no reference, no citation, none. And it all boils down to back what I said: more organized, globally more organized, and help those areas that need help to bring them to this level. And I quite openly said, one of the major reasons why I wanted to go to Panama is to learn about FCTC, is to understand what are the nuts and bolts, what makes this thing tick, is a tap on someone's brain. Because the reality is that, I don't know about you, but this is not what my 10-year plan was 10 years ago. Certainly wasn't.
It wasn't mine either.
I'm in a constant learning curve. And I'm going into spaces that I had no idea even existed. So that was why I was so excited, is to pick on brains, to say, listen, what is this and why is it? How does it fit? And who are the players? And that's the kind of communication and information share that is required from a global level, because it provides those individuals with the tools to start asking the right questions in the right locations.
Well, I mean, Martin's been doing this for years now. I mean, you got I call him the WHO experts sitting right there.
Exactly.
You guys are a
Exactly.
closer time zone than I am. I mean, there's nothing stopping you guys from getting together and just hashing it out, because Martin's helped me a lot. And we've done quite a few live streams and information shows on that. But I have a message I got in on WhatsApp. Okay, I'm going to read this to you guys. Everything is being, when it comes to tobacco harm reduction, they're using the media as the court of public opinion. And one of the things that we have to do, okay, is remember that headlines sell. You know, when they issue these headlines, and these headlines are just so sensationalist and so totally wrong, and we get angry, right? Well, maybe we should take a page from their book. Maybe we should do our headlines, or the things that we do, they're what sells. So retention is subliminal and retrieval subconscious. So why don't we create our own outrageous headlines? But we do it in such a way that we're not being as contemptuous, per se, of the WHO as they are of us. What's your take on that?
Well, I always think it's nice. The problem we have is they're spending a lot of money that we haven't got, to get headlines. You know, a lot of the junk science they do is not done to, you know, a serious science. It's done to create a headline. They'll do some sort of study. They'll come out with a press release, which these days, because journalists aren't really journalists these days, they just copy, you know, 8, 9, 10 articles a day they have to write, and they'll just see a press release. That's easy. Copy and paste it, stick it on the website, and there you go. You've got your headline. And then we spend the next however long running around debunking the headline and pointing out that it's wrong. And sometimes the science itself gets retracted, or doesn't even get put to peer review, or it's just a conference paper, you know, it's a conference poster or something, and isn't really any science at all. So I've always said it'd be nice if we could get our own headlines, because you know, we're constantly playing in their playground, as the term is, I think. It'd be nice to get us playing in their playground. And we do have an example of this, because the 95% figure is exactly that. They've been playing in our playground with that since 2015, when it first came out. They hate that figure. They cannot stand that figure, and they're constantly trying to debunk it with all sorts of desperate ways. And they're never successful, but they keep trying, because they know that hurts them. So the reaction to that is just use it more and more, because it obviously irritates them, and it resonates with the public. The public pick up on that, and it's a reference point for the public. And if anything, it's a bit conservative. I think over time, as innovations got better, then it's probably nearer 99%. We all know that. But
yeah,
use that, because they don't like it. And that's an example of but I think that's coming to our way. I see Skip saying, you know, how do we get the headlines published? I think this is coming our way naturally, in an organic manner, through science being produced as we go along. I think a month ago, 2 studies came out, you know, significant studies around about the same time, which proved that there isn't a gateway hypothesis. The gateway theory that kids vape and then move on to cigarettes doesn't exist. And this is proper science. They can come out with one of their junk studies that shows an association or something, but we know that's not the case, because we can see from the data that it's not the case. But those 2 studies came out on different aspects, and both proved it was wrong. So their options are running dry. They are now. I mean, just look at what Professor Glantz is coming up with these days. Crikey, he's living in cloud cuckoo land. But when you get to that position where they're trying to redefine smoke, because they're backed into the corner so much that that's all they've got left, it's ludicrous. And as they do reach further and further, for, you know, straw clutching goes on, then the more the people will see it. Public will be able to see it themselves and think that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. You know, and we're approaching that with the science coming out in our favor.
And I think too, Skip, I'm going to talk to you directly, and everybody else. I think too, part of it is to make those headlines outrageous. You can say whatever the hell you want in the headline, because the thing is, there's some editor or some dude sitting there, you know, online looking, you know, at all the things that come in. He's going to publish the thing that looks absolutely, this is going to get us a lot of clicks. Going back to what Kurt was saying earlier, okay, the more outrageous the headline is, the more likely it's going to get published. We're trying to play nice here. Vic, this is for you. We're trying to play nice here, and being nice isn't getting us published. So maybe we do need to play and take the page from their playbook and make some kind of crazy sensationalist headline and then include the facts within the body of the text. So at least it gets out there, because that's what they're doing. That is what they're doing. It is clickbait. Everything now is clickbait. So maybe we need to play that game. Because if we play that game and you submit something, even if it's a local paper, like over here we've got something called, what the hell is sCOPe? It's called sCOPe. I think sCOPe is global in different countries. But, you send a letter editor at scope.co.nz, and if the headline's good enough, they're going to publish it. Yeah, it's online. Yeah, it's not like the Washington Post or the London Times, but it's out there. So I think what we all really do need is that kind of media training to know, okay, this is how, kind of like what H did that I was supposed to help him with. Of course, I was stuck in Los Angeles for GFN, but that kind of stuff, that's how we're going to do it. We got to fight it in the court of public opinion, just like they are. And it doesn't take a lot of money to do that.
Yeah, and also, I think that's sort of where it comes from, because it's all about where questioning is welcomed. So in cases like the UK, that's a great place to have those kind of conversations. But in places like South Africa, I don't know how many op-eds I've written that's actually been published, kind of thing. So I'm starting to think that maybe it shouldn't be just published in South African press, because you persona non grata. So I think we should be looking at having these articles put or at least shared. And I think what we're seeing is, for example, sharing that information on some filter is a great way of sharing this information, and having that be in our place. If we look at some of the studies, I've chatted with a number of researchers and so forth, is that they are able to have their paper published in certain journals. So they've even got a checklist of which journals are THR friendly and which are not.
Yeah.
And the same thing applies to the press in South Africa. I know off the top of my head who's just outright not going to even read my op-ed when I email it through to them. I know straight off the top of my head who the editor is and who the publication is. They're just not going to. But that list is becoming smaller and smaller. And therefore, I think what's happening is we should start sharing it in areas that are friendly. Filter is a fantastic way. Tobacco, vaping 360 is another one. And start creating our own space, not engaging in space.
Another thing that can possibly be done, I'm not sure, I'm just thinking here, okay, is if there is a regional news service, like the Reuters in the States or AP in the States, right? If you know that there is a fairly liberal, or I want to say socialist, but media outlet somewhere in your region, get it in there. Even if it's about South Africa and you say you can get it published in, I don't know, Liberia, I don't know. But you see what I'm saying? It is find that socialist country, or that liberal country or libertarian kind of country, and get it published there. And what you would have to do, I think, is change it from being South African focused to being African focused, and then it becomes a regional thing. See, things like that. But that's why I'm saying media training. Media training is really important, especially in LMICs where you do have all these different, like, for example, we know in the Philippines, there's certain things that can go in the Manila Times, and then there's certain things that can go in another paper. You've got to learn all that, because again, the media, if they're going to use the media and the media can be, manipulated like that, we don't have the money to buy stuff, although in Asia it is pay to play for the most part. But if you don't have the money to buy stuff, okay, then what you can do is grab their attention with the headline and then put the real information in. If enough of that gets out, eventually it will create that tsunami of information. It's not going to take overnight. It's going to take some time. Mm-hmm. But that's how we did it in New Zealand, using scope.co.nz. We had no money.
The other thing on a more basic level, maybe more practical level for many advocates, is just to keep saying the same things that we're already saying, because most of this media now, it doesn't come up with unequivocal stuff. It doesn't say, oh, this is the settled science on this. All of it accepts that there's a big global discussion going on, and that's because of the efforts of advocates and public health experts in tobacco and nicotine policy who are in favour of harm reduction. The fact that they are recognising that this is a big debate means that the WHO isn't getting all its own way in this, and that is because of not mostly, but of the whole effort for debating harm reduction, which includes the advocates and the amount of noise they're making. I mean, they're known on social media. How many times have you seen someone say something and they get piled on by harm reduction advocates, and they recognise that Simon Chapman has said, why are these people? Why do they call themselves vapors? Why are they? Because it's part of our identity. We're proud of what we've done with vaping and harm reduction, and so. People know there's a debate around, and that's being recognised more and more. I see in articles that I read that you might get a horrible headline, but then when you read further down, they accept and recognise that there is a debate over this, and increasingly you're starting to see quotes from the other side. People who are on our side are being quoted, as well as the crazies at the WHO. So we're not having no effect. We are having an effect. All consumers are having an effect in their own way. And so if it seems daunting to try and approach a newspaper and get something published, well, if you can't do that, just keep saying the messages you're already saying, get the word out there to as many people, encourage other people to advocate, and then the debate gets recognised, and journalists will pick up on it, and maybe that's a way of maybe getting a bit more scrutiny on what's happening from the media. And maybe one day it'll turn and they'll have their eyes open and think, wow, look what the WHO has been doing to all these people. And that's something that hopefully will come about in the future. We just have to carry on doing what we're doing and just keep, as we said, the same messages.
Keep the message coordinated, keep it, simple and coordinated, and we're all basically saying the same thing within our different contexts. And just flood them with it, because they're not going to be able to ignore it. They can only ignore it for so long. I mean, and you could even, conceivably, Kurt, you could throw in the whole, it's not just about tobacco thing.
No, it's not about me, because we've had an incredibly successful year in sharing our thoughts. We've had a number of op-eds published. It is difficult, and we did receive some help. But I'm thinking of other locations around the world, particularly in Africa, where they do struggle with these things. And that's why, going back to being organized, sharing, helping others in these events, or helping them with these things. Because then, people like Martin, people like yourself, and even to an extent myself can help with certain things. Because it's, again, bringing everybody along with us. No person gets left behind, and helping them through the process of creating a stronger advocacy voice in their region. That's what I'm trying to get to. Is that, I've had the most successful year around having my message or VSML message shared in the South African press, more so than any other time. And it's with the assistance and help of individuals that understand this part. But now I've covered that. But now we need to have that same kind of, as you said, media training for everybody else in these countries to do the same thing. And then we need to start thinking about, as I said, stop being reactive and create a portal. We have all these little individual portals all over the world that nobody really knows about. But now start creating a single universe where it becomes the point of where to go to get an input onto something. That's where it's missing. World Health Organization has theirs, and I was thinking, this is the good cop bad cop thing, is the making of its own group, its own go-to place to get another part of another side of the story. Because there might be some truths, and there might be some truths around FCTC and its approach. There might be some, but it's not all the truth. But unfortunately, but there should be another side, and that other side, unfortunately, where I see it at the moment, is so detached from everybody. It's almost little pockets of excellences all around the world. And I was looking to say, let's bring it all together. Let's have these people in one, and a collective of a voice, as that's the place you go to. That's the point. And there it has tobacco controllers, scientists, consumer advocates. There's where we get our other side of the story.
Right. So, I mean, it's kind of like what we did in Asia with CAFRA.
Yeah.
We've got the consumers, we've got the expert advisory group. Okay. And that's why I was talking to you about, setting something like that up in Africa. It's already in Europe with ETHRA. Okay. ARDT Iberoamerica is Latin America. There's,
If Joseph's listening, Joseph, let's do something. Let's do it.
Yeah. And I've offered to Joseph multiple times, hey, I'll help mentor you. It's there. The offer's there. So, but yeah, the problem with, like I said to you earlier, okay, we have the monthly regional meeting. Martin's been onto one to explain COPE and everything. The problem with having everybody together in one room virtually, time zones, resources, and some people work during the day. But there's nothing to stop everybody from there's nothing to stop anybody from working and collaborating together via WhatsApp or setting up something like this. Okay. I mean, just it's a matter of just making the commitment to do it. That's all it is. So, does anybody in the audience have any questions for us? They're just sitting there like la 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 la. Martin, is there anything that you would like to say? Because we can start wrapping this up if you'd like. Any final thoughts?
Well, no, just what I always say, just carry on doing what you're doing. I'm always incredibly proud of consumers and the efforts they put in. I don't know if people know my background, but, I ran a transport company, was doing this as a hobby for many, many years. It's curious, actually, there was yourself, he says he runs a transport company, but we're sure he's being paid, until they found out I actually did run a transport company, and then they shut up. But, I sold that in 2021, which means I've got more time. But I do appreciate many people who, like you say, Nancy, they work all the time. You find this talking to people and they have to go to work, or, they're doing things in their spare time. But the fact that you're getting so much traction, and the WHO, for example, are referring to consumer groups as industry interference. They're scared of you. They're scared of what you're doing, that you're making them uncomfortable, and you're doing that in your spare time. It shows you have the power, and just to do as much as you can, even if it's a little. If you've got a busy life, just try and get your advocacy in somewhere. And like I said, encourage more. The more of us there are, the better. But we're growing all the time anyway, naturally, because the more people take up these products. I mean, in London these days, I rarely see someone smoking. Everyone is vaping in the UK. And I expect the same. I noticed the same in Rome when I went over there with my son for a rugby match last time round. I was amazed at how many people were using IQOS or heated tobacco. And I found out apparently 20% of the nicotine market, including cigarettes, that is, in Rome, is IQOS. So you see people using IQOS everywhere. And obviously we know about the story of Sweden. So harm reduction is growing, or consumers in harm reduction are growing, and our messages are getting out there. They're scaring the WHO. Then they don't like us and they're trying to smear us. So we are having effects. So never get downhearted by it. Always, if you ever think, oh God, this is taking so long. Yeah, things do take a long time in politics. Just keep doing what you're doing because it's working.
Yeah, just stop and look where we were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Kurt, final thoughts?
I think I've said too much already.
It's okay.
But yeah, I think it's all about the voices. It's about the personal stories. I think it's incredibly important. And I'm liking the way that I'm liking the trajectory, especially around the science and how inch by inch it's been taken away. And yes, we do get a bit impatient, and yes, we do go, broken record, Groundhog Day. But I think we need to start creating our own spaces now. and I think that's the next progression of this discussion is, if we start looking at, for example, the changes in the smoke-free world, you're suddenly seeing that there is this paradigm shift that's occurring. And I'm very proud to be part of it. But as I said, it was never part of my 10-year plan by no stretch of the imagination. And it is. It's a fantastic space to be in because we are making history and we're saving lives. And my proudest moment as an advocate was not an interview or not an invitation to a conference or an invitation to speak or something. It was having my cousin, who was a 35-year smoker, pick up a disposable, and she hasn't touched a cigarette since. That's my proudest moment.
Yeah.
And the ripple effect of that is all of her friends also put down the cigarettes and are now vaping. And that's how we change in the world. But now I think we're getting to a point where we need to start being a bit more organized and a bit more proactive in our approach. And maybe we should have sexy headlines or, that we can do
whatever we do whatever we need to do to get it actually out there, and then the body of it can contain what we want it to contain, but just to get it past the editor, because they only look at the headline and maybe the first sentence, and then, yeah, it's cool, and then boom, and then hello,
So yeah,
that's how we did it with Avco.
I'm looking forward to more discussions like this, and loving it.
Hey, we'll be doing this, every night now, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And Thursday and Friday, just so everybody knows, we're going to be on till 3 p.m. UK. So you think I'm bleary-eyed now? Wait. Thank you for coffee. Thank you to Martin for joining us tonight. Thank you, Kurt. Guys, like I said, we're going to be doing this for another 3 nights, so you're more than welcome to join. Thank you, everybody, for coming and joining us. Tomorrow we have Roberto Sussman. We're starting off with a live with Roberto. He's going to be discussing his new research on HTP and vaping. And I think he's going to have Tomas and Jeff with him. I believe it's going to be in English. So that'll be something you might want to watch. And I'm going to be interviewing a lady named Jessica Perkins, who works for Health Diplomats, Daylon Uman. And she runs THR Net and also does a program on women in THR. So that'll be really cool too. So once again, thank you, everybody. Have a good day, Martin. Have a good afternoon, Kurt. And it's morning, so I'm going to go to sleep. Yay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Really appreciate it. Cheers, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody in the audience. Good night. Good day.
Good night.